Good morning. We are back for day, 11, 10, 10 million of the Commonwealth versus Karen Read. It is Tuesday, May 14th. Have I forgotten what day it is because it feels like we've been in this trial for so long? Yes, I have. Yes, I have. Yes, I have. It's just starting to slog. Today is a half day in court. When we left yesterday afternoon, they had just done a brief argument in front of the judge about whether or not the defense could essentially impeach or confront the witness on the stand, Caitlin Albert, with photos of her with Katie McLaughlin. The thing that's different is that Caitlin Albert didn't distance herself as much from knowing Katie McLaughlin, though she was asked, do you know any of the coverage? Have you been told about anything that's happened in this case, about any of the testimony in this case? And she's like, no. And they're like, who's Katie McLaughlin? She's like, oh, so, and seemed to know that question was coming a bit to me. But she did say we run in the same group of friends. She did say we have done things together in groups, but we don't have a one-on-one relationship, which is fairly consistent with what Katie McLaughlin said after Katie McLaughlin was confronted with a fleet of photos, stacks, if you will, of photos of the two of them together. Those photos were not admitted before the jury. Those photos were used to show the witness and be like, do you see it differently now? We're going to see what happens with that today. The court took that under advisement. Again, I think that these photos will be allowed to be shown to Caitlin Albert if she distances herself from knowing Katie McLaughlin. I don't think the photos will come in to evidence. They're on a side issue. The judge doesn't want to have a trial within a trial about whether these two know each other beyond high school, how they know each other, how long they know each other. But they do get to ask the witnesses if they have a potential for bias. And, showing up to your friend's dad's house, could that change the way that you respond to a scene? And the prosecution asked Katie McLaughlin, do you often respond to people you're from Canton? And she's like, yes, but that doesn't impact me doing my job. The jury gets to make that decision. We're going to see today what the jury gets shown on this. And then who knows who we get into next. I'm hoping it will be Julie Nagel and her brother, who it seems were outside when Karen Read and John O'Keefe pulled up to the Albert residence. I'm very interested to hear that testimony, and we only know about that because of Brian Albert Jr.'s testimony yesterday. That was very clear that when he looked out the window, he was kind of looking at where his friend Julie was, and Julie was out talking to her brother in the truck. Does this sound like I'm telling you a story from lunch in junior high? Yes. Yes, it does. This whole trial. Oh my God. So then Julie went outside and she was talking to her brother. And when I was looking outside, then there was this other car there, but I was waiting for Julie to come back inside because it was a blizzard and we were all drinking White Claw and hanging out as one does, which true, as one does. So I'm hoping that we will hear from Julie and her brother to try to get to some semblance of when Karen Read and John O'Keefe supposedly arrived at the Albert residence. And at some point, we've got to get to the Jen McCabe of it all, because that woman's name has come up in this trial as much as Karen Read's has, hasn't it? And I'm fascinated. So what we need to do is go to court. And everyone, let me know where you're coming in from, what you're drinking. We've got a little bit of green juice this morning, but don't worry, Dr. B's bringing Starbucks because it's Tuesday. All right, let's go to court. Law nerds. Where's my intro? We need to go. Let's go. Hey there. I'm Emily D. Baker, the internet's go-to legal analyst, breaking down the legal side of the pop culture and entertainment stories we can't stop talking about. I'm a big fan of the cursey words. I've been a licensed attorney for over 17 years, but this is not legal advice. This is where the law nerds unite to talk about facts, not. Let's get into it. We got the screen up just in time. I was like, wait, I got to get the volume adjusted. We're starting in court. The judge is on the bench.
Ms. Gianetti, I just wanted
they
to
did their
tell
intros.
You that, after
they already did all their intros. So that's where we're starting this morning.
Good morning, Ms. Gianetti. Good morning, Ms. Read. So, Ms. Gianetti, I just wanted to tell you that after reviewing my notes of the testimony of Katie McLaughlin, my view hasn't changed. but I will give you a little bit of leeway with this witness.
Okay. I would like to define the parameters if I can, Your Honor, so that we...
All right, the jurors are on their way over. I don't think you need to define the parameters. When there are objections, they'll either be sustained or overruled. Okay?
Your Honor, there is one other thing that we need to put on.
All right, nobody told me that. All right, why don't you come here at sidebar and we'll do this.
Not at sidebar. Also, come out before the jurors come in, and then you're fine. This is why I give myself a little bit of time. And then A, I always run late and I need it. But B, you know, we need to give room for all of these sidebars. When the court said nobody told me that, the court is saying nobody told me that there was more that needed to be put on the record. So that's what the court was responding to. Nobody told me I needed to put anything on the record. Most judges that we have seen will come out and check in with the lawyers and then have the jury brought down, not have the jury brought down as the lawyers are trying to get things resolved. So it's, I'm sure, frustrating for the lawyers to have to wait, and then for the jurors to be at sidebar going like, oh, what are we doing? Every time they walk into the courtroom. Oh, wait. I can't miss the hear ye's. I don't care about anything except the hear ye's at this point. It's what we're living for in this trial. And maybe to find out what Karen Reed did, or what they say she did, but I need to know.
But I do appreciate your patience with us.
Did we miss them? I think we did. I don't think they hear ye'd. Or if they did it before the sidebar was over and the audio didn't come back on. All right, fine. We'll do it ourselves. Sort of.
Not expect to have them come in and have us not be ready, but I do appreciate your patience.
Bring the jury.
I do have those three.
Hold on. The audio seems
Was
fine.
everyone able to follow the instructions and refrain from?
She's not talking into the mic, but whatever.
We left yesterday. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? No. Everyone said no. All right, can we bring Ms. Albert back in, please?
And she'll resume on the stand. All right, back to trial testimony. So as she walks into the stand, we're going to zoom. The court has the photos that are in controversy to look at. So, you know, here we go. Also, I think I said day 10, day 11. It's day 11.
Good morning, Ms. Albert.
It wasn't in my title, and then I forgot.
Ms. Albert, I'd like to go back to
the days are
a
starting to blur.
discussion of
Katie McLaughlin.
Okay.
Yeah, we figured that was coming.
Yesterday, I asked you a 4-word question, and that question was, who is Katie McLaughlin? Do you recall that question?
I do.
You would agree with me that your response was not, she's a firefighter.
Correct.
Your response was not,
she's someone I went to high school with.
Correct.
Your response was not, I've known her for years.
Well, I sort of alluded to that when I said that I've known her since high school.
Right.
We just don't know how old you are.
Your response was that she was somebody that you knew in high school, correct?
I said that I went to high school with her, and she's my same age. We graduated the same year.
Right.
Yes.
So you referenced
somebody
high
I used
school,
to know.
correct?
Yes.
All right. You would agree
Go
with
to
me
Yasuga, but
that
I
you've
can't sing
seen
that.
her several times since high school, correct?
Yes.
You have hung out in the same group with her.
She said that
several times since high school.
She
correct?
said that.
Yes.
And you graduated high school in 2014?
Yes.
Jesus, Yannetti, make us all feel old.
2024?
Yes.
Your contact with Katie McLaughlin has been fairly consistent over the years in that it continued.
Have you met Canton?
Until 2021, correct?
I would agree with that, although it was far and few between. But
is that
throughout the years, yes.
Do you say that because the photographs are far and few between?
Objection.
Sustained.
Right.
I can't stop myself today.
You would agree
No, any day.
with me that there was not a 3-year period prior to January 29th of 2022 where you didn't see Katie McLaughlin at all, correct?
A 3-year
I
period?
don't know.
Right.
That's what Katie McLaughlin said.
I can't say 100% yes to that, but I wouldn't be surprised if I had seen her at some point in time over the past couple of years and before John O'Keefe's passing. Yeah,
Seeing her a couple of times, does that mean that maybe you bumped into her and said hello?
I don't think as to this witness
it would
there's that
mean
much.
that we would be in the same place at the same time, not something that I reached out and invited her to in any way, shape, or form. But, you know,
Look,
again, we have mutual friends, so I would
all
not
of
be
you who are telling
surprised
me
if
that
I
you
went somewhere
graduated.
and she happened to be there as well.
Okay.
I love it.
And it would have been.
Miss Tonisha's like, I graduated in
surprise to you
2016.
that
I love
she
it.
showed up at whatever
Here's the
place
thing.
you were at.
She does feel prepared for these questions.
No, it would not have been a surprise to me.
You would have known in advance that Katie McLaughlin was going to be at
She
the
just
same
answered
place that you were in advance.
Not necessarily, but
Ever in those 3 years?
Objection.
The thing is,
Uh,
she said we have a mutual group of friends. So I'm not surprised to see her somewhere because she's a friend of a friend. We don't hang out one-on-one. Again, it does seem like she knew this question was coming, but her lawyer might have told her that. I just think it's a bigger deal as to Katie McLaughlin than it is to her, but they're trying to use her testimony to show that Katie McLaughlin was distancing herself from knowing Caitlin Albert, not really as to Caitlin. But she's like, yeah, I'm not surprised to see her there. Like, all right, go off then. But I don't think they are closer than it's made out to be. The distancing of McLaughlin's testimony is the more important point.
Isn't it true?
We'll see if the jury even remembers by this point.
Only
We remember because we keep talking about it.
January 29th of 2022, you and Katie McLaughlin were at a
Do you know that?
Yeah.
Were you at a baby shower together?
yes,
It's okay.
we did.
You were. Whose baby shower was
Oh,
it?
gosh.
It was a mutual friend of ours.
What's her name?
Her name's Alyssa.
And how many people were at
Alyssa's
that
like,
baby shower?
leave me the fuck out of all of this.
I can't say for sure. I mean, it was Alyssa's family
All right.
and a bunch of friends. I can't put a number on it.
The friends all gathered together and took a photo together with the woman having the baby shower, correct?
Objection.
Was there a photo taken?
I believe so.
You were in that photo, correct?
Yes.
Who was standing next to you?
I don't have it in front of me.
Okay, if you saw the photo, would that refresh your memory?
Yeah.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'm showing you what has been marked.
Just show us.
Sorry.
She
I was going to
said,
identify it as S for identification. for the
she
record.
said we were there. I don't remember who else was
Showing you what's
there.
been marked S. Could you take a look at that and look up at me when you're done?
Really? This is where the feed buffers today. Is it just going to be like that today? Good.
Having reviewed that photograph, Ms. Albert, who is standing next to you?
One of my friends is on the left of me and Katie McLaughlin is on the right of me.
Okay. She's right next to you in that photo, correct?
Yes, she is.
That
He
was in
didn't say, look at
June
this
of
photograph directly
2021,
enough.
Correct?
Yes.
So if somebody testified that you hadn't seen each
That's the
other in
point.
3 years prior to January 29th of 2022, that would be wrong, right?
Objection.
That was that Lolly going, like, did he open his mouth so fast to object that it popped? Did you hear that? I think that was Lolly cracking his jaw, opening his mouth so fast. However, the reason he's not going to get maybe into this direct question is because it wasn't super clear. And I'm trying not to go back and watch because it might not be clear for the jury either. But it wasn't clear if they were talking about, and he might have said, if he was talking about whether or not they knew each other or had seen each other 3 years prior to the incident date that she responded to the Albert House, or 3 years prior to testifying. But he's trying to impeach Katie on that. But generally, you have to confront Katie with that and saying, if somebody said this other thing, are they lying? It's not that direct. So
She's right next to you in that photo, correct?
that's why
Yes, she
it's a
is.
That
problem.
was in June of 2021, correct?
They can call
Yes.
back.
So if somebody testified
Katie
that you
McLaughlin.
hadn't seen each other in 3 years prior to January 29th of 2022, that would be wrong, right?
Objection.
Dan.
That was
And
hilarious.
with regard to the contact that you've had with her in terms of group events.
Also,
you
it's
would
the
agree with
microphones
me
moving around in court.
that
It's
it
not
wasn't
me.
just day trips that you took with her, correct?
Correct.
You've also gone on road trips with her, correct?
I've gone away on trips that she was with. I didn't drive
didn't
with her
go
or
together.
go with her or invite her, but she has been there, yeah.
Okay, and what road trips have you taken overnight where you and Katie McLaughlin have been together since high school?
Objection.
Sustained.
You've gone to Maine with Katie McLaughlin, have you not?
Objection.
So we need a time frame, Mr. Yannetti, not just.
He doesn't
4
know.
years ago.
Since high school, you've gone to Maine
In the last 10
with
years,
Katie
have you gone to
McLaughlin,
Maine?
correct?
Objection.
She's now looking at the prosecutor for the objection.
Oh, no. Did you go to Maine with her?
I did, and the year would have been like 2015 or 2016.
If I suggested it was July of 2016, would that make sense?
That would sound about right, yeah.
And while you were in Maine, there
I
were
also, with this witness, I also don't think she's waiting for Lolly to object. Like some of the witnesses, you can see them looking at Lolly being like, help. I think she's trying not to talk over him because he's moving and he's moving his mic and he keeps objecting. So I think that I don't think she's looking for him to like help her. I think she's trying not to overtalk. And that's probably something she was told before testifying is if I object, wait and let us finish. So it doesn't
7 of you
seem,
in a hot tub
um,
together, correct?
as much of an issue
Objection.
to me.
Sustained.
You were in a
He's
hot tub
obsessed
with
with the hot
Katie
tub.
McLaughlin in Maine.
Oh my God.
correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor, look at this photograph. They're in the hot tub. The thing is, she's not distancing herself from it. She's like, yeah, we've been places together in large groups of people. We don't have a personal relationship. If you want to call back Katie McLaughlin and talk to her more about why she said they don't even hardly know each other, then ask Katie.
To Maine.
Katie's the one that
I'm
said,
not sure.
I barely know her. Look at that.
You
Damn it. Look at that photograph when he puts it down on the lectern. There are a lot of people in these photos.
mentioned that you'd been to Maine with Katie McLaughlin in 2016. Where was it in Maine?
I'm not sure the exact town.
Right. Probably 4 hours away.
I'm not sure how long it took to get up there.
It wasn't 10 minutes away.
No.
Right? And it wasn't a half hour.
We've
No.
now established the defense
It
believes
was
4
more
hours
than
is a
2
road trip.
hours, correct?
Maybe.
And you drove, correct?
Yes.
How many days did you spend in Maine?
I'm not sure. Maybe 2.
All right. So you were up in Maine over a weekend?
So like an overnight.
Yep.
With Katie McLaughlin, correct?
Yes, as well as a bunch of other friends.
Oh, of course. But the answer to my question is you were with Katie McLaughlin, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
It's asked and
How
answered.
many times have the two of you been to the beach together since high school?
Objection.
Do you know? If you can answer that, go ahead and answer.
I know that we have been to a beach together, but I don't know how many times. I could guess.
Don't guess.
Okay.
Next question, Mr.
You
Yannetti.
said a beach. Does that mean that the two of you only go to one particular beach?
No.
No, you've gone to multiple beaches with Katie McLaughlin, correct?
How do you define which beach is
Not
which
that I
beach?
can remember. I can't remember how many times. I have one memory, but I can't say for sure how many times I've been to a beach with Katie McLaughlin.
The thing is, when
I
you
showed
go
a
on too
photograph of
long,
the two of you on a beach together in bikinis. Would that refresh your memory?
what do the
Objection.
bikinis have to do with it at
Mr.
this
Yannetti,
point?
you can show her a photograph.
Thank you. Let me approach.
But
Yes.
again, at some point, it's just that's a
Again, I'm showing
massive
S
group of
for
people.
identification, one particular photo.
Yannetti, sometimes
And
people
S.
have large groups of
Take a
friends.
look at that and look up at me when you're done. Does that refresh your memory?
Yep.
It just, some of the stuff feels like more of a reach than it needs to be.
Particular photo that I showed you
I think
from
it's
S
more
for identification.
important to Katie
What beach
McLaughlin.
was that?
I don't know the name of the beach.
Where was it?
I believe somewhere in the Cape.
And Katie McLaughlin is in that photo, correct?
Yes, along with a bunch of other friends.
Of course, there are other friends, but you.
Miss Dianetti, please no more, of course.
Of course, Your Honor. With regard to that photo.
I think this is the first time we've seen this judge laugh in this trial. I want to hear if the jury's laughing over me laughing, so I'm going to go back. And it's not that he's saying, of course, it's the tone. Of course, there's more people in this photograph, because now he's making a comment, not just asking a question. So, of course. And that's what the judge is. No more commentary is really what the judge is saying.
A photo that I showed you from S for identification. What beach was that?
I don't know the name of the beach.
Where was it?
I believe somewhere in the Cape.
And Katie McLaughlin is in that photo, correct?
Yes, along with a bunch of other friends.
Of course, there are other friends, but you.
Miss Dianetti, please no more, of course.
Of course, Your Honor. With regard to
The whole courtroom
that
laughed.
photo, once again, you are right next to Katie McLaughlin. Were you not right in back of her?
That's
She's
not
in
next
front
to.
of me, yes. And the mutual friends that I already said that we have are also in the photo.
Of course. Let me ask you this: Has anybody in
So,
this,
jurors, I'm going to strike that, of course.
has anybody in this courtroom
jeez.
today asked you about the other mutual friends who were there? Did I ask you today whether there were other mutual friends in that photo?
Objection.
Sustained.
You added that to your answer, correct?
Objection.
No, that's fair.
Can you answer that?
Yes.
Who are your college roommates?
Oh, that's, I think,
Objection.
outside
sorry.
this. I think that's outside the scope. Question: is this witness in enforcement or first responders unit? No, this witness is the daughter of the homeowner, Caitlin Albert. She was at the waterfall. She went back and said happy birthday to her brother. The oddest thing about her testimony to me has been that her boyfriend, Tristan, went home okay, so Caitlin went to the waterfall with her parents, and then Brian, her brother, was over at their parents' house having some friends over. He was with Julie and not Jessica, someone else. But she left the waterfall with her parents and went back to say happy birthday to her brother. There were more White Claws there after they were there. Tristan went home early because he was going to have to work because it was snowing. So he was going to either like plow or shovel or salt or whatever. Oh, that's right. Sara, Julie and Sara. And so her parents' house had like 5 bedrooms and she didn't have to like go home in the snow. And Tristan left the waterfall early because like he was going to have to get up at 3 a.m. to plow. But then somehow he gets up at 1:45 a.m. and goes and picks her up. Which is the oddest part of the whole testimony for me, is that she goes and picks him up. He went home early to go to bed because he had to get up at 3 a.m. So why is he getting up at 1:45 to go pick her up? That's the oddest part to me. My cat's just knocked something over and it made the loudest noise. We're going to ignore it. We're going to just
I
keep
didn't hear
going.
the question.
Who
We're going
were
to
your
keep
college
going.
roommates?
Ignore it.
Yeah, it's sustained.
Yeah, that's too much.
How
He's
many
now trying to
college
get
roommates
into
did you
discovery.
have?
Objection.
Sustained.
Fair to say that
Oh, Megan, good to see you. And all of your arms. We don't
Yes.
accept White Claw slander
when
here.
was that?
2015, 2016.
And
No
there were
White Claw
2 college
slander.
roommates that you and Katie McLaughlin were with, correct?
I had multiple college roommates at that time, and 2 of them were the mutual friend that Katie and I share.
And in fact, there was an occasion where
Wait, did you knock everything over?
you were in a kitchen with your two
Dr.
college
B.
roommates and one other person, correct?
Objection.
Need a
I got the
time
records
frame
in the
or
kitchen.
something, Ms. Giannetti?
Or that was around 2016, was it not?
That sounds about right, yes.
Okay. And do you recall which college roommates they were?
Objection.
Sustained.
And someone took a photo of you, your two college roommates, and one other person, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
In 2016.
Objection.
Sustained.
He's just fishing at this point for
May we approach?
who her college roommates
Okay.
are, because he can't call the college roommates if he doesn't know their name. It's I think it's a little bit too much, but he's like, I want to get the name of the college roommates just in case I need them later. Again, Dr. B's Dr. B. It's Dr. B. He knocked something over. So they are trying very hard to get into who her college roommates are. Like, Katie was friends with her college roommates. It seems that her college roommates were also people she grew up in Canton with. Okay. Sure.
Yes.
I'm showing you another.
And again, you
photo
can't
from
impeach
Esther
her.
identification, ma'am. If you look at that. And
If
look up
she
the name
says-
done.
I know these people.
Who's in that photo?
Myself, two of my college roommates, and Katie McLaughlin.
Okay. So Katie McLaughlin's the only one in that photo who's not one of your roommates, correct?
Yes.
And was this a situation where she just showed up unexpectedly like all the other times? You had no idea she was going to be there?
Objection.
That's how friends work.
Ask the question differently. That it's sustained in that form.
Thank you, Ronna. Did you
That's how friends
expect,
work.
by the way, whose kitchen is that?
It was the college house that I lived in.
So your kitchen.
There were
The
multiple
house
people
we were
living
renting,
there.
yes.
You lived in that kitchen.
Yes.
And
She did not
Katie
live in the
McLaughlin
kitchen.
your kitchen, correct?
Yes.
Who invited Katie that day?
The two mutual friends that I lived with.
Okay. Certainly you didn't invite Katie, correct?
I did not.
Because you're not close friends with her at all, correct?
I am not.
In fact, you don't really like her very much, do you?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
You guys were teammates on the track or cross country team back.
I think that's more relevant because that's odder that Katie McLaughlin left that
I
out.
don't recall that, actually. We could have been. I'm not sure.
If I may approach?
Yes.
Gah, things are being loud on my desk, chat. I'm sorry. I don't know. Any of you that were on sports teams in high school, do you remember everyone that was on your team? Thank
If you
you.
look at the first page and then the second page,
Thank you. Those, I think, came directly from the internet. But I mean, for those of you saying track is a big team, that's fair. She's like, I don't actually remember that. Is she looking for the names? That is a decently sized. I mean, I guess if you asked me everyone that I was in band with, would I remember every single person that was in band with me over 4 years? Maybe
Yes.
not. But would I remember all of the seniors
having
my senior
reviewed
year?
those
Yes.
2 pages, does that refresh your memory about your teammate, Katie McLaughlin?
Yes, it does.
And you certainly were teammates in high school, correct?
Yes.
And you would agree with me that that relationship continued in terms of your contact with her all the way up through 2021, correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would offer the photos that are in S for identification as full exhibits in this trial at this point.
Objection.
The objection sustained.
They're not coming into evidence.
You should put those back up with the clerk, Ms. Giannetti.
They are staying marked for identification, but they are not coming in as exhibits.
Now,
I don't really
you
quibble with
testified
them
that
not
you
coming in as
knew Brian
exhibits.
Higgins prior to January 29th of 2022, correct?
Yes.
You knew him as a good friend of your father's, correct?
Yes.
He arrived at 34 Fairview Road your parents' home on January 29th of 2022 after you got there, correct?
Again, yes, because me and my parents were the first ones inside from what I remember.
Did you see what Brian Higgins drove to get there?
I did not.
You did not see where he parked his vehicle.
I did not.
At some point, you saw him inside the home, correct?
I'm not, after what the judge said yesterday, I'm not surprised that she didn't allow the photos in. Some of them just don't have foundation. So I'm not surprised. She said, I don't remember that we were on the track team together. He was using it to refresh her recollection. And she said, oh, I guess we were on the track team together. The evidence stands, but they don't have the foundation for who took the picture. You know, I'm not bothered that they're not coming in evidence. The point has been made. And if they want to call Katie McLaughlin back and lay foundation for some of those photos of who put them on social media and where the lawyers got them from, then they can do that. But, you know, they don't have to. She said it. The jury will make what they will of it. It will become a side issue. And already kind of has become a side issue. So now we're getting back to what's happening actually the night that we're there.
Yes.
So.
And he made it into the kitchen and dining room area where you were, correct?
Yes.
You agree that at some point, Brian Higgins and your father, Brian Albert, left that area to go to another room, correct?
Yes.
So it's fair to say there was at least some portion of the night when Brian Higgins and your father were out of your field of vision, correct?
I don't agree with that because the room that I had seen them go into has an open doorway and you can see right into the family room that they were in. So I could actually see them in there.
Gotcha. How long were you there when Brian Higgins and your father, Brian Albert, were there?
Inside the family room?
I'm talking from that whole night. When you're at 34 Fairview, how much time lapsed between the time you first saw Brian Higgins and Brian Higgins left the residence?
I can't say for sure. If I had to estimate, I'd say an hour and a half.
Okay. And so your testimony before this jury is for that full hour and a half, there was no time when Brian Higgins and your father, Brian Albert, were out of your field of vision.
Not that I can remember.
I mean, but
Now,
if you're not paying attention to it,
earlier that
how would you
evening on
remember
Friday,
that?
January 28th, you
possible.
made plans to go out with your mom, Nicole Albert, your aunt, Julie Albert, and your boyfriend, Tristan Morris, correct?
Yes.
From the beginning of that night, the plan was for Tristan to go home early, correct?
Yes.
And that was because he had to get up early to plow or
This
shovel,
is the
correct?
point I was interested
Yes.
in.
He had to get up really early, correct?
Yes.
The plan was for him to shovel or plow at 3 a.m.?
He was, from what I recall, he was on standby for like 3. It could have been any time after that.
Oh, I see. So it could have been that he had to get up at 3 or maybe a little bit later, correct?
Yes.
And it was for that
But he
reason
picked you up at 2
that when
a.m.
he was at the waterfall with you, he only had a couple of drinks, correct?
From what I remember, yes.
And from the beginning of the night, you knew that it was going to be iffy as to whether he would be able to get much sleep at all, correct?
It wasn't really something we discussed.
Well, the reason he was going home early and only having a couple of drinks was to see if he could catch some sleep before what would be a very difficult work morning, correct?
Yes.
And you knew that in order for him to get any sleep, he couldn't stay at the waterfall very long, correct?
Yes.
And that's why he left early.
Yes, he went home to rest. We didn't speak about whether or not he would be sleeping.
It wouldn't shock you if he tried to go to sleep.
No, it wouldn't. No, it wouldn't.
You stayed believing that Tristan was going to try and rest and sleep, correct?
Yes.
And the plan when he left you
So why didn't you just
was
stay at your
that
parents'
you wouldn't
house?
see him again until after he was done with his plowing that morning, correct?
That's incorrect.
Okay. So is it your testimony that the plan from the beginning was that Tristan was going to drive from Canton to Easton and get some rest.
And then drive
and then
back and pick you
drive
up?
from Easton
'Cause that's
to
weird.
Canton to pick you up.
Right, because that's
So
weird.
that he could take you back from Canton to Easton? That was the plan?
It may not have been set in stone, but it was definitely spoken about. And then that's what ended up happening. Yes.
Have you ever told anyone that before, Ms. Albert, that the plan from the start of the night was that Tristan was going to make 4 trips total from Canton to Easton?
I don't know what that was,
Easton to Canton.
but it was
Canton.
probably a sneeze.
Have you ever told anyone that before?
I don't remember if I mentioned that to anybody.
That was the first time
She
you ever
might
said that
not
just
have
now
been
before this jury.
asked.
Would you agree with that?
But okay.
I believe so.
It sounded like somebody
Almost
sneezed
2.5
or yelled
years after January 29th.
in court.
correct?
Correct.
Isn't it true that you decided at 1:45 in the morning that it was important for you to get home?
At 1:45, around that time is when Tristan picked me up, a little bit after that. But I didn't want to get snowed in at my parents' house.
It was important
Why?
for you to leave 34 Fairview, correct?
Where they had a bacon.
I wouldn't say important, but it was something that I wanted to do.
It was
Yes.
important enough for you to leave, correct?
Yes.
And you made the decision to have Tristan drive from Easton to Canton to pick you up, correct?
Yes.
How far is it from Easton to Canton?
From our apartment in Easton to 34 Fairview Road is about 18, 19 minutes.
Okay,
So
and that's
20
when there's
plus
not
minute
a
drive.
Snowstorm outside, correct?
Correct.
Of course, in a major snowstorm, you certainly can't drive as carefree as you can when you're driving in good road conditions, correct?
Right.
And your boyfriend was making that trip multiple times that night,
Sam,
correct?
they have cars.
Yes.
Everybody had just been drinking. The adults all seem to be fine driving. That's a conversation for another day. But the younger adults all arranged for rides. It seems because they were all drinking. So they arranged for rides, which I appreciate. But she went over to see her brother and say happy birthday. She didn't want to get snowed in at her parents' house. The defense is going to argue, isn't it weird that all of a sudden at 1:45 you decide that it's time to go and you need to leave when you could have just stayed and you woke your boyfriend up? It's an odd thing. But she's like, I just wanted to leave. So I don't know.
When Tristan picked you up at 1:45 a.m., did you bring Chloe out of the house with you to take to your apartment?
No.
It's an interesting question.
On January 29th of 2022, you were there at your parents' house from around midnight until about 1:45?
About a little bit after 1:45, yes.
Okay, and during that span of time, almost 2 hours, you never saw anyone pull up outside, correct?
I personally did not.
No. And you personally did not look out the window either, correct?
No, I did not.
And you personally never heard anything out of the ordinary outside, correct?
That is correct.
Right. You never heard any yelling, correct?
That is correct.
No screaming,
Correct.
nothing smashing into anything else,
Correct.
no revving of tires.
Correct.
How do you hear
no
tires
noises
rev?
outside.
Correct.
Nothing attracted your attention.
Me being picky.
Correct.
You never saw any vehicle backup lights.
Correct.
You never saw any red lights outside.
Correct.
You heard zero evidence of anything that would lead you to conclude that there had been some type of car accident outside.
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask it differently, Ms. Tianati.
You didn't hear a car accident.
Objection.
Ask it differently.
What's the objection on that? Did you hear a car accident?
When you left 34 Fairview,
I think we'll be fine to ask.
1:45,
The answer is
which door
no.
did you use?
I think I walked out the front door.
And the front door, could I have exhibit 66, Mr. Bates? With the court's permission, may that
Sure.
be displayed?
You guys, I know for those of you on phone, sometimes it's hard to see me. I am smiling because I'm eating breakfast.
A depiction
Everybody brought their glasses to court lately.
Yes.
Glad to see it.
The front door to your home, there are actually 2 of them, correct?
Yes.
And but when you say the front door, you're referring to the door that's lit up in that photo?
Yes.
You can take that off the screen. I'd like to ask you some questions about what you saw or didn't see within the first couple of seconds while you were stepping outside. Coming out the front door of your house, you would agree with me that your parents' front lawn is directly in front of you, correct?
Yes.
By that time, snow had started to accumulate at 1:45 a.m., correct?
Yes.
Against that white snow, did you see a black baseball cap?
I did not.
As you stepped out of the house, did you see a black sneaker?
I did not.
Did you see 45 pieces of red taillight plastic?
I did not.
No. Did you see one piece of red taillight plastic?
I did not.
Did you see a 6'2" man on your parents' front lawn in front of you?
Objection.
Did you?
I did not.
Lolly, why are you objecting
You
to
saw
that?
nothing unusual.
Why are you objecting to that, Lolly? Your theory of the case is that John O'Keefe is on the lawn before she leaves. So why are you objecting to that? Maybe object to your theory of the case then. Because did she see someone on the lawn or not?
On that front lawn of your parents' home, did you?
I did not.
Now, Tristan had parked in the driveway, correct?
I believe so.
When I say Tristan, I'm referring to Tristan Morris, who was your boyfriend.
Are there more than one
Yes.
Tristan?
As you face
Is there
the
more
house,
than one?
that
Who, if any,
driveway
is Tristan?
is to the right, correct?
Yes.
And as you're coming out of the house, the driveway's to the left, which makes sense, right?
Yes.
Where in the driveway was Tristan Morris parked?
I don't remember if he was on the left. My guess would be the left side of the driveway because that would have been closest to me walking out of the house. But I can't say for sure exactly where he was parked in the driveway.
But if it was parked in the driveway, wouldn't you have gone
walked
out the other
to
door?
His vehicle, correct?
Yes.
And actually, when I say his vehicle, it was actually your vehicle, right?
Correct.
That was the
The Jeep.
that you had at that time?
Yes.
I now know
And
what
as you
car
were
everybody
walking
drives.
to that vehicle, you would agree with me, there were no obstructions between you and your parents' front lawn, correct?
Correct.
And as you were walking to that vehicle,
Blizzard.
again, no baseball hat, no sneaker, no pieces of red taillight, and no 6'2" man did you see on your parents' front lawn, correct?
Correct.
And there were no, strike that. After you got into the vehicle, you got into the passenger's side
Yes.
because you had been drinking that night, correct?
Yes.
And it wouldn't have made sense for you to drive home to Easton, correct?
Correct.
So Tristan Morris backed your Jeep out of the driveway, correct?
Yes.
And the tail end of that Jeep, when he backed out, would have gone toward Cedar Crest, correct?
Correct.
Which would mean that the car
The
was not
headlights
facing
would have
toward
gone
the
across
Chapman Street
the
side,
front yard.
correct?
Yes.
And
Hi,
that
George.
would mean that
Hi.
your Jeep, being driven by Tristan, would have driven directly by your parents' full property line, correct?
Correct.
And you were on the passenger's side of the car, correct?
Correct.
The passenger's side was closest to your parents' front lawn as you were driving away, correct?
Yes.
And you drove past the front lawn, correct?
Yes.
You drove past the flagpole, correct?
Yes.
And
see
in all
nothing.
that time from when Tristan Morris pulled out of the driveway and drove right by your parents' front lawn, you never saw anything of the things that I previously asked you about, correct?
I did not, but I also was not looking.
You saw no baseball hat, no sneaker, no pieces of red plastic, and
She's like,
no
I didn't see it.
6'2" man, correct?
Correct, but I also was not looking out my window.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Did anybody in this courtroom ask you if you were looking out your window?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
That was an answer to a question that nobody asked you, correct?
Right.
Objection.
Sustained.
Now, at this point, you would agree with me that you've essentially circled your parents' front lawn, right?
No.
Yes.
Yeah, you came out the front door and were facing
George.
the front lawn, correct?
Correct.
Then you're walking to the left, which means that the front lawn is to your right, correct?
Correct.
Then you're backing up out of the driveway, which means the front lawn is still to your left, correct?
Correct.
And when Tristan pulls the car such that when Tristan Morris pulls the car such that the car is now operating parallel to your front lawn, now the front lawn's to your right, correct?
Correct.
George wants all the attention this morning.
And with regard to all of that time that you were circling that
Covered in
front
fluff.
lawn, you never saw anybody or anything out of the ordinary on that lawn, correct?
I did not.
And you also didn't see any tire tracks in the snow, did you?
Not that I can remember.
Let me have a moment.
Yes.
The thing that's interesting is the defense either is she lying or did she not see anything?
Further questions? Thank you.
It goes to
Okay.
their theory of the case that
Kelly?
she didn't see anything. We'll see.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Their point is he wasn't there yet.
Now, turn your attention back to yesterday. You were asking questions about Courtney Proctor, is that right?
Yes.
You are floofy.
You were asked about whether or not you met her kids, and you said once. Can you explain that?
From what I can remember, I forget exactly where I was, but my aunt Julie Albert had pulled up in her car, and I was talking to her, and she had the 2 kids in her back seat. I think she may have been babysitting them. I didn't ask for specifics, but she rolled down the back window, and that's when I met the 2 kids, and that was it.
Okay, well, how many years ago was that?
I can't say for sure, but definitely like 2 or 3 years ago, maybe.
The one time while they were in the backseat of a car for a couple minutes years ago.
Yes.
How do you remember that then?
Proctor, prior to the day that he came in, or that he conducted an interview with you.
Never.
Now, as you were walking into the house, your testimony is that you saw Colin Albert walking out of the house. Is that correct?
Correct.
Without getting too much into it, as far as photographs of you on a high school track team, that would have been sometime prior to your graduation in 2014, correct?
Yes.
And about how many people were on your track
I
team?
can't hear Lolly.
Over 30, maybe. About 30.
Now, when you were
But
at
you remember
house
meeting the
at
kids
34
once.
Fairview Road on the early morning of the 29th, your father, Brian Albert, and Brian Higgins were out of the room, being the kitchen and the dining area, for some period of time, correct?
Correct.
And about how long period of time are we talking about?
Minutes. I would say at most, maybe like 5 minutes. At most.
Now, you were shown a drawing, essentially, in Exhibit 66 of your parents' house at 34 Fairview Road, up on the screen just now.
Yes.
Have you ever seen that before?
That exact photo? I don't believe so.
Do you know whether or not that was even a photo, or would you be surprised if that was some sort of drawing or rendering of the house?
Yeah, I can't say for sure where that came from or what it is. I don't believe I've seen it before. Could you rephrase the question? Sorry.
No, that's fine. My other question
Ma'am,
is,
it's not
did
you,
happen
it's
to
him.
notice in that particular drawing that there were lights on near the
And he
front
added an
door,
extra
lights
R
on
to
the
draw,
door,
so
all that.
I did notice that, yes.
Do you recall whether or not those lights
It's
were on,
distracting.
or those lights even exist at the time that you were exiting the house on January 28th?
I don't recall. I can't say for sure if those lights were on.
Now, you were asked some questions about exiting the house and coming over to Tristan's car, getting in, your car that Tristan was
So we've
driving.
heard that sometimes the light bulbs
And
just
then
don't
backing
even
out the
work.
driveway and driving away. At any point in time, did you look over to the unlit area on the left side of your parents' property near the flagpole?
Objection.
Form the question differently, Mr. Mallory.
When you walked out the front door, where was your attention directed?
When I walked out the front door, I recall somewhat looking down, trying to make sure I didn't slip. The ground was completely covered with snow at that point. And then my direction was towards Tristan's car, so to the left. Then once I got in the car, I was turned again to the left speaking with him for the majority of the first couple minutes of our car ride back home to Easton.
Was that conversation about how you woke him
When
up to come
exit
pick
the
you up?
door,
Just
come
curious.
onto the brick steps, correct?
Yes.
And the brick steps are covered in snow at that point.
Yes.
Do you recall what you were wearing on your feet? Were they high heels, flats?
I think I had high heel like boots on, something of that nature.
You're walking down the brick steps that are covered in snow in high heel boots, correct?
Yes.
Were
And then
these
walking
boats
over to
made
the car and getting in the passenger side,
for
correct?
walking?
Yes.
And at any point in time, at any point in time in any of this sequence, have any reason to look over to the front yard area of your parents' home in the area of the flagpole?
I did not.
And then you get in the car and you're driving away and you're talking to Tristan, is that
Yes,
correct?
or the boots
Yes.
with the fur.
And so Tristan is driving, you're in the passenger seat, is that correct?
Yes.
So you're looking at him but away from the front lawn as you're driving away, correct?
Yes.
Nothing further.
Very briefly, Judge.
Okay.
Maybe you just testified.
Ask if they were the boots with the fur.
The one time that you saw Courtney Proctor's kids, they were with
Minutes.
your aunt Julie Albert, correct?
Yes.
For minutes. You remember them,
And you
but
just
not
testified
girl in your
that
track team.
That was about 2 or 3 years ago, correct?
That was an estimate. I can't say for sure, but yes.
It wasn't 10 years ago.
No.
2 or 3 years ago, to right now it's May 14th of 2024. 2 years ago would be May 14th of 2022.
We're almost done with this witness.
Yes.
3 years ago would have been May 14th of 2021, correct?
Correct.
It's consistent with Julie. She said a little bit after 2020.
Okay, you are all set, Miss Albert. Thank
I didn't
you.
hear him say I'm done, but that's consistent with Julie, I think.
Mr. Lally, who is your next witness?
Yes, Your Honor,
Tristan.
the Commonwealth will call Mr. Tristan Morris to the stand.
Of course he did. Because we need to know what Tristan saw. Tristan Morris. What witness number are you? Hold on. I forgot to carry over my numbers from yesterday. Witness number 29. Who will be witness number 30? It's kind of nice to see somebody not in a blue or gray suit or black.
Truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you. Take this.
Not mad with the purple jacket.
Okay, whenever you are ready, Mr. Lally.
Did you go to the waterfall?
Good morning.
What, if any, snow
morning.
did you see? Were you at a high
State your
top
name and spell your last
table?
Tristan Morris, Morris,
And Mr. Morris, where do you live?
Easton,
And who, if anyone, do you live there with?
Caitlin Albert.
And what is the nature of your relationship with Caitlin Allen?
She's my girlfriend.
And you've lived together how
have the
long?
two of you been together?
Roughly 8 years.
Sir?
And
She's a lovely young woman, sir. We have questions.
Well, let me ask you this: Do you work, sir?
Yes, I do.
And what do you do for work?
I'm a union pipe fitter.
And how long have you been doing that?
6 years.
Now, if I could turn your attention to the evening of January 28th, 2022, into the following early morning of the 29th. Do you recall that day?
Early morning of the 29th,
Yes.
Also,
Yes,
they've
I
been
do.
dating 8 years, but they're like 24. I can't give them too much of a hard time.
Friday and Saturday, I believe.
They are 24.
And on that particular Friday, what, if any, plans did you have yourself and your girlfriend, Caitlin Albert?
For me, it was just an ordinary day. I went out and I met them for a drink.
They're
About
28?
what time
So I'm
did
going to
you-
ask you to keep your voice.
I thought, oh,
Okay.
you're right. They are 28.
So you indicated you went and met them. Who is that?
More fair.
My girlfriend, Caitlin, and that's all I remember.
And,
Oh, that's
do you
right, 'cause the
recall
brother's
where
25.
Where was it you went?
Waterfall Bar and Grill.
That's somewhere
That's
that you and Caitlin had been to before.
Yes, multiple times.
And do you have any idea what time that was on the 28th?
I don't recall.
And do you recall who, if anyone else, was there in addition to yourself and your girlfriend, Caitlin?
No, I do not.
Do you recall whether or not either of her parents were there?
I don't remember.
You're familiar with her parents, though? Is that fair to say?
Yes, I am.
You're familiar with the family.
It's like,
correct?
I want to
Yes, I
talk
am.
about this none.
And if you recall, about how long was it that you were at the waterfall that evening?
I couldn't estimate, but it wasn't that long.
And wasn't that long? Why? What was it that caused you to leave that night?
Later that night, I had to go plow. I was supposed to wake up pretty early.
And as far as plowing, is that something that you do sort of on the side on a fairly regular basis, or?
Yeah.
Well,
when
when
I can
it
do
snows.
it, I do it. It's extra money.
And how is it that what
Chat relates, sir.
relationship do you have with the company that you do any sort of plowing or shoveling for?
It's my landlord's company.
And is that, when you say plowing, is that sort of residences, businesses, or something else?
All of those, residence, houses, anything, businesses, could be any of them.
It could be a commercial.
We're gonna
parking
try.
lot, could be
We're gonna try not
condo,
to go a different direction with this, sir. He's like, if it needs to be plowed,
Correct.
we got it.
And about what time was it, if you know, that you were supposed to sort of be ready or on call to go out and do that?
So we were waiting for the snow. I just had to be on call for 3 to 4 in the morning, just have my phone on standby and be ready to go. Just how it always is.
Waiting for the snow.
And so when you left, or when you went to the waterfall in Canton, at that time, was it snowing?
I don't believe so.
And when you left the waterfall to go home, why did you went home to rest? Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I needed to sleep, yes.
And when you left the waterfall to go home to Easton to get some rest or to get some sleep, was it snowing at that point?
I don't remember.
Rachel says,
And
I'll take.
at
I would
some
very
point
much like to be
prior
excluded from
you
this
going
narrative
out,
for 800,
either
Alex.
plowing or shoveling early that morning, who, if anyone, was contacted?
What?
Can you repeat the question, please?
No, sir, it's a terrible
After you
question.
went home to rest.
Don't
or
repeat
to
it.
Get some sleep. Well, first of all, were you able to get any sleep?
Barely.
Because my girlfriend called me at
And while you were
1:45 to
home
pick her
in
up.
Easton, who, if anyone, was reaching out to you?
Yes, my girlfriend.
And so your girlfriend, Caitlin, was it calling, texting? How was she reaching out, if you recall?
I believe both.
And about what point in the evening did you start to get calls or texts from her?
I don't remember.
And at some point,
Early.
based on those calls and texts, what, if anything, did you do?
Can you elaborate?
At some point, did you leave Easton and go back to Canton?
Yes, I did.
And do you have any recollection of when that was over the course of the evening or the early morning?
No, I don't remember a time.
And in relation to when you got,
George?
let me ask you this, as far as the calls and the texts that you received from your girlfriend, Caitlin, was that something, was that one or two, or were they repetitive?
There was a couple different texts, yeah.
That was me.
And over the course of about how long a period of time? Was it all within a couple minutes or half hour, hours, if you know?
I don't recall.
And after receiving those, you went to somewhere in Canton, correct?
Yes,
And where did you go?
34 Fairview Road.
And are you familiar with that address?
Yes, I am.
This could have gone
I'm
faster.
familiar with it because at some point during the time that you and Caitlin were dating before you moved in together, she lived there, correct?
Correct.
And about how long a drive is that from where you live in Easton to 34 Fairview Road?
21 to 25 minutes, I would say.
It's very specific.
And do you recall what vehicle you were driving on that occasion?
I do. I was driving a white Jeep Cherokee.
And whose white Jeep Cherokee is that?
Caitlin's.
And did you have a vehicle at that time?
I did.
And what kind of vehicle did you have?
I believe it was a Ford Fusion.
Fairly older Ford Fusion?
2012, yes.
Yes, it was much
So why
disparaged.
was it,
She
that
called it a Taurus.
Your girlfriend Jeep Cherokee versus your older Ford Fusion?
It drives way better in the snow.
And so
We've-
when you
we've
left,
heard.
Your apartment.
The maligned
Easton
Ford.
To drive to 34 Fairview in Canton, was it snowing at that point?
It was.
And
Okay,
do you recall-
hold on 1 second. Ms. Gianetti, can you? Thank you. Go ahead.
So I'm sorry. So when you were driving from Easton,
We could see the whole
to
courtroom.
Canton,
We would have known what was
how
going
much,
on.
Snow had come down at that point,
I don't recall.
and what, if anything, do you recall about sort of the snow that was on the ground in relation to how you drove from Easton to Canton?
I was very cautious. I was 10 and 2 the whole time.
The phone might have been Yanetti's
And
phone.
when you arrived at 34 Fairview, where did you park?
I don't remember.
Do you recall whether you parked on the street or the driveway, or?
No, I don't know.
And when you arrived, what, if anything, did you communicate to Caitlin?
I just told her I was here.
Was that through a text or a call, if you know?
Text, it would be.
You pull up at some point, park somewhere, text her your correct.
He didn't
Yes.
just park somewhere where he parked
And,
actually mattered.
At some point, she comes out of the house. Is that correct?
Correct.
Did you ever get out of the car or go up to the house or go inside the house or anything like that?
No, I did not.
And how much time was it between the time that you texted her that you were here to the time that she came out?
I don't remember.
Was it a long time or anything like that?
No, it wasn't.
And when she comes out, do you recall sort of where within the front of the house she came out?
No, I don't remember.
You're familiar with 34 Fairview, though, correct?
I am.
And there's a couple of different doors on the front of the house. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I wonder if they're going to ask if he's
You
also
don't recall
friends with
specifically
Katie
which door she
McLaughlin.
came out of?
No, I did not.
I feel like it's only fair at this point.
And when she came out, she came over to the car, correct?
Correct.
She gets in. Which part of the car did she get in?
The passenger.
Front seat passenger.
Front seat passenger.
And at some point, you're leaving from 34 Fairview and you're going back to East, correct?
Correct.
Was there any sort of delay or any sort of long period of time that you were in the car in front of the house after Caitlin gets in the car?
No.
So essentially, she gets in and you pull away.
Correct.
And when you pull away from the house, where do you recall which direction you went into to go back to East?
I went up Fairview Road.
And so up Fairview Road.
Literally how I
sort of
describe
heading
directions.
towards, Chapman Street, is that correct?
Past the flagpole.
Yes.
And so as you're going by the house, which side of the vehicle would have been facing the house? Either the driver's side of the vehicle or the passenger side?
Can you repeat that?
As you're going by the property at 34 Fairview Road,
Yeah.
which side of the Jeep that you were driving was facing 34 Fairview Road? Was
The
it
left.
your side or her side?
My side would be facing the street. If I'm coming down, my
Just-
side would be
can
facing
we just
the
say
left side.
driver's side, passenger
And
side?
what I'm asking is when you're driving away.
Away, yes. The passenger side
Yeah.
would be facing her house.
Lolly.
And as you were coming there, would it be the driver's side or your side that was facing the house? If you recall which way you came.
I don't recall.
But as you were leaving the house, Caitlin's side or the passenger side would be facing the house, correct?
Correct.
And as far as the snow that's coming down as you're driving away, what, if anything, did you have to do with regard, or what, if anything, did you do with regard to the vehicle? Did you turn anything on or anything as you were driving?
No, I did not.
So did you have a defroster on?
Yes.
And did you have windshield wipers on?
Correct.
Did you turn anything
So the snow was
on?
coming down
No.
at least at a pace
What about the
that you had
defroster? Yes.
windshield
What about the windshield wipers?
Yes.
Also, yes.
And during that drive,
Okay.
specifically on Fairview Road, but at any point during your drive to Fairview and from Fairview, do you recall anything as far as how the roads were they treated? Did you see plows out, anything like that?
I don't recall.
You didn't notice any plowing? So I couldn't help it.
Can I have one moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Those were very leading questions. So the defroster.
Now, as far as when Caitlin gets into your car, how
But,
do you describe?
Of all the witnesses, he has the strongest I don't want to be here vibes. I don't know what happened to the feed though.
Correct.
Or is it fair to
Nope, that's the base feed.
Not.
she gets in the car? Is it fair to say you guys haven't seen each other for a couple hours? You start talking,
Correct.
and so when you're talking, you're driving. She's in the passenger seat. Is that correct?
It's correct.
And was she facing you while you were talking to her as you're
Yes.
pulling
That's
away?
all leading.
Thank you, sir. I have nothing further.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All leading. This man does not want to be here. At all.
Morning, sir.
Good morning.
You've been dating Caitlin Albert for 7 to 8 years now.
Correct.
The two of you now live together.
Correct.
Are you still living in Easton?
Did you go to
Yes.
Canton High
How
School?
long have you lived together for?
3 years.
When you first met her, where was she living?
Canton.
Where in Canton?
34 Fairview.
Oh, Fred's now watching the trial.
She was living there with her parents at the
Good
time?
job, Fred.
Correct.
Brian and Nicole Albert?
Yes.
You met her parents, Brian and Nicole Albert, several years ago, correct?
Correct.
You've met all of Caitlin's siblings as well?
Correct.
You've spent time at their house?
Yes.
You've spent
Yeah, I
holidays
got
with
you.
them?
Yes.
And you've been over there on weekends, correct?
Yes.
it's fair to say that over the last 7 or 8 years.
Yes, we've been here 84
you've
years,
been
chat. They've been dating
with
78.
the Albert family quite a bit, correct?
Yes.
And you've also been with the McCabe family, correct?
Yes.
And even though you're not married, you consider yourself just about one of the family, correct?
Yes.
Since John O'Keefe's death, you have continued associating with both the Alberts and the McCabe's, correct?
Yes.
Because you're still dating and living with Caitlin, correct?
That is correct.
And in June of 2022, a few months after John O'Keefe's death, you went to Ned Devine's in Boston with many, many men in the family. Correct?
Who?
Yes.
That includes the Alberts, correct?
Yes.
And that includes the McCabe's.
Bar?
Yes.
Do you recall
guessing.
who was there that night?
No, I don't.
Thank you, Chad.
From that night. Would that refresh your memory?
Yes.
May I approach you on?
Yes.
Yes, it is a bar. Thank you. In my brain, I'm just stuck on like it being Ed DeBevick's. Like it's just my LA is showing.
I placed a photograph before you.
Oh, there's a
Look
photo
that
at the bar.
And look up at me when you're done.
Yes.
Does that refresh your memory about who was there that night?
It does.
At the bar.
Are you, by the way, how many people are in that photograph?
Do you want me to count?
With the court?
The amount of people they spend a lot of time with stresses me out.
And
It's
after
so
you
many
count, let's
people.
mark this for identification.
It's very
Yes.
people-y.
12 people, including myself.
Okay, if I could have that marked for ID.
So
12 including
people-y.
myself.
Thank you.
You would agree with me, sir, that at that night at Ned Devine's in Boston, everybody there was, except for you, was either an Albert or a McCabe?
Yes, that's correct.
And the photo that you or somebody decided to take was all of you with your fists clenched, correct?
Objection.
Sustain.
They were all standing there like this?
Did you clench your fists that night?
Objection.
Or were they like this? I have a question
Did all
about
of
the
the Alberts and
fists.
McCabe's clench their
Objection.
fists that night?
Sustain.
That photo was posted to social media, was it not?
Yes, it was.
And it was posted by somebody named Kevin Reardon.
I might need to find another feed in a minute.
My girlfriend's cousin.
He's actually,
But which of the cousin group chats is that cousin in?
the son of one of Nicole and Julie Albert's sisters, correct?
Yes.
And you've met him as well, correct?
Okay, that's it. That's it. That's it. Okay. He's going to shake his fist at this attorney in a second. We're going to get full Shakespearean. It's just, I shake my fist at you. I'm going to switch feeds real quick. Just because I can't with the blipping is blipping ridiculous at this point. So give me one moment, chat, while I pull up another feed. I have looked for feeds with closed captioning. All the feeds we normally use with closed captioning do not have closed captioning on them today, which is frustrating. That was the same yesterday. And I've had issues with Court TV not coming back on time, but we're going to give it, oh no, we're not. Their audio was terrible yesterday. So we are going to see what we can do with closed captioning. This feed says it has closed captioning, but then again, it said that yesterday too. Oh, and you know what? All of the feeds have that same blip. So that's coming from the pool cameras. All right. So we're just going to stay put because that's coming from the pool cameras. All right. Thanks, chat, for letting me double check, but everybody's feeds are going through the same thing. So there's only so much we can do. I'd rather stay with the good audio.
And do you recall the date that photograph?
I mean, I'm not on time, but we don't miss anything. Court TV not being on time, we missed
No, I
stuff.
don't.
I showed you Z for identification.
We missed a whole bunch of stuff yesterday when I was looking at their feed.
Yes.
These are more pictures. I mean, they spend time together. I don't think that's in controversy.
And I'll take it back from you. You've had a chance to look at it.
Yeah.
Having reviewed Z
It's
for
like-
identification, does that refresh your memory as to the date of the posting of that photograph?
Yes.
Were you aware at that time that, and by the way, what date was it?
You just showed me.
I know, and I'm asking you to tell the jury.
It's like,
June 5th, it was dated.
he's like, don't you know?
2022?
Yeah.
Were you aware that June 5th of 2022 was 4 days before Karen Reed was indicted for this case?
Objection, Your Honor.
The objection sustained.
Were you and the Alberts and the McCabe's celebrating the indictment of Karen Reed?
Objection.
Were you?
No.
That seems like a reach.
Thank you.
Does that seem like a reach to you, Chad, or
You've never
no?
testified before any grand jury regarding this case, correct?
I haven't.
You've never testified previously in any hearing regarding this case, correct?
I haven't.
You were at 34 Fairview Road in Canton at 1:45 in the morning or about 1:45 on January 29th of 2022, correct?
That's the real question.
I don't remember the time.
Was it wildly different than 1:45 in the morning, or was it somewhat close to that?
I'm not going to make up a time. I don't remember.
Was it 9 p.m. on the 28th?
I don't remember times.
So if I asked you if you were there to pick up your girlfriend Caitlin at 9 p.m. on January 28th, you couldn't say if that's true or false?
No, because I'm not making up a time.
Okay, so it could have been 9 p.m. that you were there, not 1:45 in the morning.
I didn't say that.
Well,
You kind of did.
you've just said that you can't rule out that it was actually 9 p.m. on the 28th, didn't you?
Objection, Your Honor.
Can you answer that? Did
He
you
said
say
that. Stop it, Ollie.
I didn't say anything. I don't remember a time.
No, I understand.
So I'm not going to make up a time.
Hold on. Only one person can speak at a time.
I
He feels
don't,
like-
it could have been later, could have been early. I don't know a time.
Incredibly
It
defensive.
couldn't have been 9 p.m. on January 28th. Could it have been?
I don't know.
You were at the waterfall though then.
Okay. What time were you at the waterfall?
Yeah.
I don't remember.
Were you at the waterfall?
Yes, I was.
On what date?
The 28th.
Was it in the morning?
It was at nighttime.
It was at night. Okay. What time did you leave the waterfall?
I don't remember.
Did you leave at 5 p.m.?
I don't remember.
So it could have been 5 p.m. that you left.
Could have been 5 in the morning. I don't know.
I mean, you said you had to be up at 3 a.m. though, so can we work backwards?
Okay.
If you needed
You
to
can
be up at 3
decide
a.m.,
what
we can
time
work
it
backwards
was.
from there.
Or strike that. Will you testify that
Chad-
you were at?
I see some of you saying, is he coached? I don't think he's coached. I think he's combative at this point. He's just like, nope, I'm not telling you a time for shit. So I'm not going to tell you a time for shit. So I don't think he's coached. I think he's just being combative with the defense. And I don't think that I don't think that helps how he looks on the stand. So
34 Fairview Road on January 29th.
the judge might not get annoyed,
After
but the jury
midnight.
will.
I don't remember a time.
Okay. But you do remember being there, correct?
At the waterfall?
No, at 34 Fairview.
I remember picking my girlfriend up. Yes.
You do. You've testified to that, right?
Right.
Today.
Yes.
And when you were there,
'Cause he
you
could
had an
say,
opportunity-
I picked up my girlfriend before I needed to be up at 3 a.m. to work, but I don't remember what time it was. And I left the waterfall and I was home. But the thing is, he's like, I don't know time very well, but he also said it was 21 to 25 minutes to get to the house. So there is some time that he is aware of. So that's where it is. That's where it gets into just combativeness. Oh, I'm going to stop.
to see the front lawn to that property, did you not?
Yes.
That's the question.
You pulled into the driveway?
I don't remember where I pulled into.
Really?
Did
But you
pull
remember
into
how you drove out?
when you got there?
I don't remember where I pulled into.
So you say you don't remember where you pulled into. That wasn't my question. My question was, did you pull in any place when you got to 34th Fairview?
Well, I had to pick my girlfriend up, so yes, I did.
You did, okay.
You had to stop
Was
somewhere.
there any place other than the driveway to pull into when you got to 34 Fairview?
No,
So it had to be the driveway,
You
right?
couldn't have
must
pulled
have been.
to the curb?
When you pulled into the driveway, you waited a period of time for Caitlin, correct?
Yes,
And how long a period of time was that?
I don't remember.
Was it more than a half hour?
No,
Was it more than 10 minutes?
I don't remember.
It could have been more than 10 minutes.
Probably wasn't.
And
But how do you
it
know if you don't
probably
remember?
wasn't. That means it probably was less than 10 minutes,
Right.
correct?
I don't remember the time.
Yeah.
During
remember the
that
time. Definitely
that
not
you
more
were
than a half an
waiting
hour.
for Caitlin to come out of the
That's the problem. It's not, I don't need to tell you the problem with the
House while
testimony.
you were
You
in
can
the
see it
driveway.
yourself.
there was nothing obstructing your view of
He
the
kind of
front lawn,
remembers,
correct?
right?
Nope.
All right. And shifting gears for a second, this was on January 29th of 2022, correct?
Yes,
And ultimately, you did pick up Caitlin and take her back to Easton, correct?
correct.
Did you get back to Easton before you needed to be on call?
On January 29th, at any point that day or night, Trooper Michael Proctor never interviewed you, correct?
Correct.
Nor did he interview the next day or the day after that, correct?
Correct.
Or the month of February, correct?
Correct.
Or the entire year of 2022, correct?
That's weird.
Correct.
Or the entire year of 2023, correct?
Correct.
That's weird. That's
The
weird.
first time any investigator of this case interviewed
It's not really
you
weird anymore, but
was May 7th of 2024, correct?
hey, what?
When was that? I don't.
That was
last
1
week.
week ago. That was last Tuesday.
On my birthday.
Correct.
Shut
You were
the
aware-
fuck up.
At the time,
Shut the fuck up. No one interviewed this man until last Tuesday. This is the look, his testimony aside, and his testimony, the jury's just going to be like, yeah, sure, bro. His testimony aside, the bigger issue to me is that no one fucking interviewed this man until Tuesday. He drove to 34 Fairview after the time that the prosecution believes that John O'Keefe was on the lawn with a car with headlights, picking up Caitlin Albert and leaving, driving by where the victim was located, and no one thinks to question him. The fuckery in this investigation continues. So there's nothing the defense can do because they never interviewed him. He didn't testify at a grand jury. So the defense can't pin him down on anything because it was never investigated. And if you have questions about the defense's theory of the case, fine. But I don't know if any of you don't have massive questions about this investigation. Of the over 23,000 of you in the chat, are any of you sitting here going, this investigation seems thorough and solid? Or are all of you just going, what the fuck? How are you not interviewing people? How are you just like, we'll just let it go? Because if they never interview him, there's nothing to pin him down on. How convenient for the investigators. Don't you want to solve what happened? Or do the investigators not want to solve what happened? Are they just like, we've already figured it out? The actions of the investigators are the thing that is going to carry through on this case. Again, these witnesses aside, the actions of investigators are just staggering to me. Chat, granted your motion for code red, because for those of you new to the Law Nerd life, code red is our DEF CON level. We used to have other DEF CON levels, except that I seem to go from 0 to red, so we don't use them often. So DEF CON what the fuck is our real DEF CON level of fuckery. Sometimes we get to orange level of fuckery, but this is DEF CON 10 level of fuckery for the investigators. If any of you are flash sensitive, the flashing will end when the music ends. So we are going to DEF CON red in 3, 2, 1. I can't believe how many days we end up in DEF CON red in this trial.
You were being
I can't believe
interviewed
this.
for the first time by
Yeah,
an
green is the
investigator.
audacity.
This case had already started.
I can't believe this.
Yes.
You were aware that this jury heard opening statements from both counsel on April 29th, which was
So were you
a
watching
week
this case?
before May 7th, correct?
Yes.
Weren't you on the witness list?
So it wasn't until
Weren't you on the witness list and no one interviewed you? You're here. You must have been on the witness list. And yet no one interviewed you. I'm so fucking...
over a week after opening statements that somebody from the state police finally interviewed you, correct?
Nobody from the state police interviewed me.
Oh, did you talk to
Who
the
was it that
DA?
interviewed you?
Nobody interviewed me. I spoke to the DAs about
Right.
coming in here. That was about it.
Okay, I thought you had just testified that on May 7th, that was the first time an investigator reached out for you.
Yeah, to tell me to talk to the DAs. That makes sense.
And when I use the term interview, I don't mean that somebody put a bright spotlight on you and took you into an interrogation room. I'm just asking.
I mean, they definitely didn't do this in this case.
Yes.
Objection.
I'll let it
And-
stand.
Thank you, Ron. And that interview did not take place in person, correct?
No, it did not.
That was a phone interview, correct?
Correct.
What?
And your attorney was on the line for that, correct?
Correct.
Now,
It was a phone interview.
from the beginning of the night on January 28th, your plan was to go home early, correct?
Correct.
Oh my God.
You weren't drinking much, correct?
That is correct.
You had to get up early.
Yes.
And it actually was really early. It could have been as early as 3 a.m., correct?
Correct.
So from the beginning, you knew that you weren't going to get much sleep, correct?
Yes.
And if you were going to get any sleep, you couldn't stay at the waterfall all night, correct?
That is correct.
So you left early.
Yes.
And you planned to go home, get whatever rest or sleep you could get, and then wait for the call to go out plowing, correct?
That is correct.
The plan from the beginning was not for you to leave the waterfall, go to Easton, and then drive back from Easton
Right.
to Canton to pick up Caitlin, and then take her back to Easton so that you could wait for the call for plowing. That was not the original plan, correct?
No, it wasn't.
No, of course it wasn't. So I apologize, Ron.
Of course. He caught the of course. But of course it wasn't. But of course it wasn't. Look, there are times I think this defense overreaches. Sorry for the pause, sir. There are times I think the defense overreaches. But I don't think this is an overreach. You had to be up at 3 a.m. to go work in the snow. You didn't drink much that night. You left the bar early to go home and rest. It was never your plan to drive 30 minutes back to your girlfriend's parents' house to pick her up and then drive 30 minutes back. I mean, ADHD time, 25, back to your house to get up at 3 a.m. That was never, ever your intention, because that doesn't make any fucking sense. This part, not an overreach. This part makes perfect sense because it just is consistent with how humans behave. Then again, I also understand. Caitlin never said, I got drunk and I was annoyed with my mom and I was like, pick me up. Just pick me up. I was done with my family. That's not what she said. She said this was always the plan. He's not saying that. And on that one, who do you believe? I believe him. That was not always the plan.
But the plan changed, correct?
Yes.
And that was because you heard from your girlfriend, Caitlin, correct?
Yes.
And I'm going to ask you a question and hope I get an answer. Do you recall what time it was that she contacted you?
Nope.
No, I don't recall.
I hope I get an answer. Your answer is nope.
Did anybody instruct you not to talk about any times that anything happened?
Absolutely not.
Because it sounds like it.
How did Caitlin contact you that night?
Via text, via phone.
Were you asleep
You were in Easton when she did that, correct?
or were you awake?
Yes.
Did it
She
wake
was
you up?
At 34 Fairview?
Yes.
And by the way, the snowstorm was no surprise to you that night, right?
No.
He was
And
going
that's
to
why
bed
you were
because that's
waiting
why he was
to
going to
plow,
bed.
correct?
Yes.
That snowstorm had been forecast.
Yes.
And it had started snowing by midnight, correct?
I don't remember when it started snowing.
More people knew about this snowstorm than knew about the Northern Lights. I wish that had been advertised more. You know what was advertised more than anything in the world? This snowstorm.
But for some reason, Caitlin now needed to get picked up before you went plowing, correct?
Yes.
He knew that time.
That meant, despite the fact that you had to get up potentially at 3 a.m., you now had to make the trip back and forth between Canton and Easton a second time,
That.
correct?
Yes.
It's what, an hour round trip?
And you considered it to be important enough that you agreed to pick up Caitlin despite the changing plans, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, when you pulled into that driveway, you at least temporarily parked in the driveway waiting for her, correct?
Yes.
What other cars were in the driveway at that time?
I don't remember.
What side of the driveway did you park on?
I want to know what
I
her
don't remember.
tone was when she
After
called
you
him.
parked, you texted Caitlin to tell her that you were there, correct?
Yes.
And you previously testified that you don't remember how long it took for her to come out of the house, correct?
I don't remember.
And I started to ask you, and I'll just finish that line of questioning.
And when Dr. B
At
and I
that
were
point, the
dating,
front lawn of the house
I would have
was
gone and
to your
picked him
left,
up.
correct?
He would have picked me up.
Would have been, yes.
Right, and there were no obstructions
would have been
between
annoyed.
you and the front lawn blocking your view, correct?
I wouldn't be staring at her grass. So no.
That's not what he asked.
I didn't ask you where you were staring. I was just asking if there were any.
Well, isn't that a telling answer? Sometimes it's the answers to the questions that weren't asked that say a lot. He's like, you're not saying I saw shit. Listen to this answer to the question.
To tell her that you were there, correct?
Yes.
And you previously testified that you don't remember how long it took for her to come out of the house, correct?
I don't remember.
And I started to ask you, and I'll just finish that line of questioning. At that point, the front lawn of the house was to your left, correct?
It would have been, yes.
Right, and there were no obstructions between you and the front lawn blocking your view, correct?
I wouldn't be staring at her grass. So no.
Okay. I didn't ask you where you were staring. I was just asking if there were any obstructions.
Okay, yeah.
And the answer to that question is?
No.
Was snow starting to accumulate at that time?
I don't remember.
You recall if there was any snow on the ground?
Yes, because I was driving cautiously.
And against that white snow, did you see a black baseball cap?
Absolutely not.
And as you sat in that driveway, you also did not see a black sneaker?
Absolutely not.
And you also did not see 45 pieces of red plastic
No.
or even one piece?
No.
And you certainly did not see a 6'2" man on the lawn of your girlfriend's parents' home, correct?
No, I did not.
You saw nothing unusual in that front area of the lawn, correct?
No, I did not.
Caitlin got into the Jeep.
Correct.
The plan was for you to drive the Jeep back to Easton with her, correct?
Yes.
You backed out of the driveway, correct? And you turned the rear end of that car toward Cedar Crest, correct?
Not towards Cedar Crest. I was going up the hill. So would you
Okay,
be favor?
if I suggested to you that going up the hill would take you towards Chapman, does that make sense?
Absolutely not. It's
Yeah.
a real strong
And the
statement.
other end of the street was Cedar Crest, right?
Towards that way, yes.
Okay, so the rear end of your car was towards Cedar Crest and you were facing up the hill towards Chapman, right?
Yes.
All right. That would have meant that you were driving your vehicle past really the entire length of Brian Albert's front lawn, correct?
Yes.
And the front lawn would have been on Caitlin's side of the car, correct?
Yes.
And you drove past the flagpole that you're familiar with, correct?
Yes.
And as you drove past that entire front lawn, you never saw any of the things I previously asked you about: the baseball hat, the sneakers, the pieces of red plastic, or a 6'2" man, correct?
I did not.
You saw nothing out of the ordinary, correct?
Correct.
And you saw no tire tracks in the snow leading to the Albert's front lawn, did you?
I did not.
You didn't see anything that would lead you to conclude that there had been a car crash there, correct?
Absolutely not.
Sustained.
He should be able to ask that. I don't know why that was sustained so fast, but he was starting to say absolutely not.
Mr. Lally?
Just briefly on.
Well, the defense is in an interesting spot, I think, because these witnesses, some seem less than truthful, downright evasive. Some, the evasiveness is an interesting thing. But the defense is also relying on them for their case, right? The defense is saying, look, all of these people left and no one saw John O'Keefe. So it makes no sense that John O'Keefe was there. That is part of the defense's theory. But if you don't believe any of these witnesses, do you believe that John O'Keefe is not there? Do you believe part of their testimony and not the other part of their testimony? That's the difficult thing. It's like, do we believe this part and not the other part? But all of them are clear. We didn't see anyone on the lawn. We didn't see taillights. We didn't see anything reflecting in the snow. Snow is bright AF. It's a difficult balance on believe this part of what they say, not that part of what they say. But again, why would they lie about seeing John O'Keefe there? If they had seen him, wouldn't someone have called the police? This case is just...
That photograph that you were shown, do you know what that was?
And Lolly's going to be like, you saw a photo?
No, I don't.
Great.
Now, prior to,
I do think the celebrating the indictment of Karen Reed was a reach on the part of the defense. And it's interesting to me when they reach that way, because there is so much else, there's so much else here that's odd, that's suspicious, that's too convenient. Why reach on some of the things that aren't?
No, I don't.
I don't even know what Lolly said. Lolly is, the court reporter has mics near him, but I can't hear him at all. Lolly seems to have lost the will to ask questions.
That photograph that you were shown, do you know what that was, what that gathering was in regard to?
No, I don't.
Now, prior to you leaving the waterfall, or during the course of any of the texts or phone calls that you...
Loopy Lou asked, do we know what time John died? We know roughly when he was pronounced. We do not know what time he got onto the lawn. We are getting to after Karen and John left the waterfall. Sometime after 12:30 p.m. is when they arrived, but we're not there yet.
Received from Caitlin. Was there any sort of reason that was discussed as far as picking her up and bringing her to Easton before you went off to plow?
Can you repeat that?
Sorry.
From your discussions with
rude.
Caitlin, what was the reason that you went back to 34 Fairview to pick her up and bring her home?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Why'd you do that?
Well, she's high maintenance. I didn't really want to have to deal with it.
Well, sir, that's the most truthful thing you've said on the stand.
Yes.
Why did you go pick her up? Well, she's high maintenance and I didn't want to hear it. Chat, most of you were thinking it anyway.
And did she say why she wanted to come home?
Objection.
Want to get snowed in?
I'll allow
Your Honor, come on. That is clearly hearsay. Judge, stop it.
Now, you've testified before.
He
that
said
as
she
you
didn't
were
want to get
driving
snowed in.
around
It's
that
what
night,
she
you
said
were
too.
cautious and your hands were attentive to. Is that right?
Absolutely.
So as you're driving past your girlfriend's parents' house, was there any reason, excuse me, was there any reason for you to direct your attention to the front lawn area of their home?
Absolutely not.
Nothing further on.
Okay, you are all set.
Thank you very much.
I also am someone who identifies as high maintenance.
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth call me.
I say it's having, reasonable expectations and communicating them clearly. Some people think that's high maintenance, some people don't, but I can also understand, please come pick me up. But it was very funny. It was because you know what? That's the only thing that makes sense when you're not like, no, just stay at your parents'. He didn't want to hear it the next day. Fine. I get it. That was believable. But everything else he said leading up to that put his testimony in question, right? So I think it's okay. Everyone, ladies, gentlemen, theys, law nerds, humans of the chat, it's okay to have expectations and communicate those clearly. There's nothing wrong with that.
Ms. Sara Levinson to the stand.
Oh, we're not getting to Julie Nagel yet? Does Sara Levinson have anything to add other than she was at the house, Lolly? You do not have to call every witness on your fucking witness list. Did she see anything other than snow, Lolly?
Follow this way, just watch your step. On.
He doesn't have to call every witness.
Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear to give the court
Witness 30, things we don't know, how the victim died, when he supposedly got hit by a car, and what the defendant did. Things we do know, the entire lineage of the Albert family and all of their friends. This is Wit 30.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Sara Levinson, Levinson.
And where do you live, man?
Canton.
I feel for her. She's like, I went to my friend's house.
And who, if anyone, do you live in Canton with?
My parents.
Now, do you work there?
Yes.
What do you do for it?
I'm a registered nurse.
And how long have you been a registered nurse?
3 years.
We're sorry you're missing work for this, Sarah.
Now, ma'am, if I could turn
Well,
your
that
attention
squirrel is getting...
the evening of January 28, 2022.
Sir, that bird feeder is not for you.
Do you recall those days?
Yes.
Do you recall what days of the week?
Friday was the 28th, Saturday the 29th.
And as far as that evening of the 28th, what, if any, plans did you have for that evening?
My plans were to go to my friend Brian's house for his birthday celebration.
And
She went
your
over-
friend, that would be Brian Albert Jr. Is that
To hang out with
Correct.
Brian Albert
Do you
Jr.
know how old he was turning for his birthday?
23.
And how long or how did you know Brian Albert Jr. at that time?
We met in high school. He's the grade below me. So I would say now it's been about 10 years. So about 8.
And that his house, as far as 34 Fairview Road, had you been there before?
Yes.
How many times was that?
Yes.
And
You're friends
on
with
that,
Brian.
particular evening, how was it that you came to be there? How did you get there?
My friend Julie's father drove us.
And your friend Julie, is that Julie Nagel?
Correct.
There was this one New Year's Eve where my dad drove us around.
How long have you known each other?
It was ridiculous.
Middle school. So
I very much
a little
appreciate
bit
it.
longer than how long I've known Brian for.
He's like, y'all aren't driving.
Miss Nagel,
And we're like, thanks, Dad.
Yes.
And so her father drives you from your house, picks you up at some point, and brings you over to 34th Fairview.
Correct.
Oh my God, none of
Do
this
you know about
matters.
what time it was that you arrived at 34th Fairview?
Between 7 and 8 p.m.
This witness was at the kickback at Brian Albert's house for his birthday drinking White Claws.
Besides, who, if anyone, was in the house?
I'm going to go get a sweatshirt because I'm freezing.
It was Brian
BRB
Jr.,
chat.
Nicole Albert, Caitlin Albert, and Julie Albert.
And what was, as far as your understanding, what was sort of the plan for that particular evening?
We were all going to meet at Brian's house. His family was going to go out, his mom, aunt, and sister. And then we were kind of going to go from there, whether we were going to go out or stay home. It was up in the air.
And when you arrived there, So at some point, did his mother, Nicole Albert, his aunt and his sister leave the house?
Correct.
How long a period of time was it from the time that you and Julie arrived to the time that Brian's mother, aunt, and sister left?
15 to 25 minutes, I would say.
And did you have any idea where they were going?
No.
Now, as far as during that time after they left, what was it? Do you recall sort of where in the house you were hanging out, or what you were doing?
We were in the family room and in the kitchen as well.
Sorry to leave you alone, Chad. I got cold.
Area within the Albert house at 34 Fairview, were you familiar with that?
Yes.
He could have just
The kitchen and the
gotten to the
dining room
point.
are sort of the same room, is that correct?
Correct.
And the family room.
I know
that
not
you're
to expect that
talking
11 days in.
about, well, let me ask you this. Sort of,
This is such a waste of
with
time.
respect to 34 Fairview, there are basically two front doors.
So, Mr. Lally, I think we can move on from the general description of the house.
Thank goodness, Your Honor.
One last question in regard to that.
It-
So the family room that you're talking about, where is that in relation to the kitchen dining room?
If you're looking at the house, it's to the right.
Now, what is it that, at some point in time,
The judge-
did other people join you and Julie and Brian Jr. at the house?
The judge
Between
needs
8 and
to
9 o'clock.
And who was it?
say something more directly to Mr. Lally outside the presence of the jury
Courtney
about
Alba, Catherine Duty,
the
Emily
repetitive nature of the
Fabiano,
testimony.
and Mary Kent.
I'm going to ask you to spell all of those last names for us. if you
Good
would,
luck,
please.
ma'am.
So Courtney Alba, ALBA.
Somebody
Catherine
asks
Duty,
me,
it's
spell everyone's last name.
KATHRYNDOODY.
Sorry.
Emily Fabiano, the last name.
Though Duty being DOODY is hilarious.
B
I'm sorry to Miss Duty, but
BIANO, I believe.
they went to middle
might
school
be
with you,
one
Miss
B.
Duty.
And then Mary Kent, KENT.
Thank you.
Like, your last name is Duty.
With respect to Miss Alba, Miss Duty, Miss Fabiano, and Miss Kent, how did you know them?
What was it like being in middle school with a
I
friend whose last name was Duty?
Knew Catherine and Emily since elementary school. Mary and Courtney I had known since high school. Courtney I was more of an acquaintance with because she was friends with Brian.
I'm not surprised there's an Emily. At some point, the Catholic names are going to Catholic name.
Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, during the time that you were at the house on Fairview, you mentioned earlier you were in sort of the family room area. Where else did you go?
Japes has said a tad immature, Emily. Oh, we're
Just
not even at the beginning of
family
my
room,
level of
the
immaturity
kitchen
yet.
/ dining room, and then the bathroom off the kitchen.
And
All of this is a waste of time.
So I'm clear as far as what I'm asking. When I'm saying you sort of in the plural. So it's you in addition to all the other people that
The
you
royal
Is
you?
there any other area of the house that the group of you went?
Brian took either Mary or Catherine. I don't remember which one, upstairs at one point to see their family dog.
I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up if you would, please. Thank
Sorry.
The dog was upstairs. Great.
And,
Let's move on.
About how long a period were they upstairs in the family?
No more than 5-10 minutes.
And so what was it that the group of you were doing at the house over the course of this evening?
So we were celebrating Brian's birthday. They had gotten calzones. We were eating and then we were drinking.
And in general,
Fun fact,
if you recall,
I had never really enjoyed calzones until I went to UMass Amherst. And then I enjoyed them too
Like
much.
spiked seltzers. I know Brian was most likely drinking White Claw because that's really all he drinks. I remember
Cheers, Brian Albert Jr.
one of the other girls bringing Trulies. I'm not sure about the other
White Claws
people,
are superior to Truly.
but around that
Fight
type
me.
of stuff.
and you know how
She's
much
like, I'm an RN, I'm not drinking.
people sort of had to drink while they were there?
I'm not completely sure. No one was tipping over.
She's like, I don't want to end up in a work
Whatever
situation,
you had
so can y'all
with
not?
Each other, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, at some point, over the course of the evening, so you're eating, you're drinking.
If anyone wants to hear more of her testimony, I'm going to continue
Yes,
to answer
music.
questions.
And if you recall, like sort of how did the.
What they're doing at this party is completely irrelevant. High noons
Through
are
a Bluetooth
quite good,
speaker.
Emily.
And
This conflicts with other testimony that said the mom put the speaker on from Caitlin Albert.
over the course
I don't
of
think
the
it's
evening,
super
in addition to
relevant.
the people that you just mentioned, at some point, did somebody else come by the house?
Yes.
Katie said White Claw's overrated.
Colin Albert.
High noon is quite good.
Did you know Colin Albert prior to that evening as well?
Yes.
And about how old was Colin?
Did any of you look at the 17-year-old and be like, what are you doing here? Can you go? Like, can you not? Like, can you not? They're all roundabouts 23, 24 years old. You know what people in their mid-20s don't want to hang out with? Is a 7, with the exception of a few influencers on this platform. But nobody wants to hang out with a 17-year-old. Nobody. So I'm actually interested to hear what she thinks about Colin Albert being there.
Around that time.
And I
High
was married at
school,
24.
like late high school.
And how was it, or how well did you know Colin Albert?
Not very well. Like I said, I'd been friends with Brian for about 8 years at that point, and I know Colin's older brother, Christopher, pretty well. He's my age. I grew up with him, known him since elementary school, so it's kind of like
They're cousins,
we weren't
To
friends, I
Brian,
wouldn't say.
but this
Me
isn't a
and
family
Colin, but
gathering.
We were cordial.
This is
So your younger
Brian
brother
Albert
was
Jr.
somebody
and his friends.
Correct.
And he was your friend Brian Albert Jr.'s cousin, correct?
Correct.
Now, with respect to Colin, do you know about what time he arrived?
I can't say for sure. Not sure.
Sometime before or after the other Miss Ken, Miss Fabiano, Miss Alba, and Miss Judy arrived?
He was there when Miss Fabiano, Kent, and
Motion granted
he
for
was,
1.25.
there when
I
Miss Judy,
can't.
Miss Fabiano, and Miss Kent were there. I'm not sure if Miss Alba was still there because she left separately from those three.
And you mentioned that you had come over to the house getting a ride from Miss Nagel's father, correct?
Correct.
Do you know how the other women got over to the house as far as Miss Ken, Miss Fabiano, Miss Alba, and Miss Judy?
They got dropped off. I'm not sure by who.
So fair to say there weren't like a line of cars out in front of the house, right?
Correct.
And about how long, with respect to that group that was there as far as you and the other young women, about how long a period of time were you all at the house?
2 to 3 hours.
So do you know about what time it was that Miss Alba, Fabiano, Miss
I think she's kind of our best timekeeper
Miss
for the whole
Alba
night.
left before the other three. Her boyfriend picked her up, and then Miss Kent, Miss Judy, and Miss Fabiano all left together. I know it was before midnight.
And when they left, was Colin Albert, was he still there?
I believe so.
And you know how much time or overlap there was between Colin Albert and the other women as far as Miss Kent, Miss Fabiano, and Miss Judy?
I don't remember exactly.
Like, I think she's
Now,
kind of our
from-
best timekeeper with all of this.
Recollection of that evening, how would you describe sort of the mood or the demeanor within the house? Over the course
She's
of those
not
days?
drinking. She's a nurse.
Everything was good, happy. We were celebrating.
I think her sense of
No
time is good.
issues.
No issues with.
She knew who came and went.
Now, after, at some point in time, later on in the evening or in the early morning of the 29th, who, if anyone else, came to?
So Mr. Albert, Brian's father, Mr. Higgins, Mrs. Albert, Brian's mother, Caitlin Albert, Brian's sister, Jennifer McCabe, Brian's aunt, and then Matt McCabe, Brian's uncle.
Let me.
And she knows the whole family.
So as far as the order of people arriving, at some point did you learn where they were coming from?
Yes.
Where were they coming
Brian's
hearsay.
father and Mr. Higgins, as far as I knew,
Yeah,
were
that's
coming
all
from
calling for
New York.
hearsay.
They were at a funeral for a fallen police officer. And Brian's other family members, aunt, uncle, mother, and sister, they were out in Canton. I wasn't sure what establishment.
And so those people that you've described, did they all come at the same time, or did they come in sort of staggered fashion, or how did they arrive?
Brian's father and Mr. Higgins arrived first, but they all arrived within 5 minutes of each other.
And first, in reference to Brian's father, Brian Sr., you had obviously met him on prior occasions, correct?
Correct.
And Brian Higgins, is that someone that you had met before, or you had known prior to that evening?
No.
And when Mr. Albert and Sr. and Mr. Higgins arrived at the residence on Fairview, was Colin Albert still there?
I don't remember.
Do you have any recollection of those people being
Because
in
it
the same room at the same time?
Doesn't matter to her.
I don't remember.
And so, as far as Brian Jr., your friend, his mother's name is Nicole, is that right?
Correct.
His sister's name is Caitlin.
Oh my
Correct.
God, we know,
You know
Lolly.
them prior to the evening of the 28th.
Yes.
And with respect to Caitlin, how would you describe your sort of relationship with her?
We were friends in high school.
Fair to say that you were closer with Brian Jr. versus Caitlin, correct?
Correct.
Are there
And,
pictures?
same question in regard to Colin Albert. Do you recall whether or not he was there in the house at the time that Nicole and Caitlin came?
I don't remember.
Yanetti's yawn is me.
And then as far as Jennifer and Matthew McKay, were you familiar with them prior to the evening of the 28th?
It
I
doesn't
knew who
matter.
they were. I'm not sure if I've ever had a conversation with them prior to that.
When you say you knew who they were, how was it that you knew who they were?
I knew they were Brian's aunt and uncle.
Had you ever met them before or had any occasion to see them anywhere before that you can recall?
I know I had seen or met Jen before. I'm not sure about Matt.
And same question in reference to, as far as Colin Albert, do you recall whether or not he was in the house at any point in time when the McCabe was there?
I don't remember.
You recall Colin Albert leaving the house at some point.
Yes.
You just don't recall when it was in relation to when
That's
they arrived
leading.
from wherever they were.
No.
And do you recall how it was that he left the house?
He got a ride.
You know who he got a ride from?
Objection.
That would be hearsay.
No.
Next question.
Now, when these other people came to the house, we'll refer to them as the older adults, is that a fair portrayal of them?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Other than the rest of the people that were there earlier. Than
Correct.
so that group that came in later, as far as when they arrived, where were they in relation to the house? Like, where were they situated?
We were all in the dining/kitchen.
We know that
So all in that same sort of area.
Correct.
Now, at any point in time over the course of the evening, do you recall anybody from that group of people sort of going anywhere else in the house that you saw?
Not that I remember.
And with respect to the house on Fairview Road, you're familiar with where the basement is located in the house, is that correct?
Yes.
And at any point in time in the evening, did you see anybody from that group, either before or after, go anywhere near the basement or go into the basement area?
No.
Lolly is now not proving his case, but
respect to the
it
sort of
feels like
movement
Lolly is trying to
around, those folks
disprove
arrived,
the defense's theory and not actually
No,
focus on his
when
own case.
Those people started coming back in from wherever.
And that's, I think, why it feels like we're so in the weeds.
12:15. It wasn't that long after it struck midnight.
So sometime after the strike at midnight, these other folks start to come back to the house.
Correct.
And from that period, from 12:15 or so, from that period, about how long was it after that that you were at the house on Fairview?
I left between 1:30 and 2 a.m.
So about an hour and a half or so after they got there.
Correct.
That's actually
Now, with
helpful.
respect to that hour and a half or so after they got there, how would you describe sort of the mood and the demeanor?
How did you leave and where was Caitlin Albert when you left?
Same thing. We were celebrating, happy, dancing, all that.
The drinking continued, correct?
Correct.
No issues or arguments or anything that you observed, correct?
Correct.
Now, within the area of the kitchen dining area, at some points, do you recall where people were? I'm talking later in the evening.
Can you imagine somebody
Folks come
asking
back
you
to the-
2 years
the
later
house
for a
after-
seating chart of where
Remember
everyone
those
was at a
people were
party?
situated around the kitchen dining room area at that time?
Yes.
And could you describe to the jury sort of where they were?
So the dining room table is a square. So, and it was in front of the front window.
What kind of wood is it made out of?
So in front of the front window where their back would be to the window was my friend Julie Nagel. I was sitting then,
Did you see Julie's brother arrive?
I don't know, was that perpendicular? I haven't taken math in a long time. I was sitting here. If the window's here, I was sitting on this side.
Ma'am, he's asking you a painful question.
Facing
It's not
kind
on
of,
you.
I could see the front door. And then
You went to your friend's house and
my
ended up here.
right, Brian Sr. and Mr. Higgins were standing. So they're back towards the kitchen. And Mrs. Albert Nicole was sitting with her back to the front door area. And Jen and Matt and Caitlin, I don't believe were sitting.
And over that course of hour and a half or so after those.
We need Law and Lumber to tell us the wood of everything in this case, including the courtroom. I have questions.
No.
Didn't see Karen.
As far as on January 28th into the 29th.
And John.
22, did you know anybody by the name of John O'Keefe?
No.
And did you know anybody by the name of Karen Reed?
No.
And with respect to either of those people or any other people, no one else came into the house while you were there?
Correct.
Now, at some point in time,
What I appreciate about her testimony that rings more true to me, and I think he could have sped this up. I think the neutral, like the more neutral third parties, not members of the Albert family, are helpful testimony. It was odd that the Albert family, every single member, when asked, did John O'Keefe come into the house? Did Karen Reed come into the house? All of them were like, absolutely not. He asked her, did you see anyone else come into the house? No. Do you know anyone by this name? No. Do you know anyone by that name? No. Did you see anyone else come into the house where you were there? No. The neutral testimony will help. So for those of you asking, why is she there? She was hanging out with Brian Albert Jr.
Julie, did she go outside of the house?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what that was in regards?
I find her testimony
Her
helpful.
older brother Ryan was
At this
coming
part.
to pick us up to take us home. So she went out to talk to him. Prior to him arriving, she said something to me along the lines of Ryan's coming to get us, which Jen McCabe said.
Question. And so
I think that's going to
in relation
explain,
when
but did
folks
Jen
arrived
McCabe end up driving them all
on
home?
34 Fairview, when was this that you had this conversation with Julie about her brother coming to you guys out?
Around 12:30, give or take.
And at some point, did Julie go outside the house?
Good to see you,
Yes.
Rob.
And did you have any occasion to look outside at any point when she was out there?
No.
And about how long period of time was Julie outside the house?
No longer than 5 minutes.
And after that, her going outside no longer than 5 minutes and coming back inside, were there other arrangements that were made as far as how you and Julie were going to get home that night?
Yes.
And what were those arrangements as far as what was your understanding of how you were getting home that night?
That's not hearsay.
Jen McCabe and Matt McCabe would drive us home.
Why,
Now-
though? Why not just go with Julie's brother?
Jen McCabe, around that time that Julie went outside of the house, what, if anything, did you observe her to be?
Her phone was plugged in behind me, charging. She was checking it periodically.
And again, if you could remind the jury, sort of, what was it that was behind you as far as where was it?
So where I was sitting behind me was a wall.
The jury doesn't care.
And then behind that wall would be the family room.
But why did you go home with Jen?
Something specific that her phone was like resting on, or was it just sort of hanging out of the plug, or how was it?
Oh my God, Lolly, nobody
think it
cares
was
how the
just
phone was
resting on the
charging.
floor.
And with reference to her phone, was that something that Ms. McCabe came over and looked at any point in time while it was charging?
Yes.
How many times?
I'm not sure, to be exact.
Let me ask you this: was it once or more than once? Or
Lolly has lost the will to be in this
Um,
trial any longer, but he's always this quiet.
More than once, I would say.
Let's see if I can gain him up a little bit.
and without any reference to anything that was said, was there some
There we go.
conversation that you had with Ms. McCabe during the time?
Is that better? Or is that too loud?
Myself, no. In general, I remember her saying someone was coming.
Oh, now it's peaking.
And that someone that she indicated was coming, again, no one ever actually came in the house or was around the house that you were aware of, correct?
Correct.
That's helpful. Jen McCabe anticipated
And so about what time was it that you
John O'Keefe and
left
Karen Reed showing up
Fairview on that particular evening?
because she told
Between
them to.
1:30 and 2 a.m.
And you left with your friend, Ms. Nagel, as well as Mr. and Mrs. McCabe, correct?
Correct.
And do you recall what kind of vehicle they had or what they were driving on that evening?
Some sort of like large Subaru type. I don't know the exact make
Was it
or
a
brand, but
Subaru?
a large. All I could say was like a Subaru, not a Subaru, not a Suburban. I don't know cars.
An
like
SUV.
like a Tahoe, like a big
SUV.
car.
So like a
Subaru.
bigger SUV, correct?
Yes.
And within the SUV that you eventually got into and took a ride home, correct?
Yes.
And if you recall, from within the SUV that you got into, was there, as far as the back seat was concerned, was it 2 rows, 3 rows, or something else?
It was 3 rows.
And where was that vehicle parked when you came out to get into?
In the driveway.
And when you came out to go from the house to the car, what, if anything, did you observe as far as what was the weather doing at that point?
It was snowing.
And as far as the snow that had come, was there any sort of accumulation on the ground that you saw?
Yes.
And so based on that, what, if anything, do you recall about sort of your walk from the front door to the McCabe's vehicle in the driveway?
So we exited the front door and went down the
He's trying to ask if it
front
was
walkway to the
slippery.
driveway. As I said, it was snowing. Julie and I were like arms linked, and I was looking down at my feet to make sure I didn't slip.
And why were you looking down at your feet?
She just said that. Listen to her,
I
listen
wore
to her
shoes
answer.
that my mother told me not to wear because they didn't have traction, but they went with my outfit, so I wore them anyways. And I knew if I had slipped and fell, she would say, "I told you so." So I made sure not to do that.
And
Fair.
when you get to the vehicle, do you recall sort of who was driving and who sort of sat where within the vehicle?
Yes. So Matt was driving. Jennifer was in the passenger seat. Julie was behind Matt on the driver's side, and then I was behind Jen.
And
Honestly,
when you get into
so real.
the back of the vehicle, do you recall, was there any sort of conversation about, did either Mr. or Mrs. McCabe know where the two of you lived at that point? No.
How?
They did not.
So I imagine there was some discussion as far as where to or what was the address or something like that.
Yes, correct.
Do you recall?
I like this witness a lot. I think she's just absolutely telling it like it is. You can tell with the different witnesses, right? When they're telling it like it is, when it's parsed. But why is Jen McCabe like, no, we'll take you home? Like Julie's brother showed up to take them home. Why is Jen McCabe like, no, we'll take you home? Why the change in plans? Like, I don't understand Jen McCabe's change in plans for her and for her friend Julie. Like, if I'm Julie's brother at that point, I showed up and I'm like, I thought I was taking you home. And it's like, no, we're getting another ride with somebody else. Why the fuck did I leave my house then, Julie? I want to hear from the three of them. Like, why is Jen McCabe like, oh, we're taking you? Like, and we don't know where you live?
If that was something that was like plugged into a GPS, or were you just sort of giving verbal instructions?
I don't remember.
And do you recall as far as the order of who got dropped off first versus yourself and Ms. Nagel?
Yes,
And who got dropped off?
Julie.
And about how far a drive is it from the address on Fairview to Julie's house?
Less than 5 minutes.
And same as far as, so from Julie's house, you then went to your house, is that correct?
Yeah, about 5 minutes, I would say, from Julie's to mine.
So 5 minutes or so from Fairview to Julie's and 5 minutes or so from Julie's.
Correct.
Now, when you get in the back of the vehicle, do you recall?
And then Jen went home, but then Jen went home and Googled how's long to die in the snow at 2:27. So her testimony that she left around 2, right in that area before 2, if Julie actually drove these two home, which I believe her testimony, then it makes sense that Julie's getting home right at 2, right around 2. But I think Lolly's trying to establish when Jen McCabe is getting home, because Jen was Googling, not Julie. So it's now them leaving right around 2 and it being like 10 minutes to drop everybody off to get back to Jen McCabe's house still puts her home around the time that she's supposedly Googling. and up and awake at 2:27 because she's dropped everybody off. So I am going to need to know a lot more about Jen.
Discussion while you were in the driveway before you left.
So yes, we got in
This timing's
to
important.
the car. Matt forgot his jacket inside, so he went back to get his jacket. And Julie and I were in the back seat looking around. One of us noticed, I remember, a loaf of bread, just a lone loaf of bread in the back seat. We
Snow
said
prep.
something to Jen
Milk and
because I
bread.
thought it was weird. And she said something along the lines of,
It's
oh,
snowing.
anyone want a peanut butter and jelly on the way? Like making a joke. So we were looking back at the third row.
Snow
And
prep,
so
milk and bread. I don't know why
McCabe is
that's
in
the
front
case,
of
but
the
it
vehicle
is.
At this point.
Yes,
So she sort of turned to talk to you while you were in the backseat.
correct.
And when she turned towards the center of the car or the window or something else.
To the center.
And if you recall, Mr. McCabe gets his jacket, comes back in the car, and at some point backs out of the driveway.
Correct.
And when Mr. McCabe drives from there headed towards...
I probably would have said yes, by the way. Yeah, sure.
you
Give me a
recall
sandwich.
which direction that the vehicle was facing as far as going by the house on Fairview?
So,
Let me ask it probably in a better way.
okay.
So at some point, did you drive
Really?
past the 34 Fairview Road residence on the way to Julie's house?
Yes.
And when you did so, which side of the McCabe's vehicle was facing the Fairview Road residence? Was it the side that you're on or the side that Julie's on?
The side I was on.
And at the time that you were driving,
Passenger side.
was there a conversation still that was going on in the backseat of the car or with anybody
Why
else?
did nobody see anything?
Yes.
And who was sort of engaged in conversation with that?
Myself and Julie.
And so you're looking at her direction while you're talking to her, is that correct?
Correct.
And as you're driving past the house, what, if anything, does Julie say?
Objection.
Ask it differently, Mr. Rowley.
Lally, you need to
As you're
establish
driving past the
why
house,
there's a hearsay
What, if
exception.
any, conversation were you having with that?
Objection.
So I'm going to see Councilor Tybar on this one issue.
He needs to
Feel free to stand
establish.
up.
He needs to establish the hearsay objection. For those of you that are newer to my channel or newer to this case, we heard in opening statements that Jen McCabe Googled how HOS, but if you look at the keyboard there, right, how's long to die in the snow at 2:26, 2:27 a.m. right after Brian Albert's mystery answered 22-second butt dial with Brian Higgins from the phones that have now disappeared. That timing is very interesting to me. So for this witness to actually put us closer in time, and this witness I would probably pin the timeline on at this point because I believe her memory of the events the most so far. She says she's leaving around 2 a.m., that Jen McCabe drives her and her friend home, that it's, 5 minutes from the house to drop off Julie, another 5 minutes to drop her off, like 10 minutes. That puts Jen McCabe getting home right around that time. The prosecution is arguing that that timeline is wrong, that Google search happened the next day. So I don't think we're at that Google search happening the next day, but we haven't gotten to any of the tech witnesses yet. But you've got that call that wasn't a call that nobody remembers. You've got a call that Jen McCabe makes to her sister, Nicole Albert, that everybody says they didn't, or Nicole Albert says she didn't answer, but it's an answered call. And then you've got the call between Brian Albert and Brian Higgins that nobody remembers answering, but is a 22-second answered call. And then you've got them driving them home, and then the how long to die in the snow Google search. And you got a lot of questions building up. And I would put the timeline on her, but this is not hearsay. So they probably argued the exceptions to the hearsay rule.
Without respect to what Ms. Nagel said to you in the car, the two of you were conversing, correct?
Correct.
And as you're pulling past
And he
the house,
lost
she
on
said
that.
something, correct? Or said something out loud.
Not he's farther up the street.
There's something
And so
that happens
when
that
you're
he's trying to
talking
get
about
at that
farther
she
up the
knows.
street, where was the vehicle in relation to the house at 34 Fairview when
Something
she said-
happened.
The house was behind us.
And so based on what she had said, where does your attention go?
When she was speaking to me, I looked at her. Once she said what she said, I looked the other way to the window.
And at the time that you looked to the window, what was sort of outside the window in reference to 3450? Was any part of the residence still, or the lawn or anything else visible to you at that time?
No,
And so was a neighboring house, is that fair to say?
one of the neighboring houses, yes.
Happened.
So whether it was the next door neighbor or a couple houses down, it was past that point, correct?
Correct.
And was there any further discussion that you recall in the backseat of the vehicle between yourself and Julie in relation to that earlier statement?
I asked for clarification.
This is
Do you
so
have any further
awkward.
clarification?
No.
This is so awkward
Let me have a moment, John.
Yes.
because I don't think the statement from Julie, who's probably going to testify next, is being offered for the truth of what Julie said. It's being offered to explain this witness's action, but without that context, it's just confusing. For all of you saying, I'm so lost, of course you are. The questioning is unclear. The answer is unclear. And he was trying to get in the statement Julie made to her to
All right,
explain.
so this is a good place for us to take our morning recess. See folks about 15, 20 minutes.
All right, to the court, please.
Yeah, we're not doing
You are
that. We're going to skip that morning recess immediately and go to cross-examination. And I am saving questions to get to. This is a half day, so I will be getting into questions as we can. For all of you asking, why was that witness's testimony important? Half of it wasn't, but Lolly does not seem to be able to ascertain
Let's bring Ms. Levinson in, please.
where you can start in the middle of a story because the jury has gotten it. I don't know how many trials Lolly has done, but he doesn't seem to be able to not go through the entire narrative and pick where to start with these witnesses. Her testimony was important for when she left, who she went home with, when Colin Albert arrived, when others arrived and left. It was for that information what happened and that she left between 1:30 and 2. This necessarily means that Caitlin Albert left the house later, because I do think Caitlin was the last person to leave. But that would have been later. This witness didn't seem to see anyone picking up Caitlin Albert. They weren't there at the same time. I really quite like this witness a lot. Just like the Kolakithises, these witnesses that aren't as deeply connected are going to be the witnesses that I'm looking to more than the witnesses like, I've never seen a clock, time is a construct, could be lunch meat. I don't know. These are the witnesses who are very helpful in pinning down what happened for me. All right, the jury's back. We're after the morning break. We're bringing the witness back to the stand.
Bring the jury.
And I love that she's like, my mom told me not to wear those shoes. They don't have tread.
All right, Ms. Giannetti.
Thank you, Mom.
Fair girl. That's how I originally hurt my back, was falling downstairs at a party in the snow. Because I was
You have lived in Canton your whole life?
Correct.
from California. I
Graduated
have
from
no
Canton
idea.
High School?
Yes.
Have been friends with Brian Albert Jr. since high school?
Yes.
I
Are there
believe you said it's been probably
pictures?
about 10 years now that you've been friends?
Correct.
And the two of you actually went to the junior prom together, correct?
Correct.
Oh,
You
cute.
consider him a close friend.
Correct.
You've been to his house many times.
Yes.
You've gone inside the home and you've spent time in the
Okay, I want to
backyard
see
as
prom
well.
pictures.
Yes.
You've gone swimming in the pool that they had in the backyard.
Chat, I'm teasing about wanting to see prom pictures. The internet will internet. I'm joking. I'm joking. Oh, I should
Yes.
slow this back
And in
down.
high school, you would hang out in their basement, would you not?
That's correct.
And you know that there's in that basement a bulkhead door that leads to the backyard, correct?
I never noticed it.
He does talk much
You're
faster.
also on good terms with other members of the Albert family.
Correct.
You know his brothers and sisters, correct?
Correct.
Caitlin Albert, Brendan Albert, Kayla Albert, and Jack Albert.
Yes.
You also know his cousins?
I mean, all of them?
Depends which ones, but yes.
Some of them.
Yes.
You know that Jennifer McCabe's daughters are Brian Albert Jr.'s cousins, correct?
Correct.
And you know both of Brian Jr.'s parents, Brian Albert Sr. and Nicole Albert, correct?
That's correct.
And you actually call Nicole Albert by her nickname, correct?
Nicole has a
Sometimes,
nickname?
yes.
And what is that nickname?
Coco?
And you know Brian Albert Sr. relatively well, having been over the house so many times, correct?
Depends what you qualify as well, but yes.
Do you find him a little standoffish?
He's quiet.
But in any case, you're comfortable at the Albert home.
That's correct.
And you were at the Albert home on the night of January 28th.
I wish they would just show the
going
questioning
into the
attorney or the
29th
witness.
Of 2022, correct?
Correct.
Got there around 8 p.m.
Correct.
and you didn't leave until around 2 a.m., give or take, on the 29th, correct?
Correct.
So again, ballpark figures, if you were there from 8 p.m. until 2 a.m., that means that you spent about 6 hours at the Albert home that night into the early morning?
Correct.
And you yourself never left the home during those 6 hours, correct?
Correct.
You were inside the home the entire time.
Correct.
Were you interviewed by any police officer, state trooper, or other investigator about the events of that night on January 29th of 2022?
On that day?
Yeah, were you interviewed?
No.
What about the rest of January or even February of 2022? Were you interviewed by any investigator?
No.
The fact of the matter is that no investigator connected
And
with
that's
this
weird.
case took a statement from you in terms of an interview until about 9 months later, correct?
Correct.
And that was done at the district attorney's office on October 21st of 2022?
Correct.
And
Now,
again, that's not on her.
That night, while you
That's
were
on
at the house,
investigators.
you agree with me that there were people coming and going from the house the whole night, correct?
It just goes to the defense's theory.
I mean,
They didn't
you would
really
have to be more
investigate.
specific.
Okay, so I'm not talking about like every minute on the minute,
Mhm.
but during those 6 hours, you saw people come and you saw people leave, correct?
Yes.
But you were not standing guard at the door to take note of
Not
everyone
just you,
who was
Tismeth.
entering or leaving, or the times that they were entering or leaving.
I was thinking of
correct?
Animal Crossing too.
Correct.
You were not, keeping a log, for instance, of when somebody came in or when somebody left.
No, she's just
No.
observant.
And when you got there around 8 a.m., you came with your good friend Julie Nagel, correct?
Yes.
Julie's father dropped you off there.
Yes.
You saw Nicole Albert, Julie Albert, Caitlin Albert, and Brian Albert Jr. when you arrived, right?
Correct.
Then Julie Albert, Caitlin Albert, and Nicole Albert left, right?
Yes.
But then 4 other friends of Brian Jr. arrived, right?
Yes.
And you would name.
Oh, so they were there at the house, just to clarify, chat. They were there at the house before. Then everybody left to go to the waterfall. And then they stayed hanging out at the house. And for everybody commenting on her change of demeanor, I did slow it back down to real time. I don't know if she's changed drastically because she was sped up before. I had it on 1.25. So that's a difference in tone because I did have the feed sped up.
Them
Because
when
Lolly
Mr.
talks
Lally
too
was asking
slow
you
for my
questions
brain.
before the break, right?
So she
Yes,
sounds the same
correct.
to me.
So with those 4 friends, with you and Julie and Brian Jr., that meant that at that point, there were 7 people in the house, right?
Yes.
Actually, there were 8 people because Colin Albert was there as well, correct?
It depends on what time you're referring to, but yes.
He got dropped off there at some point.
Yes.
And then he was one of the 8 people, including yourself, that you were with.
Correct.
You never saw him walk in the door, did you?
I don't remember.
You don't remember seeing him actually enter the house, correct?
Correct.
But during the night, you actually sat right next to Colin Albert at the table, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And with regard to
She looks
Colin
thrilled about
Albert,
that.
I believe you testified, you really wouldn't say he's a friend of yours, right?
That's correct.
He was more of an acquaintance, was he not?
That's correct.
Somebody that you met, but you didn't hang around with, right?
Yes.
You have never been in a hot tub with Colin.
Not that I know
That's a
of.
weird
no.
You
question.
never took a trip to Maine with Colin Albert, right?
Objection.
No.
Sustained.
He has no basis for those questions. He's trying to make the point. I don't know if this is the witness to make the point with. Winter Silverin said it's so odd that no one was questioned at the time. Yeah. Yeah, this investigation is a whole issue. But this witness, I don't think is an issue. But this defense attorney is not going to stop with the hot tub questions, apparently, unless one of them turns into the time machine. It just.
Because going away on a road trip, that'd be something that you do with a friend, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
This is not relevant to this
Okay.
witness at all. I agree with the
And
objections.
With regard to those 4 friends of Brian Jr. who arrived, your best estimate is that they came sometime between 11 p.m. and 12 a.m., right?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Sure. I'm talking about Courtney Albert, Catherine Duty, Emily Fabiano, and Mary Kent. Strike that. You know what? Let me withdraw that question and rephrase it.
Good.
They left sometime between 11 p.m. and 12 a.m.
Correct.
And you can't be sure precisely when they left because, again, you weren't watching the clock to make note of when people made their exits, correct?
I know they left before it was Brian Jr.'s birthday on the 29th, so I know it was before midnight, but other than that, no.
Right, and that's like an hour span
Fair.
of time that they could have left within, correct?
Correct.
Fair. That's fair. At
You
midnight,
never saw
we
Colin Albert physically walk
like
out
cheers,
the door,
bitch.
did
At
you?
midnight.
I don't remember.
And then at some point before midnight, Brian Albert Sr., Brian Higgins, Nicole Albert, Jennifer McCabe, and Caitlin Albert all arrived at the Albert home, correct?
Yes, I don't know if you said Matt McCabe, but
And
yes.
Matt McCabe as well.
Yes.
And you would agree with me that Brian Higgins and Brian Albert arrived at about the same time?
Yes.
And that Caitlin Albert, Jennifer and Matt McCabe, and Nicole Albert all came back around the same time.
Correct.
Now, from that point until the time that you left around, and that was around 2 a.m., right? Give or take?
Correct.
From that point until around 2 a.m., the only person who left the house was your friend Julie Nick, right?
Correct.
Your understanding was that she went outside to talk to her brother, Ryan Nick, right?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. And in addition to not remembering seeing Colin Albert leave, you also did not see Brian Higgins physically leave, correct?
I don't remember.
I was wondering if
And
somebody was going to ask
You
about
also
that.
don't remember seeing Caitlin Albert leave, correct?
No, I don't remember.
You would agree with me that throughout the night while you were at the house, Caitlin Albert was playing music on her phone?
Yes.
There were surround sound speakers set up in the kitchen dining room area?
Surround sound? I thought there was like a
I
Bluetooth
don't remember
speaker, like a
that.
JBL.
There were speakers though, correct?
I think it was just a
Possibly.
So
I don't remember.
your memory is not that Caitlin Albert had a song or songs playing on her small iPhone, was it?
No, it was on a speaker. I'm just not sure if it was surround sound or a Bluetooth speaker like it was previously in the night.
All right, fair enough. People were singing
She's
and dancing.
trying
right?
to be
Correct.
precise.
Pretty much everybody was singing, correct?
Correct.
People were talking.
At what point, if any, did everyone start singing Don't Stop Believin'? I need to know when that happened. While we're doing all of this.
Everybody appeared to be in a good mood and having a good time.
Yes.
And with the music, the singing, the dancing, the talking, the drinking, there was a lot of activity going on in the kitchen dining room area, correct?
Yes.
There was plenty of, to pay attention to with regard to the people that were in that area, right?
Yes.
Brian Jr. was in the kitchen essentially the whole night.
Yes.
Jennifer McCabe was charging her phone on the kitchen island at one point.
Behind it, but yes.
Did she pick up her phone in your presence to make any calls or text anybody?
What she did with it.
Chat, I absolutely invite speculation on what they were singing to that night. I
Yes.
don't always invite speculation during a trial, and I don't want to know what was happening outside of this trial, but I will invite friendly and rampant speculation about what was on the playlist that night, because it's going to help get us through the rest of this. I think Piano Man had to happen at one point, right? So shipping up to Boston, maybe? No? All of you are saying Taylor Swift. So.
The kitchen's in the back of the house.
Yes.
Who said
Now,
baby
You
sharks?
had seen the Albert
Only the
family
dub version.
dog, the German Shepherd Chloe, prior to that day, correct?
Yes.
And Chloe was not a very outgoing dog around people, correct?
Correct.
In fact, your impression was that she was a former police dog, correct?
Possibly.
Right or wrong?
Maybe. I
Was
don't
that
know.
your impression?
While you were in the kitchen with all of the singing and dancing and talking and music going on, you
Chloe
did not
bark?
hear Chloe bark, correct?
Correct.
You did not hear Chloe growl, correct?
Correct. Not that I remember.
You did not hear somebody get hit in the back of the head with anything, correct?
Objection.
Sir.
Go ahead, you can answer that.
Correct.
I think it's interesting, though, that we're finally asking if the dog's barking, and everybody's like, no, I didn't hear the dog barking. And no one said to them, turn down the music, the dog's going to get pissed. So, but it's a lot. That's a lot of a defense
And
question.
while you
didn't hear anyone get hit in the back of the head, did you?
You could not hear what, if anything, was going on in the basement, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Okay. You were catching a ride home with the McCabe's ultimately, correct?
Correct.
At that time, you believed that you, Julie Nagel, Jennifer McCabe, and Matt McCabe were the last to leave 34 Fairview?
Correct.
So at that time, you believed that Brian Higgins and Caitlin Albert had left before you, correct?
I believe so.
But you didn't see Brian Higgins or Caitlin Albert physically walk out the door. At least you have no memory of that, correct?
Correct.
And when you left, you didn't check every room in the house to see who was still there, correct?
Correct.
You never went down to the basement that night.
That's correct.
And when you left 34 Fairview, the snow was starting to stick to the ground at around 2 a.m.?
That's correct.
She didn't want to
But there
slip.
weren't mounds of snow or snowbanks that had formed, correct?
Correct.
And when you left the home, you could still see part of the red brick of the walkway that leads to the driveway, correct?
Correct.
That helps.
And when you got to the driveway, you could still see part of the color of the pavement, correct?
Yes, that's
Like,
correct.
nobody's
And
covered
you
up
could
by
still
snow.
see some grass on the front lawn at 2 a.m., right?
I don't remember, but
I may have a moment.
Yeah.
It's helpful that, because we know she's looking at the stairs to not slip, because she cannot suffer the indignity of her mom being like, I told you that those shoes were not shoes for snow. And she's like, I'm just going into the house. It's fine.
Testified.
It's helpful to
at
know she could still
a
see the brick.
Hearing on May 11th of 2023, so just about a year ago,
That's the federal grand jury.
in Boston, correct?
correct.
This jury doesn't know
Neither
that.
the prosecution in this case, Mr. Lally or Ms. McLaughlin, or any of the defense team was there, correct?
Correct.
Some other lawyer was asking you questions, right?
Objection.
Sustained, move along with this.
Sure. You were asked the question,
I'm
quote, could you see the grass, sort of?
I'm sure there is a motion in limine. I did not watch the motions in limine. I was trying to come into this without much knowledge of the case to just watch it like the jury. I'm sure there's a motion in limine about how they're allowed to refer to the federal investigation to not taint this jury with that information. And that's why he's being told to move along, because you have to be very careful so that this jury does not know what that hearing is. That's why they're being vague about it. That's a fair move along on that. But we'll hear what she had to say.
On the lawn. That was when you were leaving. And your answer was yes. Do you recall that question and answer?
So she
I
still
don't
saw
recall
grass.
If I suggested to you that that was the question and answer, would you dispute it?
Just show her.
Objection.
Sustained.
Just show her. Just show
Is your
her.
memory exhausted as to whether there was that question of you and that answer given?
Can you rephrase that?
Yeah,
Sure.
because
Do you not remember
that makes no
whether
sense.
you were asked that question that I just read and the answer that you just gave?
I don't remember.
Okay.
I
If you
quite
saw that
like the way
transcript, would
Yannetti
that
asks
refresh your memory?
questions. I
Possibly.
hate the way he says, is your memory
187
exhausted?
counsel. May I, Coach?
I prefer
Was
he would
there
just say, do you
objection? No.
remember?
Yes, you did.
Thank you.
That is one of his
I'm
quirks.
sorry, I just handed it to you and
I
then
do
took
not
it away.
love.
I'm sorry about that. Lines 10 and 11, I would direct your attention.
I just
And
don't
just
love
read
it.
it silently to yourself, please, and look up at me when you're done.
So she's looking at her prior testimony,
Just to grab that.
which gives her context, which is appropriate.
Having reviewed that transcript, does that refresh your memory as to what you testified to a year ago?
Yes.
And was that accurate?
Yes.
Okay.
With the word being sort of.
Yeah, well, I believe I read
Yes.
the question,
I'm just clarifying. Yeah.
but I did read it accurately. Right?
Correct.
Okay.
You continue to read that correctly. And this is something I don't know how the jury will feel about when the defense tries to parse a sentence. If you try to parse a sentence to make it seem a different way,
Where was the
it's going to
McCabe's
annoy the
car
jury.
parked?
She said
In
sort
the
of.
driveway.
So
What other cars did you see in the driveway at that time?
I believe the by Albert family, I mean the ones that owned that house.
The parents.
Yes, correct. Their cars.
Do you know how many?
2.
And
Possibly.
where were those 2 cars parked? Were there strike that? Were there 2 lanes in the driveway where cars could park?
it's a big
Yes.
driveway. I mean, they have 5
which
kids.
lane to the
They need a
left
big
or the right were the Albert cars, or maybe they were in both?
I believe both.
Both.
Closest to the garage.
Okay, so they were pulled up closest to the entrance of the garage.
Correct.
In tandem, right next to each other.
Correct.
All right. And where was the McCabe's car behind? Which car?
If you're looking at the house, the lane to the left, I believe.
Okay. Now, when you first walked out of the Albert home, you'd agree with me that the front lawn was right in front of you, correct?
Yes.
There were no obstructions blocking your view of that front lawn.
No.
And there were lights on next to the Albert home front lawn, correct?
Correct.
And there was also a lamppost where the front walkway is, correct?
Correct.
And between the 2 garage doors, there's also a spotlight, is there not?
Correct.
And you would testify that snow had started to
No
accumulate,
one's been asked that
right?
before.
Correct.
And against that white snow, did you see a black baseball cap?
No.
Did you see a black sneaker?
No.
Did you see a 6'2", 220-pound man sprawled out right in front of you on that lawn?
I mean,
No.
right
You
in
see
front of
45
us.
45 pieces of red plastic?
No.
1 piece of red plastic?
No.
So you saw nothing unusual on that front lawn as you walked out of that house, correct?
That's correct.
As Jennifer McCabe, Matthew McCabe, and Julie Nagel were walking toward the McCabe car, none of them pointed to the front lawn to direct your attention to anything, correct?
That's correct.
In fact, you would testify that Matt McCabe forgot something and had to go back in the house, correct?
Correct.
Which means he actually came out of the house twice.
I'm
that
sure
night,
we'll ask him
correct?
about it.
Correct.
And the second time he came out, he still would have been facing that front lawn, correct?
Correct.
And the second time that Matt McCabe came out, he didn't point at anything in the front lawn, correct?
That's correct.
And then the 4 of you were in the McCabe car, right?
Yes.
Matt McCabe was driving.
Yes.
Jennifer McCabe was in the front passenger seat next to him.
Yes.
Julie Nagel was seated behind the driver, behind Matt McCabe, right?
Yes.
And
We're on the
you were
passenger
seated
side.
in the second row passenger
Sure.
seat to the right,
Yes.
behind where Jennifer McCabe was sitting.
Yes.
And the car backed out of the driveway, correct?
Yep.
And the rear of the car was then facing towards Cedar Crest.
Correct.
And the front of the car, where you were going to drive toward, would be toward Chapman Street, correct?
That's correct.
Which would have put you driving right past
Past the flagpole.
Albert property line, correct?
Yes.
I mean,
correct.
I don't know if she knows
And
it's the
you
property
were
line, but
closer to that property line than Julie Nagel was, correct?
I would
That's
ask her.
correct.
As you drove past?
Yes.
And as you drove past that front lawn, you saw nothing out of the ordinary, right?
I wasn't looking, but yes.
Okay. And we
She's like, I wasn't
previously
paying attention. I was talking to my friend.
talked
I
about
didn't
the
see
fact that
anything
you were
weird.
First interviewed by
Which again-
investigators on October.
If you're still seeing red brick and snow and driving right past where the prosecution says the victim was, where first responders say the victim was, how does no one see it? And how is the prosecution going to explain that? Because he's not covered in snow. It's not blizzarding so hard everyone's heads are down. Okay.
21st of 2022, right?
Correct.
And the investigator that spoke to you about 9 months after January 29th of 2022, you will agree with me, was Michael Proctor, correct?
That's correct.
And almost a year after that, you were visited by 2 female members of the defense team, were you not?
Objection.
Why is there an objection?
My home was.
Okay. Do you recognize Ms. Little seated at council table as being one of those 2 females?
Okay, I'm going to see a sidebar.
I wonder if the defense tried to get a statement. Witnesses aren't always cooperative with the defense, but also we know there are allegations of witness intimidation and harassment in this case. We know that this is a community that is kind of torn apart by this case. I'm not surprised that when the defense comes up, the witnesses are a little defensive given the posture of everything. I'm interested to see where this is going, though.
Is it fair to say, Ms. Levinson, that you decided not to speak to anybody from the defense team?
That is correct.
And you hadn't before you and I just started this discussion, correct?
That is correct.
Those are fair questions. The defense team went to go talk to you and you were like, I am disinclined to acquiesce to that request. Rebecca, why is it a big deal? It's not a huge deal. It's just,
Ms. Levinson,
it just points out to the jury, look, these witnesses want to talk to the prosecution, but they definitely don't want to talk to us. That's pretty common in just about every case I've ever seen, every case I've ever tried.
with regard to the basement at 34 Fairview, when was the last time that you were in the basement area of the home?
Early college. So 2017, maybe.
Did the basement change?
The time that you were talking about where Miss McCabe had her phone on the charger and was coming
Wait,
over to
Lolly, did the basement
recall whether or
change?
not Colin Albert
Was the basement a game room and is now a gym? I mean, Lolly, can you
was still in the house at that point?
follow up on that?
I don't believe so.
You don't believe it was, is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, you come out of the house, you were asking questions about the lawn. The portion of the front lawn that you are talking about, as far as you observed, where is that in relation to the driveway?
To the, well, if you're,
Let me ask it a different way. So as far
Okay.
as
Me, if
with
you're
respect to
here,
the front lawn area of the home, what part of the lawn did you make any observations of, or did you look at or see it when you were walking from the doorway to the vehicle?
when I walked out of the front door, I went down the steps of the stoop and I looked
Try
in
not to
front of
slip.
me, like down, not straight. So it would be the grass that borders the front walkway.
So you weren't looking at sort of the entirety of the front lawn, is that correct?
That is correct.
And when you spoke,
but they drove
with
past it, Lolly.
Proctor, was he the only trooper there, or the only state police officer there when you spoke with him?
No.
Do you recall who the other trooper was?
Did it start with a B?
I don't remember the name specifically.
Did it start with a B?
It was not like a common last name, though.
Probably
I
started
know
with a B.
That.
She doesn't want to mess it up.
As far as defense investigators or anybody else coming to your house, you chose not to speak with them, is that correct?
Correct. I was not home when what Mr. Ionetti was talking about. My parents were home, but out of respect, I contacted the defense to tell them the next day, I believe, that I had nothing to have a conversation with them about.
Why not?
I know that legally I didn't have to, and I didn't have anything to say.
Nothing further.
It's actually fairly respectful
Thank
to
you.
call and let them know that she's not going to talk to them. Most would not. I liked her.
Yes,
As a
Your Honor,
witness?
Commonwealth call Ms. Julie Nagel to the stand.
Oh, finally. That I'm very curious to hear what Julie Nagel has to say about not going home with her brother. Remember what we heard from Brian Albert yesterday. I'm going to do a swoop real quick. Miguelina, will you just let the text chat know we're getting onto Julie Nagel's testimony? What we heard from Brian Albert Jr. yesterday is that when Julie Nagel was outside talking to her brother, she was at her brother's truck at the same time Brian Albert Jr. saw a dark SUV outside along like the curb line on the street. It is presumed that at this point is Karen Reed's SUV, but her being outside talking to her brother would be really helpful if they saw the other SUV. So I'm interested to hear from her and her brother. So let's resume.
Let the truth so help you, John. Thank you.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Mallory.
She looks like she's about to puke.
Good morning, ma'am.
How you doing?
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Yep, it's Juliana Nagel, Nagel,
And where do you live, ma'am?
Canton, Mass.
This is witness
And
31.
How long have you lived in Canton, Mass?
My whole life.
And who, if anyone, do you live in Canton?
I live with my parents and my brothers, but mostly now just my parents.
And how many brothers do you have?
I have 2 older brothers.
And what are their names and sort of how much older than you are they?
My oldest brother, Ryan, is 31. And then my other brother, Sam, is 27.
And do you work, ma'am?
I do. I work for a car rental agency.
How long have you been doing
A little over a year and a half.
that? Now, ma'am, if I could
Direct your
to
attention.
January 28th, 2022 into the early morning of the 29th. Do you recall where you were that evening?
I do.
And where did you go then?
To my friend Brian Albert's house.
And your friend, that's a Brian Albert Jr., is that correct?
Yes, Junior, yep.
And how is it that you know Brian Albert Jr.?
We went to school together, high school. So I've known him for quite some time.
And was Brian Albert Jr., was he in the same grade or the same class as you? Or
He was a year below me.
So she was in the same class as the
and do you
last
recall about
witness.
what time it was that you went over to his house the evening of the 20th?
I'm not sure exactly, but I would say probably around like 6.
And do you recall what day of the week that was, the 28th and the 29th?
I believe a Friday.
So Friday and Saturday, is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
And how did you get?
Yes.
How did you get to Mr. Albert Jr.'s house that night?
My dad drove me.
And who, if anyone else, did your dad give a ride to one with?
My friend Sara Levinson.
How long have you known Sara Levinson?
Since middle school, I would say.
And you're familiar with Mr. Albert Jr.'s house at 34 Fairview Road?
Correct, yes.
And had you been there on occasion over the course of your friendship?
Yes.
Lolly, I swear.
Now, what was,
Can we?
as far as your understanding, what was sort of the plan for that evening?
Just hang out, have some drinks for my friend Brian's birthday. Just together and hang out.
And when you arrived there, who, if anyone, in addition to yourself, Ms. Levinson and Brian Albert Jr. were present at the home at that time?
From what I can recall, I just remember Brian Jr. Yep.
And at some point, did some other people come and join the group of the three of you at the home?
Yes.
So they were there
When about was
first.
that in relation to when you and Sarah arrived?
I can't remember. I don't recall the time frame.
Sometime after, though?
Yes. Yep.
Was it that came to join the group at some point?
It was me, Brian Jr., Sara Levinson, Catherine Duty, Emily Fabiano, Mary Kent, Courtney Alba, Colin Albert, and then that's what I can remember from then in the early part of the night.
And so with respect to Ms. Fabiano, Ms. Kent, Ms. Alba, and was Ms. Duty as well, is that correct?
Correct.
How did you know them?
Through Brian Jr.
Okay.
Same grade or class as you and Ms.
Lolly.
In Brian's class.
We
Class
don't.
below you?
Correct.
Oh
Yep.
my God. I
So fair to
don't.
say that you were closer friends with Brian Albert Jr. and Ms. Levinson.
I
and the
don't
other
need
four
when
girls.
everyone graduated
Correct. Yes.
from high school and who they're
You
friends
mentioned,
with.
As far as
We know.
those four individuals, Ms. Fabiano, Ms. Kent, Ms. Duty, and Kent, Ms. Fabiano, Ms. Duty, and Ms. Alba.
Dr.
Did they come together
Bullbutter,
as far as you know?
because in my brain,
I don't remember.
Lolly is now synonymous with lollygagging. So Lolly has become the name because the amount of extemporaneous questioning is grating on my brain. It's wasting the jury's time. It is inartful, and I am tired of it. So the lollygagging of it all is why, because I can't say lolly every single time. It just hurts my brain. So
I'm not sure.
And do you have any idea how they got there?
Lolly is the
No, I
Elaine
do
of this
not.
trial. Yeah.
Now, with reference to
He doesn't
Colin,
need all of this.
and how do you know?
So on the mhm, they have to be yes or no.
Okay.
Further, I know he doesn't need all of this. I wonder if I've done more trials than Lolly has. Now I'm really curious. But he does not need all of this. He just doesn't. You can get to the point.
Got it.
So what was that answer?
Do you mind repeating the question? Thank you.
That's the question. So with reference to Colin Albert, did you know Colin Albert prior to that evening as well?
Yes.
And how did you know Colin Albert?
Through Brian Jr.
He's my friend's
And
cousin.
what, if anything, did you know about the relationship between Colin Albert and Brian Albert?
They're cousins.
And about how old was Colin Albert around this time frame of January 28, 2022?
I'm not quite sure. I don't know.
You know whether or not he was in high school or college or something else?
High school.
And when was it that he arrived in relation to the four young ladies that you were talking about?
I don't remember. A little bit after, though.
Okay, so at some point in time after they had arrived.
She said a little
Yes.
bit after.
And they had arrived after you, is that correct?
Correct. Yep.
And over the course of the evening within the Albert house, where is it sort of within the home that you and sort of the group were congregating?
We were mostly in the dining room area with the kitchen. It's like an open floor plan a little bit.
And do you recall what specifically, or just generally speaking, what you were doing while you were hanging out and celebrating Brian Jr.'s birthday?
We got some food ordered from Deanie.
Chris
just
Albert's
hanging out,
pizza place.
drinking.
That makes sense.
That's mostly, that was it.
Where else would you get
Recall
pizza
any
from
music
but the
playing or
uncle's
anything like
pizza
that?
place?
Yes.
And how was that sort of set up, or how
Was there a
and
band?
what was it?
Yeah, I can mostly remember it being set up from the overhead speakers in like in the kitchen, like in the ceiling.
And was that
Okay.
being played through somebody else's like phone or device or something like that?
Yes.
And do you recall
Not a
who was
Bluetooth speaker.
sort of in control or who was controlling the music?
I believe it was Caitlin Albert.
So this would be
And
later.
So prior to, at this point in time that you're talking about,
Mhm.
sort of the initial with, was Caitlin there at that point?
Yes, she was.
I'm sorry, during the point in time when it was yourself and Ms. Levinson, the other.
Lolly, the kids all got there. And by kids, I mean the young adults all got there. Caitlin was there. Everybody else was there. They got picked up to go to the waterfall. They left. And then later they came back. I think she's talking about before they all left the waterfall.
Or young women that you were talking
Mhm.
about, Colin Albert, was Miss Caitlin Albert there at that point, if you recall?
Not at that point, no.
So that's what my question was
Okay.
in relation to that time.
Well,
if
Lolly,
anyone was
It was a bad
I-
question.
Okay. No, not at that time. I don't remember.
They were there, then they left, then they came back.
With respect to, no, obviously you were there and you were drinking, people were drinking, correct?
Yep.
You recall sort of what people were drinking?
I know at the time I was drinking Michelob Ultras, but mostly just White Claws, beers, from what I can remember.
And was
Michelob Ultra.
anyone within this sort of initial group that we're talking about here drinking any more or less than anybody else?
I don't believe so, no.
And during this sort of initial period with these initial people, how would you describe sort of the mood of their?
I know what everyone
Yeah,
was
everyone was
drinking
having a good
except
time.
for one
It was
person in
Brian's
this
birthday,
trial.
so we were there.
You know what I don't know? I don't know what Karen Reed was drinking. And you know what she's charged with? Driving under the influence causing death. But I don't know what she was drinking. I know what everyone else was drinking.
Point, did members of this sort of initial group, did they leave the house at some point over the course of the evening?
Yes.
And who left first and as
Um,
you know who left first and about what time?
yeah, I'm not sure exactly who left at what point, but I know that Catherine Duty, Emily Fabiano, Mary, Ken, and Courtney Alba left. I would say, and Colin left like before midnight.
And did they all leave around the same time, or?
So she thinks
these
Colin
are
left before
staggered?
midnight.
I would say staggered times.
Now, with reference to Colin Albert, do you know about what time he left?
She just said before midnight.
I would probably say 11:30, 11:45.
And do you have any idea of sort of how Colin, similar to what I asked about the other
Mhm.
young ladies, do you have any recollection as far as how he got there or how he left or anything like that?
I'm not quite sure. No.
But do you recall specifically seeing him leave from the house?
Yes.
And which door would he have left from?
I'm not sure exactly what door, but I know someone did pick him up, but I'm not sure who did. So.
And so when it comes to the front door of Fairview Road, there's two doors in the front area of the house.
Yes.
And as far as with respect to either of those two doors, you don't remember him leaving from some other door of the house, correct?
Correct.
So if he left, or when he left, it would have been from one of those two front doors?
Yes.
Now, at some point, at least after Ms. Kent, Ms. Fabiano, Ms. Duty, and Ms. Alba left, did people that lived at the house or other people sort of come back to the house?
Yes.
And about what time was that?
I'm not too sure, but I would say a little after midnight.
And who were the first people sort of to arrive in this, we'll call them sort of the second?
I wouldn't.
I'm going to pause real quick to answer an important question I saw in the chat. And I think that what is causing confusion is people coming in is that we're still at DEF CON Red from earlier. I think the DEF CON Red's going to have to expire at the end of the witness who got the DEF CON Red. The DEF CON Red was for the investigation, not interviewing people. But I wanted to touch on Brit Focus's kind of question real quick. Brit Focus says no one's statements are the same. When people's statements vary in time, in small details, it does not bother me at all. Natural memories, especially if people haven't chatted a lot, will have some variance. I am more paying attention to statements that are exactly the same, because in the natural way that people will remember and retell events, you're going to get some variances. So those variances bother me really not at all. I kind of remember it this way. It was around this time. I think it was before here. When the statements line up dead on, it's much more of a red flag to me, because that's generally not how memory works unless there's been a lot of conversations or people have talked about it. So it's interesting to me to see some of the variations and where they are. Those I think are things to note, but it's weirder to me when everybody's like, they arrived at 12:10. Really? All of you were like, it's 12:10. This is when they arrived. That's odder to me. So that's just my experience as a trial attorney. The natural variances seem a bit more natural to me. That's my perspective on it. But you guys are the alternate jury of the internet. So you get to decide how much weight you put on that. The jury will get a jury instruction that says they get to decide how much weight and credibility to put on the witness testimony, and that they can either choose to believe the witnesses or not. If they find the witnesses have been untruthful about something, that they can disregard that witness's testimony. They get to decide credibility. So we're not to the point of this testimony that matters yet.
Like who was first, who was second, like that. But I know who came, but I don't know what order.
Yeah.
And
they weren't paying attention because nothing
so
weird
it was
happened.
Nicole Albert, Brian Albert, Brian Jr.'s parents, Matt McCabe, Jennifer McCabe, Brian Higgins, and
not Otter.
That's it.
Damn it. Fine. Otter.
And Caitlin
Otter to me.
Albert. Sorry.
And so when they came back, as far as the other four.
But also nobody was really paying attention at this point. Nothing weird had happened. They were just having a party.
Was he still there when those people came back?
He left as well.
And so Brian Albert Sr. and Nicole Albert, those are Brian Albert Jr.'s parents.
Correct, yes.
You were familiar with them, obviously, prior to January 28th.
Yes.
And you mentioned Jennifer and Matthew McCabe, is that correct?
Yes.
And were you familiar with them prior to January 28th?
Yes.
And how are you familiar with them?
I'm through Brian Jr., just hanging out with them a few times, so just know them through the family.
And so through the family, well, my next question is, what, if any, relationship did they have to your friend Brian Albert Jr. that you...
Fine.
They are his aunt and uncle.
It's Otter now.
And then with respect to Brian Higgins, is that someone that you knew prior to January 20th?
I did not know.
You met the first time that night?
Megan, we don't know yet.
Correct, yes.
It's not in evidence. You didn't forget.
And when
it's not
they
in
came
evidence.
into the house, this sort of second group, where was it that they went and
It was discussed in opening, but it's
yeah,
not
we
in
all
evidence
were still
yet.
in the same room in the family, the floor plan, which was the kitchen and the dining room area.
Well, now I'm going to have to say Otter
At
every
any
time.
point in time, well, let me ask you this. They come sometime shortly around or after midnight, is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. And about how long after they arrived, or about what time was it that
I'm
you
going to
left
answer that when we
the
get
house for the evening?
to questions.
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
At some point,
It's
you
him.
went home that night?
Yes.
What time was it?
I would say give or take like 1:45.
And so between the time that they came back to the house around 12:15 or so, between that and 1:45, how would you describe sort of the mood and the demeanor in the house at that point?
It was still all the same. Everyone was having fun, hanging out.
Music still playing, people drinking, having a good time?
Yes.
And over the course of this time, as far as the group that you talked about that was in the kitchen and dining room area, did you see any of those people go anywhere else?
I mean, to the bathroom, but I know at one point Mr. Albert, Brian's Jr.'s dad, took upstairs to let the dog out back, but he just opened the back door and watched them from the door and
let the dog
brought
out.
him right back upstairs. So that was the only time he went upstairs. But
And as far as the kitchen dining room area, do you recall sort of how people were situated around that area during the time that the second group was there?
yeah, we were all sitting in the kitchen table. It's like a square table, so we're all just hanging out around there. Some at the island in the kitchen, but mostly all just there together.
Brian Albert Sr. said he went upstairs with Brian Higgins to show him photos. I think Nicole Albert said something
In that
similar.
area around the table?
I don't know.
Do you recall where you were?
I was sitting in the corner so I could see the island, the kitchen table, the front door and the windows, I guess.
Nicole said the family room.
Yeah.
Where you were seated around the table, could you see the front door?
Yes.
And so beyond the people that you'd already talked about being in that kitchen dining room area in that second group, did anybody else come into the house that night while you were there?
No.
And at the time on January 28, 2022, were you familiar with either a person named John O'Keefe or a person named Karen Reed?
No.
And And at any point in time, not knowing them, did you see anybody else come into the house while you were there?
What is that question?
12 to 12:13 and 1:45.
No one else came in. No.
Now,
Chat, you're going to ask me, why can't Lolly just say, after the group from the waterfall arrived at 12:15, did anyone else come in? I don't know. He can ask that question. He's just not. He asked 7 different questions to get to between the time the group from the waterfall came in and you left. Did anyone else come over?
Paul, who was sort of around you, where you were at the table? Immediately around you as well.
I would say Jennifer, McCabe, Sara, Levinson, Caitlin. I can remember like sitting at the table like with me. Yeah.
Now, at some point in the evening, let me ask you this: what if any sort of plans did you have as far as how you were getting home?
Yeah, I did text my brother to see if he could pick me up on his way home with his friend, on their way home to come pick me up, which they did.
Which of your 2 brothers was that?
My brother Ryan.
So you texted Ryan to see if he could come pick you up?
Yep.
And did you have to give him like an address or anything like that, or how did you explain to him where you were?
I just said I was at Ryan Jr.'s house, if he could pick me up.
And is that somewhere that your brother had picked you up from on prior occasions?
Yes.
And about what time, if you know, did you send that text to your brother about getting picked up?
I'd probably say a little after, probably like 15 minutes after midnight. Yep.
And as far as the other people,
This
on that
I'm
second
curious
group that
about.
you're talking about,
Mhm.
did you reach out to Ryan to get picked up? Are those other people there?
Yes.
And you indicated that your brother then came to the house at some point.
Yes, he did.
And about how long after you texted him did he arrive? If you know?
I'm not quite sure.
And when he arrived, did he come into the house or did he reach out to you in any way to let him know?
He just texted. Oh, sorry.
No, I'm sorry. Did he reach out to you at any point to let
If his
you know that
questions were simpler, it
Yes,
would be
he did
easy,
text
ma'am.
me
We
saying
get
that he
it.
was outside.
Here.
And upon receiving that text, where did you go?
I went out through the front door.
Now, before you went out through the front door, what, if any, conversation, well, let me strike that as far as conversation, but who, if
Lolly?
anyone, did you speak to about the fact that you're...
Lolly, there are exceptions to the hearsay rule. There are some things here that would be appropriate for those exceptions to be used for. Why she chose not to go home with her brother matters. So could you maybe use the rules of evidence, use the hearsay exception, and explain it to us? Because you can do that.
brother was outside of the house.
Yeah, I just mentioned saying my brother's outside. I do remember someone or a few,
I want to hear the answer first.
just a few people saying, "Oh, just have your brother come in." So I went outside, and it was my brother in the passenger seat, his friend Ricky, and then his ex-girlfriend Heather. I asked them if they wanted to come in.
Wait, who was driving?
They said no.
I'm going to let that stand, but next question.
That explains.
So you go outside to...
Never has anyone been more happy that they did not get out of the car than this group of individuals. I think the brother's still going to end up testifying, but she said her brother was in the passenger seat.
You go outside to where your brother is, right?
Yes,
And do you recall which of the 2 front doors you used to go outside?
I used the front door.
Front door is the one with the brick steps, is that correct?
Correct. Yes.
You come down the brick steps, go down the walkway. Do you recall how you came down to where your brother was?
I walked down the steps through the little path, and then down the driveway. And they were parked right in front of the driveway.
So they were parked right at the end of the driveway?
Yes.
And what kind of vehicle was this that you came up to?
It was Ricky's pickup truck, of Ford F-150.
And you mentioned that there were 3 people in the truck, is that correct?
Yes.
Where were they seated within the truck when you...
She said
Ricky was
that-
driving his truck. Ryan was in the passenger seat, and then Heather was in the back seat.
She already said that.
You mentioned that Heather is Ryan's ex-girlfriend, is that correct?
Correct.
Were they dating at this time?
At that time, yes.
How long have they been dating? Why'd they
now
break
with
up? Did they
regard
unfollow
to,
each other on Instagram? Did anyone get blocked?
Ricky is someone who's a close friend of your brother, is that correct?
Yes.
You know him pretty well?
Yep.
And so you get to the truck, do you recall how it was that you were speaking to your brother Ryan? Was it sort of through an open window? Did he open the door? Or how were you communicating?
He rolled down his window.
And when you came out to the truck at the end of the driveway, what, if any, other vehicles did you see in the area of the house on Fairview?
Well, before when I went outside, I did notice another vehicle before my brother pulled up.
So you had gone
Wait,
outside.
were you outside before your brother pulled up?
Or Ricky had fully sort of parked the truck?
No, he was like fully outside already, and then I went out, and it was just Ricky's truck.
Okay. And so at some point later, there was
Lolly, she was looking out the window waiting. You're not listening to the answers. She was looking out the window waiting for her brother to pull up. It sounds like because she saw another vehicle. Or she saw the other vehicle pull up, thought it was her brother and looked. And then when she got the text, went outside. But you didn't clarify because I don't even think you heard what she just said. But she at some point saw another vehicle. We need to know what she saw and how. Because it seems she saw it before the text. Why was her attention drawn to the outside?
another vehicle that came up?
Prior.
Prior. Okay.
Correct.
And can you describe that vehicle for the jury? Sort of what did it look like? What kind of vehicle was it?
Yeah, it was a black SUV.
And had you ever seen that vehicle before?
No.
This is actually important.
You go up to the truck and you're talking to your brother, is that correct?
We're just going to skip over it?
Now, with regard to about how long a period of time were you talking with your brother next to the truck?
I would say maybe 3 minutes max, not even.
We have no timeline of when Karen Reed and John O'Keefe arrived at 34 Fairview. We have Brian Albert Jr. saying he saw a black SUV when he looked for this individual outside. And now she's saying, before I went outside, I saw another car. But he's not going to. When are we following up on that?
And did you invite your brother and his friends inside the house?
Yes.
She already
How
said
did they
that.
respond?
They said, no, we just want to go
already said
home.
that.
And then
Are you just
I was
reading
like,
a list?
I'll find out another ride home.
And so that brings me to my
Why
next
didn't you leave
question.
at
As
that
far as
point?
Arrangements for you coming home, was there any, prior to you coming out of the house, was there any talk or discussion about how you would get home if you didn't go home with your brother?
Yeah, Matt McCabe and Jennifer did offer to drive me home if I didn't want to go home with my brother. So I just stayed and then took their offer.
That doesn't make
You
sense.
decided you wanted to stay and took them up on their offer.
Then why
Correct,
did you
yes.
text your brother?
And in addition to yourself, who if anyone else, went home from the residence on Fairview with the kids?
It was me and Sara Levinson.
Now, if I could bring you back to that period of time when you're outside, the vehicle that you were talking about, where is that in relation to the pickup truck that Ricky's driving?
Well, it was like the SUV wasn't there when my brother was there.
What?
It was like before. Like when I was
What?
inside, I noticed it.
What?
Yeah.
And so at the time that you were talking to your brother in the pickup truck, was the SUV still there?
I don't believe so, no.
And
What?
so where was that SUV parked in relation to where the truck was?
So when I noticed looking out the window, I did notice the SUV in front of the mailbox, and then pulled up a little bit in front of the yard, and then stopped, and then pulled up again towards the flagpole.
So you saw it in sort of three different locations at the time that you were seeing it?
Correct, yes.
And again, where were you in relation to
That's
the vehicle at
odd.
the time that you made these observations?
I was inside at the dining room table,
Why did you look
looking
up?
out the window.
What drew your attention?
And at any point in time, did you see anybody come out of that?
I did not know.
And at any point in time, did you see any sort of, well, when you came out initially or when you were looking out and when you came out, did you recall anything about the weather and sort of what it was doing at that point?
It
Weathering.
was,
It was
I
weathering.
would say like flakes of snow, a little dust on the ground.
And so from the dust on the ground, from either the SUV or the pickup truck that Ricky was driving, did you see any sort of like imprints in the snow from tires or anything like that?
I don't recall.
You don't recall if there was that much snow or what it was?
Correct.
And as far as anywhere in and around where you had seen the SUV at either of the 3 spots that you saw it, did you see any sort of like footprints in the snow or in the ground or anything like that? And did you see inside of the
answer that
vehicle,
verbally.
anybody inside at any point in time?
No.
And you never saw anybody get out of that vehicle at any of the 3 different points where you saw it parked, correct?
I did not know.
And when you saw the vehicle parked at those 3 sort of separate
She didn't say
locations,
parked.
was the vehicle on? Was it running, if you could tell?
I'm not sure. No.
Did you see headlights? I'm going to talk about her testimony in a minute because her testimony conflicts with Brian Albert Jr.
I may approach.
Brian Albert Jr. said that he saw the SUV by the mailbox and then up by the flagpole while she was talking to her brother outside. So the timing on it is definitely different than what it was. I don't know what he's approaching with. Photos he's showing the defense. That is his binder of photos.
Your attention to what's previously marked as Exhibit 71, 72, and 73.
Okay.
Right now, I'm just going to ask you to take a look at those and look up when you're finished. And at some point, I may ask you to use this, which is the laser pointer. Press on that button and point it up at the screen. Okay?
Okay.
So first, if you could just look at 71, 72, and 73.
The judge is also trying to see what's being shown to the witnesses, the court reporter. Notice all he said these were previously marked because the judge asked them to remark the exhibits.
All set.
Generally, with respect to those 3 photographs, do you recognize what's depicted in them?
Look at yes.
What do you recognize?
That it's my friend Brian Albert Jr.'s house.
Is that roughly what the house looked like at the time of January 28th, 29th, 2022?
Correct. Yes.
If I could ask you to flip just back to the first one that I showed you, Exhibit 71.
Are these going to be marked? Are these going to be marked into evidence?
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I publish that to the jury at this time?
Under new numbers? See, and the thing is, the prosecution, I mean, for all the frustration, the prosecution had pre-marked these so that the binder of photographs on the stand matched the number that they have digitally, which is why the judge causing everyone to renumber them is so frustrating for everyone involved.
And so, Ms. Nagel, directing your attention up to the screen above you, to your right. This is what you have before you as Exhibit 71, is that correct?
Yes.
If you could, using the laser pointer that's on the desk in front of you, if you could direct the jury's attention to the door that you were talking about that you came out in order to come down and talk to Brother Hunt.
Yes. That one right there.
Now, with respect to Ricky's truck, when you came out to speak with your brother...
No one took measurements, Kimberly, so we don't know unless the defense did.
The truck was parked.
Bad lady, I still
right
have it on the
here.
back end. Even when Nightbot says things, I can still see it.
And with respect to that vehicle, the
Unless
black
it's all in
SUV,
caps, but I can still see it.
Where that vehicle was initially when you saw
I can
it,
still
is
see
that visible in this photograph?
Yes.
Nightbot just reminds.
Direct the jury's attention to where that. Thank you. If I could draw your attention to the next executive session to flip to Exhibit 72, and Ms. Gilman, if I can have that on.
For those asking where Brian Albert's car is on all this,
Yeah,
most
look
people
up on the
haven't
screen, is that what
mentioned
you have before you as Exhibit 72?
his Jeep being
Yes.
there.
Now, the second position that you indicated you observed that black SUV in with relation to the house, if you could, using the laser pointer, draw the jury's attention where that would be in this photograph.
Objection sidebar, Your Honor.
All right.
The defense is asking for a sidebar so they can argue. The judge told everyone to go ahead and stand up. What we're going to do is fast forward, which the jury can't do. So the empathy for the jury is definitely needed because, it's a lot. But at least the jury can see the lawyers' faces to see if they're annoyed or not. I guarantee you they're watching the lawyers' faces during those sidebars, and the defendant and the witness.
So again, Ms. Nagel, directing your attention up to what's
up on the screen is Exhibit 72. You indicated in your testimony that you saw the vehicle from inside the house at 3 different points, correct?
Yes.
You've indicated the first point in the last photograph is the second point that you saw the vehicle in. Is that depicted in this photograph?
Yes.
The timeline's hard to place.
Just direct your attention to that second point was that you saw.
Like midway between the
If I could ask you
flagpole.
just to flip to the next exhibit, number 7.
Lolly, are you not going to mark it for the record? For those of you that don't know what I mean, when the witness demonstrates something in court, points to something at court, doesn't draw on the exhibit, but shows something, it is the attorney's job, because the record will be silent to this. So if there is ever an appeal, the record won't say anything because the record can't say where the green dot is. Lolly is supposed to say the record will reflect that the witness is indicating with the pointer the area generally in front of the mailbox, or the area generally halfway between the mailbox and the flag, or the area by the flag. The record has no record of that unless the court reporter has said, I am noting down what the witness does, and it's been talked about off the record. But the lawyer should make that record because that's their job. So she was indicating roughly halfway between, but it's hard to tell based on the
And Ms. Nagel, with regard to the third point, or the third different
perspective,
that's that black SUV on that morning, is that visible in this photograph?
Yes.
And again, using the laser pointer, if you could direct the jury's attention where you observed it at the third point that you observed the black SUV.
pointing right by where the flagpole is.
Thank you. That's all with this, Ms. Gilman. You can take it.
Then the car's moving forward. Mailbox to flagpole.
So, Ms. Nagel, you speak with your brother outside, and then at some point after a couple minutes come back inside. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the people that you would mention that were in the
But why did you text your brother to come get you and
in
then
that area?
decide
Yes.
not to leave? Like, can we just answer that question to just close the loop?
And at some point over the course of the evening, things eventually start to wind down and people are leaving the house. Is that correct?
Yes.
Can you recall what order it was that the people left the house on that morning?
I'm not quite too sure, no.
And with respect to yourself, you indicated that you left with Miss Levinson and the McCabe, correct?
Yes.
And do you recall who, if anyone else, was present in the home when you left?
I'm not sure, no.
And so when you left, how was it that you came out of the residence at that point?
What door did you exit out of?
Out the front door.
Same front door that you had indicated earlier.
Yes.
So let's move on with which door, please. Go ahead.
You come out from that door. Where was it that you
Went into Matt and Jennifer's car.
Do you recall anything about the car, what type of car it was, or?
It was an SUV, but I don't know what kind it was.
And where was that vehicle parked when you went over to it?
I was in the driveway.
And do you recall sort of how you came from the front door to the driveway?
On my feet.
Just walked on
The
through
judge
the
is
path
so
of the
over this.
pathway in the front yard and then out the door.
She can
Sort of
admonish
along the
him.
brick path to the driveway to the car.
Yes.
It's cumulative.
Recall when you got in the car where it was you were seated or
Again.
where anyone else was seated in the car?
Yeah, it was Matt driving, Jennifer in the front, and then me behind Matt, and then Sara next to me in the back behind Jen.
Now, after you get in the car, about how long was it before the car backs out of the driveway?
I'm not quite too sure.
And what, if any, conversation do you recall as far as going on during that period of time prior to the car backing out and going?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Now, when the vehicle leaves from the house, at some point it's going by the house, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall which side of the McCabe's vehicle was facing towards the house? And by that I mean, was it the side you were sitting on or the side that Ms. Levinson was sitting on?
The side that Sara was sitting on.
Passenger
And
side.
that
Just
was
say
in
the passenger
side, is
side.
that correct?
Yes.
And at the time that the vehicle was driving by the house, what is it that you were doing at that time?
We were having a conversation. So Jen was kind of facing towards the back, towards me and Sara. We were talking about making PB and jelly sandwiches because there was some peanut butter and jelly and bread in the car. So talking about that. But yeah.
And so when Miss McCabe she's in the front seat, is that right?
Yes.
And she's talking to you and Miss Levinson, correct?
She
Yes.
just said
And
that.
how is it that she's positioned, talking to you with relation to the seat that she's in?
Yeah, I would say she was kind of turned back a little bit towards us in the back seat.
And what I'm asking is, she turned towards sort of the center of the vehicle, or she turned towards the window next to her?
Towards the center of the vehicle.
And you're speaking to her and to Miss Levinson, correct?
She
Yes.
just said that.
Which direction are you facing?
Facing towards Sara and Jen.
And which direction is Sara facing as you're having this conversation?
Towards me.
And as you drive by home, what, if anything, did you observe?
I did notice behind Sara and Jen, I did notice something out of the ordinary, like a black blob in the ground by the flagpole.
That's why this
And,
witness is here.
From where you were situated in the car, do you know sort of what was the lighting like over in that area of the yard that you saw by the flag?
It was pretty dark out, but the snow was kind of heavy at that point, so couldn't really see too much, but...
So the snow's coming down at that point?
Yes.
And if you know about where in relation to the flagpole was this black object that you saw?
I'd probably say close to the street, but in their lawn, right kind of in front of the flagpole next to it.
Now,
And what did you say?
I'm sorry to do this again, but Ms. Gilman, Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would just ask that exhibit number 72 be back up on the screen.
Okay.
But what did you say?
I'm sorry. I should actually ask for exhibit number 73. Now, Ms. Nagel, if I could ask.
That's a terrible
the
view.
area where you saw this black object, can you see that area depicted in this photograph?
Yes.
And if you could, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to where, as specific as you can be, where you observed it.
Did you say where she was pointing on the picture? No. So does the record know where she was pointing on the picture? No.
Now, as the vehicle is going by the house, as you make that observation, what, if anything, did you say in the backseat of the car?
I did say out loud, I was like, I think I might have saw something. I'm not kind of sure what it was. But I was also intoxicated drinking, so didn't really know what I saw. But Sara was like, what, Julie? And I was like, I don't know what it was. And then that was kind of really it.
And that was sort of the end of the conversation in reference to that, is that correct?
Correct, yes.
If I may have a moment, Your Honor.
So she saw something near the flagpole. She was like, what was that? And the friend was like, what did you say? And she's like, I don't know, I'm drunk, but. And then she just moved on. So.
Ms. Nagel, if I could ask you one more question. With regard to the object that you saw in that area, the flagpole, can you describe how big an object it was that you saw?
I'd probably say like 5 or 6 feet, long, but.
And at the time that you're driving by at that point, could you tell what it was?
Not quite sure, no.
Not
it was
quite
just
sure?
too quick to tell.
Thank you.
Nothing further.
Thank you.
You didn't see that when you were out there with your brother?
Seen any?
Well, cross-examination is going to be fascinating.
Good afternoon, Ms. Nagle.
Good afternoon.
On January 28th of 2022, you got to 34 Fairview Road at about 6 or 7 p.m.?
Correct.
I'm turning it down for the sirens.
Until 1:30 or 2 a.m., correct?
1:45 around there, yeah.
Okay. So you were there approximately 8 hours?
I'm not really sure about the math, but I guess so.
A lot of hours.
Yep.
Other than the people who
All night.
lived at the home and slept there, you were one there that night, correct?
Well, her and her friend.
I'm not sure.
You got there early.
I'm glad he stopped asking questions with the sirens.
You got there early, correct?
Yes.
And you left late, correct?
Yeah.
And you were inside almost the entire time, correct?
Yes.
So you came in contact with just about everybody who came into that house, correct?
Yes.
And you know that everyone who was in the house that night is a witness in this case, correct?
Yes.
The only time you went outside before you left was when your brother Ryan arrived, correct?
Yes.
And even when you went outside, you stayed on the Albert property, did you not?
Yes, I did.
And you had some contact with your brother out there, correct?
Yes.
And you know that he's a witness in this case as well, correct?
I do, yes.
Right. And despite having contact with all of these witnesses in this case, Trooper Proctor didn't talk to you on January 29th, did he?
No.
Or the rest of January or the whole month of February, correct?
Correct.
He didn't interview you about these statements that you're making today until October of 2022, correct?
If that's what it says on paper, yeah.
October 5 of 2022, does that sound right?
It's earlier than everybody else.
I don't know.
It was many months after January 29th, correct?
Yes.
Over 8 months after John O'Keefe
long
was
time.
found dead on Brian Albert's lawn, correct?
If that was the time frame, yes.
It's a real
And,
long time.
When he spoke to you on October 5, Trooper Proctor asked you for the first time to remember the details from 8 months before that, correct?
If that was the time frame, yes.
And you are good friends with Sara Levinson, correct?
Yes.
Certainly over the last 2+ years, the two of you have discussed what happened on January 28th and 29th, correct?
Yeah.
And you know
I would have been
that
real suspicious if you had
Michael
said no.
Proctor only interviewed you after the defense in this case filed a motion to get Sara
I don't
Levinson's
think they know
name
that.
from the DA's office.
Objection, Your
correct?
Honor.
Yeah, I don't
The
think she
objection
knows that.
sustained. Next question.
I don't think she knows that.
So you've known Brian Jr. since your sophomore or junior year, correct?
Yes.
And you actually graduated Canton High School in 2016, correct?
Correct.
But you've known him since 2014 or 15,
Yes.
9 or 10 years?
Yep.
He's a good friend.
Yes.
He's a close friend of yours, correct?
Yes.
And on January 28th of 2022, you were one of a select group of his friends who went to his house to celebrate his birthday the following night, right?
Yes.
And you don't go to somebody's house whom you graduated high school with 10 years previously to celebrate their birthday.
I mean, it
if they're just an acquaintance,
wasn't
correct?
10
Objection.
years previous.
I don't know.
I'll let the answers stand.
Calls for speculation.
When you got there, other than Sara Levinson and yourself, everyone at the house was a member of the Albert family, correct?
I think only
Can you
Brian.
rephrase the question, please?
Sure. You and Sara Levinson are not actually Alberts, correct?
Correct, yes.
But everybody else at the house was.
At the time
When you
you
got
arrived.
No.
You named Brian Albert Jr., correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Julie Albert,
I did not know.
Nicole Albert,
I did, yes.
Caitlin Albert,
Yes.
Brian Albert Sr. might have been there.
Yes.
And you knew the Alberts well enough to know the names that we just discussed, correct?
Yes.
And in addition to that, the McCabe's were related to the Alberts, correct?
Yes.
And you knew Jennifer and Matt McCabe before that night, right?
I'm sorry, can you?
Yes. Before January 28th of 2022, you knew Jennifer and Matt McCabe.
Yes.
You had
Seems
been
like
to
a
their
yes.
home before,
Who's home?
the McCabe's home.
Jen and Matt's
I
home.
don't recall.
You'd driven their daughters around, correct?
I have, yes.
And you had actually pet sat for the McCabe's golden doodle, correct?
Correct, yes.
Their home.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And so the answer to my previous question is certainly you've been to the.
I mean, if you've pet sat, you've been to their home. That's not a you've not been to their home.
Their home, correct?
Yes.
And their golden doodle was named Bailey, correct?
Yes.
In fact, you knew Jennifer McCabe well enough that you called her by a nickname, correct?
Yes.
What was the nickname that you referred to Jennifer McCabe by?
JJ.
And you knew that JJ was
Which is what Brian
Nicole
calls her.
Albert's sister, correct?
Yes.
Now, on the night of January 28th into the 29th, you saw Brian Albert Sr. After he came back to 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
You were on the first floor of that residence the whole night, were you not?
Yes.
And you have a specific memory of Brian Albert Sr. walking Chloe through the first floor of that house, correct?
Yes.
When Brian Albert Sr. was walking Chloe through the first floor of that house, he maintained control of Chloe's collar, did he not?
He did, yes.
You like dogs, right?
I do.
But you didn't pat Chloe, correct?
I have, yes.
That night.
No.
You've never pet sat for Chloe, correct?
No.
But you did hang out regularly at the Albert home for years because of your friendship with Brian Jr., correct?
Yes.
Which meant that you have had contact with Chloe over the years, correct?
Yes.
You would agree with me that Chloe's a very different dog than Bailey, the McCabe's golden doodle, correct?
Objection.
Sustain.
A German
Bailey
Shepherd
is
is
a
different than
friendly
a
dog,
golden
you know?
doodle.
Objection.
Sustain.
Chloe is not friendly, correct?
Objection.
I'll let you have that. Can you answer that?
Can you repeat the question?
Yes, Chloe is not a friendly
He could
dog.
ask what Chloe's temperament is.
I mean, I would say so, yeah.
It was clear to you that she is
She thinks
not
Chloe's
good with
friendly.
people, correct?
I'm not aware.
On January 28th and 29th, while you were in the kitchen dining room area, you'll agree with me that there was music playing for most of the night, correct?
For a decent amount, yes.
And that area of the house has surround sound speakers.
Yes.
Everybody was in a good mood,
Correct, yes.
talking,
Yes.
drinking,
Yep.
singing,
I don't remember.
dancing,
Yeah.
and all the action was in the kitchen dining room area, correct?
Yes.
And that was where your attention was mainly focused, was it not?
It was, yes.
Because that's where everybody was.
Yes.
You were not monitoring the basement door, were you?
No.
And you never went down to the basement, correct?
No, I did not.
Prior to January 28th of 2022, you knew who Colin Albert was, correct?
Yes.
You knew that he was your friend Brian Jr.'s first cousin, right?
Correct.
When you were at 34 Fairview, you did see Colin there, correct?
I did, yes.
You believe that he got there shortly after Nicole Albert, Caitlin Albert, and Julie
Oh,
Albert
there's going to be
left
snark.
the residence.
The snark
correct?
is building.
At some point, yeah.
And you say at some point, that's because you're not sure of the exact time when he got there, correct?
Correct.
You're also not sure of the exact time when he left, correct?
I would say 11:30, 11:45, around there.
He wasn't somebody who was important to you that night, was he?
Not really, no.
You weren't paying attention to monitor
To what he was doing.
when he came or when he left? Were you?
No. I said no.
You never physically watched him.
I
walk
couldn't
out
see
the
the
door,
defense
correct?
attorney's face, so I don't know why she
I don't
responded
remember.
again.
You can't even say which door he walked out, correct?
I don't know.
You never saw him get picked up.
I did not know.
You never saw any car arrive for him,
I don't know.
and you never saw how he got home.
No.
Now, on January 29th of 2022, after midnight, your brother Ryan Nagel and you lived in the same home, correct?
At the time, yes.
At about 12:15 to 12:20, you texted your brother Ryan for a ride home, correct?
If that's what the timestamp says, yes.
You
Do
said
you have a
that.
screenshot of that text message?
You said that.
Somewhere, yes.
Did you provide that to any investigator or assistant district attorney?
I don't remember.
You recall whether any assistant district attorney or investigator asked you for a copy of that text message?
I don't know.
Is that text message still on your phone?
I don't know.
Did you delete that text message?
I don't
Objection,
know.
Your Honor.
So let's move this along, Mr. United.
When you texted Ryan that night, you were contacting him because you thought it was an appropriate time for you to leave, correct?
Yeah.
Is somebody going to ask
How long
why
did it take
she
your brother
changed her
Ryan to
mind?
get to the Albert home after that text message?
I don't know.
Was it an hour?
I don't think so, no.
Was it a half hour?
I do not know.
So you have no idea how long it took him to get there and how long you stayed after you texted him, correct?
I don't know, no.
By the time you're texting Ryan, Ms. Nagel, how much do you think you had had to drink since 6 or 7 p.m.?
A decent amount.
Would you say that another word for it would be a lot?
No.
What were you drinking that night?
Michelob Ultras.
And how many did you have?
I don't know, I don't remember.
Did you bring your own Michelob Ultras to the party?
I don't know.
You don't remember whether you brought any beer to the party?
I don't know.
Where was the beer?
I either brought it or I don't know, I
No,
don't
he asked
remember.
where it
It's 2.5
was.
years ago.
Where was it?
Where was it within the home?
Bucket, fridge, outside.
In the fridge.
You have no memory of like running out of beer that night, correct?
I don't remember, no.
There appeared to be plenty of beer to go around, correct?
For myself, yeah.
Everyone else was drinking White Claws.
Between the time that you texted your brother Ryan and the time he arrived, it's fair to say that you changed your mind about going home with him, correct?
Yes.
Why?
You changed your mind while you were still inside the Albert home, correct?
I did not say that, no.
Well, I'm asking you now.
No.
Nobody asked. Yeah.
You changed your mind only after you left the residence and went out to talk to him?
Yes.
Why?
You claimed on direct examination that he was the one that said, "Why don't you stay longer?"
No, that's not what I said.
That's not what she said.
That said that you wanted to stay longer.
If myself.
So you told him that you wanted to stay longer, correct?
What?
Yeah. I did.
And when you went outside, you learned that he had come and his friend, is it Ricky D'Antuono? How do you pronounce the name?
It's Ricky D'Antano.
D'Antano.
No, it's not. It's hey, Ricky.
Ryan had come in Ricky D'Antano's gray Ford F-150 truck, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
I butchered that.
Yeah, you did.
When you went outside, you saw that your brother Ryan was in Ricky D'Antano's gray Ford F-150 truck, correct?
Does she not like
Correct,
Ricky?
yes.
He was sitting in the front passenger seat of the truck, correct?
Ryan, yes.
The truck was parallel to the Albert's residence, correct?
Yes.
It was not parked in the driveway.
No.
The truck was facing toward Chapman Street, going up the hill, correct?
Yes.
So Ryan's
The first
seat
person who asked that.
would have been the closest to the property, right? Passenger seat
I'm sorry, closest to the what?
to the Albert home.
Yes, correct.
You walked down the driveway to get to the truck, correct?
Yes.
Abe's SUV was in the driveway at that point, was it not?
Yes.
And at that point,
That was only Tuesday.
it's like that. I want to go back, if I can,
Oh
to when you were inside the house, because you had testified that when you were inside, you looked out the window and you saw a different view.
And
correct?
nobody asked
I
why.
did, yes.
That was the black SUV.
Yes.
And you've testified that you saw that black, from within the house, you saw that black SUV move 2 times, correct?
More than 2.
So it was at first parked near the mailbox,
Yes.
and then you saw it move forward, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And then you saw it move forward again to near the flagpole, correct?
Yes.
And was there a third time that you saw it move?
I saw it pull up, stopped, pulled up again, stopped, pulled up again by the flagpole, stopped. That's all I saw.
All right, and that was all while you were inside the house, correct?
Correct, yes.
When it was pulling up like that, Ms. Nagel, it wasn't going 80 miles an hour, correct?
It was not, no.
It wasn't going 50 miles an hour, correct?
I mean, I didn't have a radar gun on me, but no.
I mean,
It was going at a safe speed, correct?
Yeah.
It wasn't going a very long distance, correct? Each time?
No.
It's a matter of several feet, correct? Adjusting its position?
Just pulled
Calls
up
for
and stopped a few times.
Right. And as you saw it pull up and stop a few times from within the home, its direction was always forward, correct?
From what I saw, yes.
You never saw that car back up, correct?
No.
You certainly never saw it speed at a crazy pace backwards, correct?
Objection.
Objection sustained.
Now, I'd asked you about the text messages that you had with your friend Ryan, and you could not recall whether any investigator or assistant district attorney asked you for screenshots of that, correct?
she said
My
she
friend
didn't
or my
remember.
brother?
Did I say friend?
You did, yes.
Thank you for correcting me.
She's listening to
I
his
did mean your
questions.
brother Ryan, thank you. And I appreciate the fact that you're paying attention, at least one of us is.
She's
Yeah.
listening to the questions.
So I asked you about the screenshots of the text messages that you had with your brother Ryan and whether any investigator or assistant district attorney had asked you for them, correct?
I don't remember.
You didn't remember, right. But somebody did ask you for a screenshot, correct?
Yes.
Who was that?
JJ McCabe.
And by JJ,
Really?
you mean Jennifer McCabe.
Well,
Correct,
that's
yes.
interesting.
When JJ asked you, do you remember when it was?
Why didn't the prosecution elicit any of that on direct? So the person who asked her for a screenshot of when she texted her brother to come pick her up was Jen McCabe. Well, that's interesting now, isn't it? Oh boy. So chat, for those of you asking why her demeanor is what it is, listen to the way that Yannetti's asking her questions. And he's got tone with her. She's got tone with him. I don't think her tone is as combative as others, but she also had to know this question was coming because why in the world is JJ asking for those text messages? Oh boy.
Was that JJ, Jennifer McCabe, asked you for a copy of those screenshots?
I do not remember, no.
Did you provide them to Jennifer McCabe?
I did, yes.
Did Jennifer McCabe, when she asked you to provide her with those screenshots, claim that she was an investigator in this case?
Objection.
What?
You can answer that.
Do you mind repeating that, please?
What?
When Jennifer McCabe, or as you called her, JJ, asked you for screenshots of the text messages that you had with your brother Ryan, did Jennifer McCabe tell you that she was investigating this case?
No.
And you have no memory of providing those screenshots to any investigator other than Jennifer McCabe, correct?
I don't remember, no.
Okay. Now,
Well, Jen McCabe's
when you're
testimony is going to
ultimately
be
leaving
fascinating.
the residence, it's about, I think you said 1:45 a.m. is your best guess?
Yes.
Huh.
You walked out which door?
The front door.
And that would be the one to the left, right?
The judge's
real
office.
front door of the house.
Yes, correct.
Also, everyone, that is the prosecutor moving the mic forward. The mic crackles. It is not me. That is the prosecutor moving the mic forward, getting ready to object. That's what that noise is. It is not me. It has been going on throughout the entire trial.
Correct.
That door faces right to the front lawn, correct?
Yes.
You left with Jennifer McCabe, Matthew McCabe, and Sara Levinson, correct?
Correct.
And you all went out the same door, correct?
I know what door I went out. I don't know about, it could have been. I don't know if they went through the side, but yeah.
Oh, boy. Fair to say that walking out the front door of that house, you saw no body on that front lawn in front of you, correct?
When I walked out?
Correct.
No.
None of the other three people yelled out that they saw a body, correct?
Correct.
You got into Jennifer McCabe's vehicle, correct?
Yes.
And you were seated behind the driver, correct?
Yes.
And the driver was Matthew McCabe, correct?
Correct.
Jennifer McCabe was in the front passenger seat.
Yes.
And Sara Levinson was sitting next to you behind the front passenger, correct?
Yes.
Matthew McCabe backed the car out of the driveway and then headed up toward Chapman Street, correct?
Yes.
That meant that the passenger's side of the vehicle was closest to the Albert home, correct?
Yes.
So that meant that Sara Levinson and Jennifer McCabe were in the seats that were closest to the Albert home, correct?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Sure. As Matthew McCabe was driving that vehicle alongside the Albert property line, Jennifer McCabe in the front passenger seat and Sara Levinson in the rear passenger seat were the closest two people to the Albert home, correct?
Yes.
And as the car passed in front of the Albert home, you saw no tire tracks in the snow, correct?
I don't remember.
You claim now to have seen a black object.
You claim now is an interesting phrase.
Object is the term that you used when you were finally interviewed about this matter, correct?
A black object, yes.
Right. You never before ever told any investigator that what you actually saw was a black blob, correct?
I don't remember.
And you also never, ever told any investigator that this black object that you described was actually 5 feet or 6 feet long, correct?
Correct, yes.
The very first time you're now mentioning this testimony that this black object, as you describe it, was actually 5 or 6 feet long was just today, after 12 noon on May 14th of 2024.
Waiting for him to say in the year of our
correct?
Lord.
Lally asked me how big it was, so I just told him right now, yeah.
Yeah, Lally. When you say Lally, you mean Mr. Lally.
Yes, Mr. Lally, correct, yes.
Mr. Lally just asked you during this trial, again, right before this jury. That's the first time you've ever been asked or ever given an answer as to how big that object was, correct?
Not necessarily, no.
Well, when else did you say it?
Did you review any report that was taken when the investigators spoke to you?
When else did you
regarding
say
this case before taking the stand today?
No.
You've never testified in a grand jury regarding this case, correct?
Correct.
You've never testified in any hearing regarding this case, correct?
In this hearing, in this case,
Besides today.
no.
Really? You
And
saw
you would
something in the
agree with
snow.
me
You're the only one so
that
far,
it
and you've
is
never
nowhere
testified
on
before?
record that this black object that you talk about was ever 5 or 6 feet long prior to telling the jury that today.
Objection.
I don't think that should be sustained. It is kind of compound. But I am very much waiting for Yannetti to ask this witness. So the next morning, did you hear that something happened to John O'Keefe? Did you hear that something happened at your good friend's home? The next day, on the 29th, when people were talking about what happened, did you ever say, oh my God, I saw something on the lawn when we were leaving? Ever? Did that ever happen? Can someone ask that question, please? Because I'm guessing the answer is no, but can somebody ask that question now about what she found out the 29th? And if she said anything to anyone? At all? Anyone? Someone?
You have to ask that differently, Mr. Yannetti.
It is compound.
Today, this afternoon, is the first time that you've provided testimony or information to any official regarding this case that the object was 5 or 6 feet long.
No.
When else did you say
No.
it?
Who did you tell
When else did you
prior
say it?
to today?
About what?
Jesus.
Okay, I thought we were talking about the fact that you've now testified that this black
About
object
what?
was 5 or 6 feet long. You recall that?
Today, yes.
And my question to you was, you've never mentioned that this black object was 5 or 6 feet long until the last hour or so when Mr. Lally questioned you about it, correct?
Yes.
You just said no.
Now, when you were passing the
That
property,
answer
you did
changed.
not think it was a body.
Rapidly.
At the time, no.
When did you think that?
You claim that you told everyone in the car that you saw something, correct?
Correct.
And your friend Sara said what? Or something to that effect, correct?
Correct.
And there was no further conversation after that, correct?
Not that I can remember. No.
And the next morning,
And you didn't think that it was a person who was in trouble, correct?
Objection.
Did you think that? At what time, Mr.?
When you were leaving the property, after leaving the house at 1:45 a.m. and getting into the McCabe vehicle and passing the Albert lawn, you did not think that you saw a person who was in trouble, correct?
No.
Or a person that may have needed help, correct?
I don't know, no.
And you were right there, correct, passing the property?
I was passing the property,
Not
yes.
as close to the property as your friend Sara Levinson, but you were in the back seat on the driver's side, correct?
Correct.
And you were in a car such that if you thought that you saw something that could have been a person, all you had to do was tell the driver, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you tell the driver that you saw somebody who was in trouble?
Well, I said it out loud in the car.
So
that's not the
Is it your
question.
testimony now that you said out loud in the car, there's a person who's in trouble?
That's not what I said, no.
Right. That's the question.
You didn't mention a person at all in the car, correct?
No.
You did not tell Matthew McCabe, hey, stop the car, correct?
I did not know.
If you had seen a person in the snow lying there, you would have done something about it, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
You didn't ask Matthew McCabe to stop.
No.
You didn't ask him to back up.
Nope.
You didn't ask him to check on whatever it was.
Objection, Your Honor.
No, that's fine.
I'll allow that.
No.
You had your phone with you, correct?
Yeah.
Your phone was working, correct?
I don't remember.
You used that phone to text your brother.
An hour and a half before.
Are you testifying today that your phone was completely out of charge?
I don't remember, no.
Text your good friend Brian Albert Jr.
Tell
to
me
tell
back
him
home.
that you saw somebody lying on his front lawn?
Did I text him
Yes.
that night?
As you are supposedly seeing this black object,
Objection.
the immediate aftermath of that, did you text Brian Albert
He's
Jr. to
objecting
tell
to
him
the
about
tone of
that black
counsel's
object?
voice.
So in that form, it's sustained. Ask it differently, Mr. Yannetti.
You had your friend Sara Levinson with you, correct?
I did in the car, yes.
You knew she was a nurse, correct?
Yeah.
You didn't tell your friend Sara that you just saw somebody lying in the snow during a blizzard who might need some help, correct?
I did not know.
That Brian Jr.'s father was a police officer, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
So let's move
Did
this.
you know that?
Are you just about done with this line of questioning? I'll give you a little bit more.
Just a couple more questions and I'm
Okay,
done.
go ahead.
You knew that he was a police officer, correct?
Yes.
And obviously a first responder as a police officer, right?
Yeah.
And you knew that that was Jennifer McCabe's brother-in-law, correct?
Yes.
And Jennifer McCabe was in the car with you, correct?
Yes.
You didn't tell Jennifer McCabe or JJ to call her brother-in-law, correct?
No.
The fact of the matter is,
You didn't
you
think
did nothing,
it was a person.
right?
Yeah.
And that's because you did not see a body on that lawn, correct?
Objection.
Is that true? Can you answer that?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
You didn't see a body on that lawn.
I mean, I don't know what I saw, but I saw an object.
You were drinking for hours.
That's the point. She didn't know what she saw. That's the point of
Is
all
that a
of this.
question?
Yes, you were drinking for hours. Is that correct?
Girl.
Yeah.
And you were intoxicated as you were leaving that home.
Objection.
Were you?
Yes.
You were drunk.
There's nothing
Right?
wrong with that.
Some would say, yeah.
There's
You
nothing
would
wrong
say.
with that. You didn't drive.
Yeah.
You're one of the only ones.
You believe that except for Matt McCabe, who was driving, everybody in the car was drunk, right?
Objection.
No, I don't know.
I'm going to let that answer stand.
You have previously testified. I'm sorry, strike that. You
Withdraw
have
that.
previously given a statement indicating that you believe that everybody in that car except for Matthew McCabe was drunk. Do you deny that?
I don't remember at this moment.
Do you deny it is what the question was.
All right. You told investigators that when Brian Albert Jr. called you the next morning and you
I want
found
a
out
wider view of the courtroom. It
about
would make
the
it easier to see
tragedy
who she's
the
looking at.
previous night, you, quote, put two and two together, correct?
I did, yes.
And when you put two and two together, you did not call the county police, correct?
I did not know.
Not call the state police, correct?
Nope.
Not call the district attorney's office.
No.
You would agree with me that you just sat on this revelation, correct?
I would.
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay, that's sustained in that form.
And you were not interviewed by any investigator in January, February, March, or any time over the spring or summer of 2022, correct?
I don't remember the time frame, but not right after, no.
Why?
And when an investigator finally spoke to you, it was Michael Proctor, correct?
Correct.
He was the one who took your statement on October 12th of 2022, correct?
If that was the date and time, yes.
And that was over 8 months after you were driving past the Albert home at around 2 a.m. while you were
Back
drunk
and ask her
and
why.
supposedly seeing some black object, correct?
Before 2 a.m., yes.
And you know, Ms. Nagel, that as of October of 2022, the defense had, in this case, had publicly announced that
Objection,
no
Your
one in
Honor.
that house saw a body on that.
So that question's improper. I'm going to strike.
I couldn't hear that question very well because the prosecutor was objecting over while Yannetti doesn't stop. He was just rolling through. I want to know what he's saying, and I couldn't hear him very well.
And that was over 8 months after you were driving past
What
the
did the
Albert
defense
home
say
at around
publicly?
2 a.m. while you were drunk and supposedly seeing some black object, correct?
Before 2 a.m., yes.
And you know, Ms. Nagel, that as of October of 2022, the defense had, in this case, had publicly announced that
Objection,
no
Your
one in
Honor.
that house saw a body on that.
So that question's improper.
He said in October 2022, she's striking the question, but I wanted to hear it. In October 2022, the defense had publicly said that no one in that house had seen anyone on the lawn. I'm frustrated that he didn't circle back to when she put 2 and 2 together and what that means and then what she did with that information. So Yannetti just rolled right through it. The court is like, not a chance, sir.
Going to strike that question.
I just wanted to hear what it was.
No further questions.
I'm
right.
bummed he didn't
So
circle back.
We're going to break. I have to bring you back tomorrow.
2 and 2
Okay,
together.
So jurors, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case.
That'll
If
continue
you happen
tomorrow.
to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it.
And that's the end of the day.
And we'll see you tomorrow. Okay, tomorrow's a full day.
All rise to the court, please.
Tomorrow's going to be a long day.
You can open the
So,
court.
You guys, I don't know.
you can stand,
Okay.
Ms. Nagel, you can stand, and then when the last juror goes, you
I can go. Okay. Got it. Thank you.
Oh boy. Cross will continue tomorrow. No, he said nothing further. Redirect will happen tomorrow. Cross is done. I want to know at what point she put 2 and 2 together.
Now you're all set.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
The witness is leaving the stand. I want to see if the court puts anything on the record, and then we will
Yes.
zoom and answer questions.
Tori,
And then I will go get lunch. You'll go get lunch. It's a half day today.
what time are you gonna do this? So you can come in and we'll do it right now if you want.
Okay.
If
Your
you
Honor,
don't, we can-
sorry, may we approach this as a
Sure.
scheduling thing?
Can we just put it on the record
Counsel,
in
we're
open court?
still on the case. So why don't you come on up?
We're still, as she has her arms full of stuff to leave, we're still on the record. I haven't escaped yet. Oh gosh. Okay, we're gonna wrap up today in a minute. I want to see if they put anything on the record. Yeah, we're gonna zoom and see if they put anything on the record before they break for the day. They're at sidebar. They said over scheduling.
Football, right?
Goodbye.
And they're not putting anything on the record.
Football, right?
So court is now no longer in session, and that is done for this day. Well, that got spicy at the end there. Let's see if I can do a quick summary of today, and then we're gonna lip gloss. We'll do a summary. We're gonna do a lot of questions because I have like 175 things starred, which includes your super chats and your questions. If you guys have questions, the question emoji, the question mark, or a big letter Q is helpful for me so I can see it and grab it. And we will see how many we can get through because I see a ton of questions here. I will also say, first of all, if you are new here, you can go ahead and do the YouTube things, the like, subscribe things. But if you really just want to follow what's going on in this case and you do not have all day to watch trial all day, every day, and no shade to those of you that do, I'm here with you. I'm here too. But for those of you that are like, I don't want to miss Trooper Proctor, I don't want to miss Jen McCabe, we are going to let you know when these witnesses take the stand in the Law Alert app. It's free, iOS, Android. If you want up to date, this is the witness on the stand. The Law Alert app is where I can notify you of that. Remember, if you hit the bell on YouTube, the bell is only going to tell you when I start streaming. But if you do not have all day, I will keep you up to date when different witnesses take the stand. And it seems that we are going to be getting into the witnesses that everyone has a lot of questions for if the prosecution calls Trooper Proctor. But I don't know if the prosecution's going to call this witness's brother or Ricky or whatever, but they might. But at some point, we are getting close to when Jen and Matt McCabe necessarily have to testify. like have to testify because we're running out of people who were at the house to testify. So make sure you download the app. Also, if you are inclined, do the YouTubey things on the channel. I appreciate it very much. And also, my 12-year-old shades me regularly about not being a real YouTuber. So it will go a long way in the battle between me and my very sassy 12-year-old. Let's see if we can summarize today real quick. At the end of day 11 of the Karen Reed case, it's a half day in court because it's Tuesday. We ended the day with the testimony of Julie Nagel. She had just finished cross-examination. We have not gotten to redirect yet, but we also had testimony from Sara. Sara and Julie arrived together at 34 Fairview to celebrate their friend Brian Albert Jr.'s birthday. And then they left together with Jen McCabe. I thought the testimony of Sara, who is an RN, gave us the best timeline that we've seen so far. I found her testimony to be very neutral and very credible. Just, I saw this, I was here, I did this person went there, I did that. She said they left sometime after 2 a.m. and left with Jen and Matt McCabe, who dropped them off at home. Then we got into the testimony of Julie Nagel. Remember, Brian Albert Jr. had said that he was looking outside because Julie Nagel was talking to her brother. And that's when he saw a dark colored SUV outside the house. Julie Nagel testified that she saw a dark color SUV outside the house near the mailbox, then pull up and stop, then pull up and stop again near the flagpole before she went outside to talk to her brother. And that SUV was gone by the time her brother got there and she went outside to talk to him. Nobody asked her what drew her attention outside or why she was looking out the window. She had texted her brother sometime around 12:15, she said, to come and pick her up. Nobody asked her why she changed her mind to not testify, to the chat's asking why Karen Reed's not testifying. I'll get to that. She didn't testify why she changed her mind to not leave with her brother when he came to pick her up. At some point, it seems that Jen McCabe said something to Sara and Julie along the lines of, we'll give you a ride home. But if she's ready to go at 12:15 and she's been there since 6 p.m. and she's ready to go, why stay? They didn't end up leaving till right around 2 a.m. Why didn't she leave with her brother? And that's not been clarified. But that's not the main point of her testimony, because she is testifying that as they were leaving the residence, she was on the driver's side of the car talking to Julie, who was on the passenger side. And she saw through the passenger side window what she described as a black blob on the lawn near the flagpole. The prosecutor, Lally, asked her, can you say how big the blob was or how long the blob was? And she said 5 to 6 feet. On cross-examination, it came up that she has never said that before to anyone. And it seems that she never said to anyone that she saw something on the lawn that night around 2 o'clock in the morning. And that the next day when she put, quote, 2 and 2 together, she seemingly never said anything to anyone then and wasn't interviewed by Trooper Proctor until October 2022, but didn't say anything to anyone after putting 2 and 2 together. We have not gotten to redirect yet, so she's not had an opportunity to explain, but I think the point was made that she never made that statement to anyone, even though the next morning she would have known. And the defense asked, it was stricken from the record, but sometimes when the shit's out of the horse, there's not much the court can do about it. The defense asked, you weren't interviewed until after the defense said publicly that no one in the house saw a body on the lawn. And it was after that she was interviewed, and after that she made that statement, which is going to leave the jurors probably with the same question it leaves me. The next morning, when you hear about your good friend's parents having a dead police officer on the lawn, and not just a dead police officer, but someone who this town seemed to have respect for. And I say seemed because this investigation, makes me ask questions. But most of the people in the town who said they didn't know John O'Keefe had heard of him and respected that he took in his niece and nephew, knew the story about his sister passing away from cancer, and then her husband dying 2 weeks later from a heart attack. This community knew John O'Keefe's story, and it seems held him in high regard and with respect, and valued the way he valued his family. But then when she put 2 and 2 together, no, she doesn't say anything in the investigation of what happened to him. It's a very interesting cross-examination, but there's more, though. Brian Albert Jr. calls his aunt, Jen McCabe, JJ. And so does this witness. JJ asked this witness for screenshots of her conversation between this witness and her brother the night to early morning of January 28th to January 29th. I think now we have heard Jen McCabe's name in this trial more than Karen Reed. Jen McCabe is the one who's supposed to have been Googling how long to die in the snow. House, H-O-S. And Jen McCabe is asking this witness to send screenshots of her texts back and forth between her and her brother. But it seems those were never turned over to law enforcement, and no one ever asked about them. No one ever asked her for them. What in the world is Jen McCabe doing? Jen McCabe's calling her sister at the early morning hours. Her sister said she never answered it, but the phone shows answered. Jen McCabe was calling Julie Albert, her best friend, at 5:55 in the morning. But Julie says she never called her back. Jen McCabe was one of the first people back at the Albert residence the next morning. Jen McCabe was with Karen Reed when they were at 34 Fairview on the lawn when John O'Keefe was found. It seems that it was Jen McCabe, the one that was talking with Karen Reed when Karen Reed was looking at her saying, "I hit him." That's the testimony of Katie McLaughlin, is that Karen Reed was not talking to Katie McLaughlin, but was talking to one of the other women. The EMS personnel did not identify the women on the lawn, but we know it was Carrie Roberts and Jen McCabe. And then Jen McCabe went into 34 Fairview and woke everyone up. Both Alberts described Jen McCabe as distraught, hysterical. Law enforcement and EMS described everyone but Karen Reed as calm. What in the world is going on? And why weren't any of the individuals that were in 34 Fairview during the time period that the prosecution seems to believe that John O'Keefe ended up on the lawn, why were none of them interviewed? Some of them for months, some of them not until last week. So at the end of day 11, we know what everyone was drinking except for Karen Reed. We know that it was snowing. And now we know that there was an SUV that 2 people saw. But there are a lot of questions that remain. And with that, I'm going to get into your questions because law nerds, the longer the trial goes, the less I know. And I don't think I've ever been 11 days in. I mean, the Hannah Gutierrez trial was over by now. I don't think I've ever been 11 days into trial and still have no idea what's going on. All I know is that the behavior of a lot of these witnesses is very, very suspicious. Why the phone calls that no one will admit to? Why the phones that are disappearing? How do the phones disappear from Brian Albert Sr. the day before there's a protective order? Ain't that some shit? I have so many questions. but not a lot of answers. What is happening? I am so frustrated. I cannot. Generally, in a prosecution, you can kind of see the path forward. Whether you agree or disagree, you can see the path forward. They lay it out in opening statements. I have no idea where we're going day by day. I feel like I am being dragged along by what, if anything, questions. And then we get to cross-examination, and I'm like, you did what now? There have been very few cross-examinations where I haven't been stunned by something that has come out. I generally was delighted by a few of the witnesses, but those are the witnesses that are kind of neutral third parties that aren't as interconnected to this. Because there are moments where you can just tell that people are, even though awkwardly uncomfortable, because having Yannetti kind of yell questioning you would be off-putting for anyone and uncomfortable. The witnesses who remember what they remember and don't remember what they don't remember kind of make little jokes to kind of break the tension. They tell stories in a way so that it's kind of clear. You can see them pause to be like, I remember this, I don't remember that. But those witnesses are never saying, absolutely not. But Brian Albert Sr., Brian Albert Jr., Nicole Albert, and I think there was another one. All of them, when asked, did John O'Keefe come into the home? Every single one said absolutely not. But the other two witnesses, Ashley and Julie, that testified today, both said, we didn't see anyone come into the home. We were hanging out, we were listening to music, we were dancing. We didn't see anyone come into the home. And you know what? I don't think anyone has photos of the inside of the home. So no one's going to be able to ascertain with where they were sitting if they would have missed somebody coming in or out of the home. And I think that's what the defense is getting to with the fact that you come in the foyer and then there's stairs and then there's the basement door, that they might have not come all the way in to like the kitchen living area. And you know what? We don't really know how that's laid out, or at least I don't, because I can't visualize it from the testimony. And no one went into the house with a search warrant and took pictures. So we just might not know. The jury might be able to lay it out in their minds. I sure can't. Let's get to your questions. 11 days, and what do we know? Well, chat, you've got questions. I've got questions. We've got questions. Mech S14 asked, I think we get this question every day. Do you think we could see a dismissal? I don't think the judge would be inclined, but also don't see how the elements have been proven. The elements have definitely not been proven. We have not gotten to any elements being proven. None elements have been proven. But I don't know how much longer the prosecution has in their case. I don't know. The judge gave the jury an 8-week time frame. So I don't know. Sorry, I'm moving things around because then I got hot. I don't know. But we're not there yet. So we're not there yet. Why couldn't the defense go into the house and ask the new owners for permission to photograph? They could ask for permission. I don't know who bought the house, and permission can be denied. So they could have asked permission. They didn't. Or it was denied. We don't know. We might never know. So let's see. I'm going to get to as many questions as I can, not just from Super Chats, but from the chat as well, and see what we can do. Question, Robbie asked, are you not allowed to ask direct questions on cross-examination? You are allowed to ask direct questions on cross-examination, but it gives the witness a lot of opportunity to explain. The beauty of cross-examination is that you don't have to ask direct questions. You get to ask leading questions that are generally in the yes-no format. So it is rare that you will see open-ended questions on cross-examination, especially in a criminal trial, because they don't know what they're going to say. And if you can't impeach them on it, you could be stuck for a very bad answer. It's Otter and Otter. Question, couldn't they do a field test where the jury goes into the house and someone screams outside to see how loud it is? No, they cannot. The jury cannot do experiments like that. They couldn't do it at Moselle either, but at Moselle, in the Murdaugh case, they brought in experts to do scientific experiments, but you can't recreate the conditions at the time to prove or disprove what those witnesses are saying. So no, unfortunately, you're not going to have a full Ace Ventura moment with the slider going back and forth with him screaming, talking about double pane glass. It's just, we're not going to see that happening. And it's rare that you would even see the sound testing in a house like we saw in the Murdaugh case. So let's see. Nikki Johnson said, I wonder if White Claw sales are up. Just the power of suggestion. Anybody else being like, donuts sound good. The more they talk about donuts, the more I'm like, yeah, I definitely do. I definitely need donuts. Working, watching the feed, and booking spa day for my sister's 60th ADHD and its finest. Erin, good luck. Enjoy. Make sure you book the spa day in the correct city. The lady black belt said, do we know how, quote, much she's been drinking? She said she had been drinking and she was intoxicated. Lori said, who, if anyone, is on trial? I don't know. I don't know. Doc B is a cat, so EDB is officially a crazy cat lady. I definitely am a bit crazy. I definitely adore my cats. My cats definitely like my teen better than me. These cats. Not my beloved Albus, who passed during COVID, but she was 17. Fred and George are teenagers, and I'm not surprised that they love my teen the best. Heidi said, EDB, can you explain the difference between impeachment and perjury? Sure. Impeaching a witness or impeaching their memory is, you get to show them the thing. It's a whole evidentiary process, but you show them the thing. Does this refresh your recollection? Do you remember now? You said this, now you're saying this. Perjury can be very difficult to prove. It is not often prosecuted, but you have to show a direct and intentional lie. It is not a misunderstanding. It is not something that is gray, and a lot of testimony can be gray. I have not gone back and watched Katie McLaughlin's testimony, but if they said to Katie McLaughlin, so you haven't seen Caitlin Albert in the last 3 years, and she had seen her in 2021, that, depending on the month, could be outside of the last 3 years as we sit here today, maybe, but maybe not. But maybe it's too close that it's not absolutely a lie. It's just not directly response. But if they had said, you haven't seen her in the past 3 years since 2022, but there's pictures at a baby shower in 2021, how do you prove she remembered that and is lying about it or is not lying about it? So perjury is generally the crime of lying under oath. It can be very difficult to prove. I did a perjury trial. I thought, I liked like white collar crime and paper cases, so I quite liked it. But we had the person directly on video and then lying under oath about what happened. And then when confronted with the video, continuing to lie, saying that the video didn't show what it showed, being advised that they were lying, and then continuing to lie. And that is why it went to a prosecution, because they were confronted with it. And because it was on video. And because they were under oath multiple times lying about it. And there was a gain for their lie because it was in the course of a civil lawsuit. And then we brought in, they brought it to the office and the office filed it and was like, we have a perjury case? And I'm like, immediately yes. Immediately yes. Immediately yes. But it is rare. And so it really just depends on all of the circumstances and how kind of hammered down and precise it is when people are confronted with the lie. We saw, I covered this case on the podcast quite a while ago. And she was prosecuted. I don't think she was prosecuted for perjury. I think she was prosecuted for lying during the course of the investigation, but she had lied about being kidnapped and then taken money from the Victims Fund in California. I am blanking on the name. But even then, in her interview, they confronted her about lying and confronted her and confronted her and confronted her. And then she admitted to lying. And then they prosecuted her for Sherry Papini. Thank you, chat. Then they prosecuted her after she admitted that she lied in the course of the investigation. But it wasn't perjury. It was for the, and I forget the exact federal statute of it because it's been a long morning and there's a lot in my brain for the investigation, the lying during the course of the investigation. So perjury adjacent. So that I covered it on the podcast, but also it was brought up because she lied to investigators, was confronted with the lie, admitted to the lie, but she also took money from the victims fund. She also cost the state quite a lot of money with investigating her. So there was like a cost to it beyond other things. So do I think we will see any perjury things going forward in this? I don't know. Does the DA's office often prosecute their own witnesses? It depends. I wonder how finally it will be parsed about whether the DA thinks any other witnesses are lying. I don't know if the DA thinks any other witnesses are lying or are directly lying on the stand. Saying I don't remember when you think somebody remembers is not going to count for perjury. You might think that they're lying. You might well look at that testimony and be like, miss me with this bullshit. But saying I don't remember when you think somebody remembers is not going to be enough to prosecute somebody with perjury. So it is a tough charge, but when the hammer drops, it can definitely drop. So Marissa says, what investigation? Yeah, what if any investigation is the real question here? Sherry says, fuckery is afoot in this case. Every single day, I'm like, how are we here? How are we here? How are we here? How are we here? Bonnie said, EDB, I can see your frustration and raise you infuriated when the crap is the Commonwealth going to give the case to the defense. They haven't proven their case yet, so I don't know when they're going to be done. Oh my God, I've lived in Massachusetts my entire life, and I am wicked disappointed with this entire case. I don't know how the jury's even following along with this. I don't even know. Silly Pick, good to see you. Silly Pick's like, I'm a lurker, but I love this group. Me too. Fancy RPG has hit the nail on the head in the chat saying prosecution is just playing preemptive defense. Yeah. And that's why it's really impossible to follow their case. It feels like the prosecution is chasing the defense theory of the case, not actually proving their case. And that is a terrible, terrible way to try a case. You just can't try a case that way. You have to just try your case. The defense is going to do what the defense is going to do. But if you try to end route everything they do, you're all over the place and you're not trying your case, and they are not trying their case. Julie asked, do I think they should have had the coroner on earlier? I don't know. I haven't heard what the coroner/pathologist has to say yet. Julie, let's chat after that witness testifies, and then I'll tell you what I think. I think it's really hard for the jury right now, the way it's hard for us, because there's too much that we don't know yet. When was John O'Keefe hit? How was John O'Keefe hit? How did he die? What were his injuries? How long does it take to die in the snow? What was Jen McCabe doing? Megan said, question, can Jen be looked into for tampering? There's a federal investigation. I think the feds are looking into a bunch of stuff. I don't know what they're looking into, but I imagine it's a lot because there's a lot here. I don't know how this went to trial, whether it's still a federal investigation. Yeah. Stephanie said, question, does the prosecution have a time limit? No, they don't. But the judge might give them one because the judge is like, Mr. Lawley, you do not have to cover the same ground with every single witness. And he doesn't. And I don't know why he is. It seems that Lawley has a list of questions and he is going to read them for every single witness. And he is not modifying that strategy day by day. 11 days in, and there's so much that we don't know. Deborah said, do the feds come and give input into this case? No, they're doing their own investigation and their own grand jury, and that some of that information was turned over before this trial. So the grand jury transcripts, the experts were turned over. I think we're going to see some of that in the defense case. Could we see that in the prosecution's case? We could, but it depends if it supports the prosecution's case or not. Though I can't even say that because I don't know if the prosecution thinks all of these witnesses are helpful for them. Some of them are very clearly not helpful for the prosecution at all. KJ in the chat said, do the witnesses have to stay away from coverage after they've testified? It depends on the court's order regarding sequestration of the witnesses and whether or not they are subject to recall. So it really depends. And we have not heard the court admonish the witnesses, you're subject to recall. So maybe, maybe not in this case. I don't know. Kelly said, why are they waiting on the corner? I don't know. Iva said, how long is this trial supposed to be? The rest of our natural lives. Iva, the court gave the jury an 8-week estimate. The attorneys had said 4 to 5 weeks originally. We are 5 weeks in. 4 weeks in. 3. Damn it, Emily. 3 weeks in. 3 weeks in. I mean, the beginning of 3 weeks in, but 3 weeks in. And there's so much we don't know. So I don't know. We just live here now. The great big geek said, I'm going to need a mega pint of vodka tonic after work court today. Yep. I mean, it's so frustrating. Greg said, question, where do you stand on the framing allegation so far? I came in very skeptical and dismissal of it, but now not so much. Greg, I have not made up my mind. I can't unsee how convenient and bad this investigation was. I don't know if all of the investigators in this case were malicious in some way, or if it was just really, really bad. I don't know yet. But the behavior of the parties is raising a lot of eyebrows for me. Both Brian Albert and Brian Higgins' phone being gone right before a preservation order comes down is real fucking strange to me. So I don't know where we're at between like incompetence and saving their own ass and whether they actively, I don't know. I'm trying to keep an open mind, but I don't think this was a thorough and complete investigation. I wonder if the relationships to the Alberts had people not asking questions intentionally. We will continue to see. So I don't know yet. But we're not done yet. We've got a long way to go. I wish somebody felt like there was a short time to get there so that we're gonna move along, but no. Raphael said, question, if the prosecution doesn't call Trooper Proctor and so defense has to, would defense have to direct and prosecution would cross-examine? That seems unfair. Well, that's part of the strategy of trial, Raphael. That's the fun part. They could attempt to deem Trooper Proctor a hostile witness, which might not be hard, because if they deem Trooper Proctor a hostile witness, and hostile doesn't mean like emotionally hostile, it just means opposing, really, and they should call it an opposing witness, then they would get to cross-examine him. I think it's going to look really bad for the prosecution if they don't call the lead investigator. And I think the defense is backing them into a corner with that by asking every witness who interviewed them, because the prosecution's not asking that question. And the defense is making it very clear how involved Trooper Proctor is over and over and over again. So if they don't call Trooper Proctor, doesn't everybody go, I'm sorry, you haven't called your lead investigator? Why? I mean, we kind of know why from opening, but that hasn't been proven yet. And opening is not evidence. Zoe said, love your coverage. Thank you. Drinking a large sugar-free Red Bull so I can deal with the lollygagging of it all. What if any total is 798 going into today from Legal Bites on Twitter? I don't know how she's keeping track of that, but I love that she is. But I don't know how she is. Cheryl, congratulations. Judy says, why does it seem that the prosecution has not presented any evidence pointing to Karen Reed, who they believe is the guilty party? I don't know. Graduated in 1996. Feel better, EDB? I do, because I'm also a class of 96 kid. I do feel better. Thank you. You've all made me feel better. Beck said she looked at Lolly waiting for an objection. There were definitely moments of that today. For sure. But there was definitely some difficult cross-examination. The cross-examination of the boyfriend, Tristan, he was just like, I'm not telling you anything. I actually appreciate it when witnesses are just direct. And I have had witnesses on direct. And I'm like, hi, can you tell me, this date, this time, were you there? I'm not telling you shit. And it's like, oh, well, at least you're honest about it. This is going to be delightful. I was actually kind of surprised that we didn't. Tristan just wasn't like, I don't remember anything. Good luck. Because nobody interviewed him. There's no police interview. There's no grand jury transcript. He showed up at the house after they think this happened, and there's no anything. Yeah. DY sounds like a pissed off dad. Did I say? Yannetti was definitely highlighting for the jury that they were answering questions he didn't ask, though I think they probably clocked it, unless they're completely exhausted, which I wouldn't blame them. Maisie said, I graduated high school 9 years ago today and college 5. How I know it's May. We all start feeling like, Amy Jo said, frenemies vibes. Hi. And I hate her. NY Mom says, Emily, part of our phone is watching your face. Part of our phone is watching your facial expressions, and you made yourself way too small. I do that when I eat. I don't like eating on camera, but also this trial is taking up my entire breakfast time. So I do and small in myself at moments that make sense to me, but generally I try not to. Caroline B says, I have to say, I dislike this family so far, so I'm biased, but she is incredibly solid as a witness. If the parents were more like their kids, we might not be here right now. Maybe her job helps though. That is relating to Caitlin Albert, I believe. If they're not exhibits, the jury won't see them. That's correct, Becca. And this is about things that were marked for identification, but are not exhibits. If they are not trial exhibits, the jury will not see them, but they will be marked for the appellate record if there is one. Thank you, MJ, for the gifted memberships. Thank you, Trina, for the gifted memberships. I appreciate it. Oh, my chat just jumped. And thank you to the 25,000 of you still here while we chat. Aaron said, I have high school photos of my soccer team in high school from each year. I can name every one very easily. Aaron, I didn't put a ton of weight in Caitlin being like, I actually totally forgot that. She seemed much more upfront about the fact that she knew who Katie McLaughlin was to me. Angela said, my personal feeling is I can't tell who is on trial anymore, right, which is not good. The prosecution is spending more time defending their witnesses than presenting evidence. Right. And isn't that a weird place to be in 11 days in? Tamara, I'm sure the chat answered, is he a pie fitter? Piping? Pipes that, I don't know, transport things, water? Megan said, I like how Tristan is not guessing on anything. Megan, I just wonder if that feeling changed when he got onto cross. Anthony said, why only work for 1 hour, 20 minutes away? I don't, Anthony. I'm sorry. I don't understand very well. My kids will now be questioned with what, if any? Oh, their eyes will roll back in their head. Roll back in their head. It feels like all 33 months have been in this trial. Emily, I understand that. I feel like we need the screaming goat a lot today. Greg said they looked for the only suspect not named Albert. I still don't understand how we got to any of this. The victim and his family deserve so much more. This is terrible. Roy, I 100% and wholeheartedly agree. It's still shocking to me that this is the way this investigation went down. It's just shocking to me. And when I have conversations with my, attorney friends who are still prosecutors, they ask the same questions you do. Like, how are we here though? How did they make an arrest though? How did they do a grand jury though? Who testified at the grand jury though? What evidence was presented to the grand jury though? What evidence do we have of Karen Reed drinking though? Like, where is the rest of the case? So, Brandy said, I really want to know what the O'Keeffes think. I do too. And I don't know if we'll know ever. I know that this case has gotten incredibly hostile on locally and on social media. I know that there are hostilities going in and out of the courtroom. So even though I'm trying to really not jump into all the things going outside this court, I'm trying to also be empathetic to particularly the victim's family here in how contentious all of this is and how hard it must be right now to live in Canton while they're going through this case and how much attention is on them. They deserve answers. Tori with a T said, even if Karen did it, the ineptitude of the police and investigators make this an acquittal for me so far. Tori with a T, I don't know if many disagree with you. Like where we're standing today, I don't know if you need to figure out what Karen Reed did or didn't do or what others might or might not have done. There are so many questions as we sit here today. I don't know how we get beyond any of those questions. Like, how do we get beyond those questions? I don't know. We're just not there yet. And I imagine that there will be some on the internet that are like, but this and this and this and this and this. To which I would respond preemptively, if it's not in evidence yet, I have not seen it. It needs to be in evidence, and then we will evaluate it once it is in evidence. Allie 90211 in the chat said the male EMT heard it also. I think that statement is in controversy because at the time that it seems that Karen Reed said, I hit him, that EMT was in the back of the ambulance with the door closed. So I don't know if that EMT heard Karen say it or heard Katie McLaughlin relay the information. And again, with the I hit him statement, right now, this is where I'm at on the I hit him that the prosecution has talked about. Law enforcement didn't act like that was a confession. Law enforcement let Karen Reed leave the scene after that was supposedly said. Katie McLaughlin said the police officers were standing right there when Karen Reed said it. Nobody told law enforcement that was said. It doesn't seem to be in a single report. And they did not arrest Karen Reed. They did not question Karen Reed. They did not act as if Karen Reed said something that indicated that she was at fault, because nobody acted that way. So I'm relying on the response. And the response was they let her leave the scene. So I can't treat that as it's a solid, grounded confession, because at this point, I don't think it is. Could that change? Maybe. But we've heard all those witnesses. So I don't know why it wasn't, if law enforcement heard it, which they supposedly did, they didn't treat it like it was a thing. So I don't know. I think it's in controversy. Of course, you're welcome to disagree with me. You guys have been watching this trial too, but I do think that statement is still in controversy. I don't think it's clear cut. And maybe I will feel differently when we get to the end of evidence, but I don't know. So maybe we will, maybe we won't. Wetfoot said, surprised he didn't ask if he knew Colin. They've definitely talked a lot about Colin. And again, I think this is the prosecution losing their case for the trees, trying to get out ahead of the defense. And I don't think that's a good way to try a case. Charlotte asked, and there hasn't been a ring on it yet. I think Casey Cat said, is the boyfriend about to be rehomed? Look, man, Tristan, I think the thing that Tristan said that all of us went, yep, that's exactly what you mean, was when my girlfriend called to pick her up, she was high maintenance and I didn't want to hear it. So that's where I'm at with that. Bonnie says, is there a way to boot the prosecutor or the judge for being biased? Prosecutorial ethics and the interplay of different offices aside, there are motions that can be made for judges. Judges also have an obligation to recuse themselves if they are too intertwined into a case. They also have to disclose any interconnection to a case they might have. I've seen judges do this in things as simple as like automobile automobile cases where they're like, look, I own these funds that also own funds in like Ford or Chevy or whatever when they're doing like lemon law cases or especially large lemon law litigation. Like, hey, just so you know, I actually own stock in this fund that holds these things. There's a lot of rules of disclosure. I think there were motions in this case denied by this judge. Will that go up on appeal? It only depends. We'll see if it does. But yes, there are procedures for that. And what happens with that will depend. Has anyone asked how John O'Keefe was supposed to get home? No, not yet. Do we know who the feds are investigating? No, we know it's related to this case, but we don't know who, we don't know what, if any, targets they have. We don't know whom. We don't know if it's one. We don't know if it's many. Gabby said, from what we've seen so far, could this case be where we get a successful motion for directed verdict? I will tell you at the end of the state's case what I think. We're just not there yet. Kelly said peanut butter covers up alcohol breath. Kelly, I didn't know that. I was just thinking about all the people locally that joke that when they know it's going to be snowing, everybody runs out and gets milk and bread. That's what I was thinking of. But I didn't know that. I've never actually thought of that. Smurfana said Alita is pulling the transcripts and searching what, if any. There could be more, depending on how well the YouTube transcripts catch it. It's been 387 years, and we still don't know what Karen Reed was drinking and what the state's case is. Yep. So, yep. Maury, thank you for the gifted memberships. Nance said there's a floor plan on the web when you Google the address. It's not in evidence, so I'm not pulling it up. Thank you, though. I appreciate it. I am really, really fighting on this one, and the longer it goes, the harder it is to not take in all the information outside of this case and just stay here. Casey Katz said new owners are angry they weren't told about John O'Keefe dying at their house and filed a TRO against Jennifer Coffendorfer for filming on their porch without their permission. I don't know anything about any of that. This is when I say I don't want to know. Casey Cat, I'm not saying this to you. I don't know because I have not gone seeking out all of this information. At the end of trial, I may. At the end of trial, I may be like, I need a break, and we're going to talk about Real Housewives again for a minute. Like, I want to know what happens at the end of the Scandival lawsuit where, Rachel is suing Tom and Ariana. At some point, we need to get all the way back into that. So, Wonderlust said, why are there so many half days? It might be to accommodate the judge's other calendar. I don't know. Regularly in LA and misdemeanor courts, trials would run half day every day. So it just depends. I don't like that she hasn't said something along the lines of, now that I know it was a person, I wish I would have made them stop or done something. I don't think she can testify that she now knows it was a person. I don't think she knows it was a person. I think she saw something, but we also saw that there's a bunch of bushes and an electrical box there. I don't think she knows it was a person. If she saw what she saw, I don't think she knows that. So, Kelly B said, who picked up Colin? We don't know 100% yet, but there was some testimony to it. I'm not remembering at the moment. With all of that chat, it is 1 p.m. I am going to have to roll and get some lunch. I appreciate you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being Law Nerds. Don't forget to download the Law Nerd app. I will see you in the morning. Wait, where did I put it? Don't forget to download the Law Nerd app. I will let you know when key witnesses take the stand. There is new merch that we highlight in the Law Nerd app up in the Law Nerd shop. I will see you in the morning, bright and early for court. Pray for my voice. I'm going to a concert tonight with the husband. I'll tell you all about it tomorrow, and I'll tell you a little bit about it in the app tonight. So with all of that, have a great rest of your day. Bye, y'all.
Hey there, I'm Emily D. Baker, the internet's go-to legal analyst, breaking down the legal side of the pop culture and entertainment stories we can't stop talking about. I'm a big fan of the cursey words. I've been a licensed attorney for over 17 years, but this is not legal advice. This is where the Law Nerds unite to talk about facts, not... Let's get into it.
I rolled the wrong outro. That wasn't the outro. Law Nerds. Streaming is dynamic. We do our best. We're professionals here. That's just what it is. That's just what it is. Look, man, anyone who's like, I don't know if I could ever stream. I don't think I could be perfect. You're never. There's never perfection. There's only doing the best that we can. Take two. Bye, guys.
You can stay up to date with everything I'm covering and fast notifications on our free iOS and Android app at lawnerdapp.com or search the App Store for LawNerd. You can also follow me around social media, and don't forget to check out my podcast, The Emily Show, with quick bits dropping every Monday, summarizing everything I do here on the live streams on Tuesday and Thursday for when you just have time for the quick bits. Thanks for being a Law Nerd.